there is Alan McNeish still at the wheel of it. And I suppose the Scotsman would expect to be able to drive quickly in a race, wouldn't you? They're so used to it.
Well, his formative years of karting and racing in Formula Ford, and actually it's an interesting and very poignant link with our dear friend David Leslie, who sadly we lost this year. Of course, when Alan McNeish started his car racing career, he drove for the basic David Leslie, and David's father, David Senior, used to look after his Formula Ford, as they did for David Coulthard, amongst others. So that was an interesting sort of keep it in the family of the Scots up there. They seem to know their stuff. And Manish, as soon as he burst onto the scene out of Formula Ford as this little tiny Scotsman, he was instantly quick, and everybody knew that we had a force to be reckoned with. And
this is sort of a 20-year career, isn't it, if I remember rightly? Says here, I'll make not quite such as big a fool of myself as I sometimes.
I seem to remember off the top of my head, I think 1987 was the first time we saw Alan racing in Formula Ford, and 88 was when he raced in Formula Vauxhall Opel, as it was called then, with Mika Hakkinen as his teammate in the GM Lotus Euro Series, with some sponsorship from a certain well-known cigarette brand that sponsored Ferrari and McLaren and things like that over the years. Again, that chicane catching out Genet. Maybe it's a good time to hand over to... Oh, no, that is Frankie Cheng that's in. No, it's not Frankie Cheng. What am I talking about? It's Richard Hayne. I saw a red crash helmet and a green and white car. I thought that was Frankie in the car, the 35, an MP2 Pescarolo. But in fact, it is just Richard Hayne. Well, I say just Richard Hayne. It's the same car that we saw damaged earlier. These poor mechanics, I really do feel for them when the car comes back in such a bit of a tangle like that. They must be thinking, oh, I really have had enough of this fixing racing cars for one day. Vila, Pirot and Werner, 5th overall, 5th in their class, of course. And a solid run is probably the best way of describing their race so far. Flashes of really good quick times, but overall just solid and consistent.
Yes, I think that if you were to go and talk to the Audi drivers now, you'd say, well, what sort of race would you put it? And I think probably the reply is damn hard work. Because they have succeeded in keeping on playing in there, and it's still a wide open race. I think that the arbitrator, the sole arbitrator of this is going to be the weather. I feel strongly that while it remains damp and while there is a reasonable chance therefore, then McNeish can hold on. Now we've got that corrected position, and at the end of a lap, which you count the pit stop into it, you see, because you have a 4:58.160, which obviously is not the sort of time that he did. Then he's now got a 47.9 second lead, 50 seconds to you and I. So it gives him a little bit of a cushion, but nothing like the sort of cushion you'd want. The Americans always go through on this basis that if you fall a lap behind, that really is a lap that you've got to catch up. But in a race and in a circuit of this length, it doesn't mean a great deal.
No, I think until you get to really into the quite a long way into the latter stages of the race. Now, nose coming off. Not seen that before, certainly not for a while. What are they looking to do? There's interesting there, they've just put a new nose on. Now, I wonder if that is, for example, something like a problem with the lights, which maybe would mean that they would get a penalty if they don't run with the lights on. Or we saw the lollipop man there covering up the area where the master cylinders were. So I wonder if there was something related to that. And he needs a much bigger lollipop to cover up that great big diesel engine in the back there, doesn't he? But he can't do that one.
So, yeah.
So, but that shows you what a wonderful piece of technology this car really is. I said earlier, 5.5 litre, 700 horsepower, V12 diesel engine, producing 1,200 Newton meters of torque. That is one heck of a piece of engineering. It
well,
really
you're
is.
certainly going here to a situation where you're altering the aerodynamics, the external aerodynamics of the car. Now,
well, that I think is the most likely explanation. We saw them change the front and the rear body section, which would make you potentially believe that they've got different downforce settings on them. And the easiest thing to do, rather than to get the spanners out and change the settings of the bits that are on the car, is just to unbolt the old ones and put the new ones on already preset. So that could well be the system that Peugeot are using. As the 7 car is back on track now, still showing 46 seconds slower, or behind rather, the McNish car, but not quite sure if that is accounted for the outlap. You can see those lights on the side of the car. We might have mentioned them before. If you see one light, two light or three lights illuminated, it says it's either first, second or third in its class. Nice simple system, but always worth a mention just to make sure everybody knows what they're all about.
That was a courageous move there by Genet, who went round the outside of somebody and didn't even give a damn that, you know, there could be all sorts of nasties there.
Just Verstappen into the pits, and that's Jeroen Bleekemolen now in the car, comfortably leading the class, and sitting at the moment 8th overall, although I think possibly that Loic Duval may well jump him in position as a result of his stop. As we see, the second in class behind Jeroen Bleekemolen is this Pescarolo, the Saunier Pescarolo, currently with Mathieu Lahaye on board, and as Mathieu climbs out, it's going to be Pierre Rag who gets himself back on board. I don't know if Frankie Cheng, the third driver of the team, has got any more stints left in him. I'm sure he has, based on the times that they're changing and double stinting pretty much every time, either doing twice the amount of fuel or twice the runs as a driver that require fuel.
The McNish lead in number 2 down to 46.023 from Genet in number 7, Montaigne in number 9, who is a couple of laps behind Rockenfeller in number 3 in 4th place, Bieler in number 1 in 5th place, and Pedro Lamy in the car that really has given perhaps more problems than any of the Peugeots, and yet has still managed to maintain a respectable place there ahead of all the petrol cars, which gives you some idea of its real potential. 17 Pescarolo in 7th place, and then the Porsche Bleekemolen, number 34, the LMP2 leading car, very securely with a buffer of 3 more cars between himself. And I'm having a quick look down, no more than that. The Pescarolo of Regis, that's 35, and the Nielsen car, that's the first 3 there, but quite a bit of space between them. They were all in touch with each other, and it didn't work out quite that way. Looking at what else we have to laugh at, well, 12th place, Darren Turner. Fellows lost about 12 seconds in that instant. You'd think it was more.
I would have thought it was more. I think car 20 rejoins now. That would be the Epsilon Escudi. I wonder if that's rejoins from outside on the circuit, or whether that's rejoins from the pit lane. Really very clear as the poor mechanics, even Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, a big boss man, and Mike Rockenfeller are feeling
like me.
Fatigue, yes. Well, there you go. I mean, that's perhaps a good analogy then. The Aston boys there looking to try and score another momentous victory. It's looking okay at the moment, but that's all I'm going to say. I don't want to jinx anyone, but it's looking better than perhaps even they would have expected. We saw earlier on in the race, up to not that long ago, that the top 2-3 positions in that class were really changing literally by the stop. You'd look down and say, all right, so-and-so's in 4th and so-and-so's 1st, and suddenly the guy was in 4th is 1st and vice versa, and just very, very close competitive stuff. Here we haven't spoken much and seen much about this car, the leading in GT2 car, the Ferrari F430 GT of Mika Salo, who's sharing a car with Gianmaria Bruni and also with Jaime Mello. So they're looking strong, and they have a lead of just over a lap from Tim Mullen, Tim Sugden, and also from Rob Bell. And in her position, the 97 car, which is the car of the BMS Scuderia car of Paolo Roberti, Matteo Malicelli and Fabio Babini. A couple of spins so far for them. but nothing as dramatic as this Saunier Interdrada Pescarolo, which had a fairly significant whack with the wall level, didn't it?
Yeah, very, very much so. Micasalo, again, the usual fine professional performance from the ex-Grand Prix driver, who proved what he could do if you gave him the right car, and proved how he felt when you took the right car off him and left him in a situation where he couldn't get anywhere. Rejoin us again. We'll tell you how the rain's going after the break. Le Mans 2008. Well, I suppose we're well into the last third of the race, and we are well into seeing some of the heartbreaking disappointments of the final stages, where we've just seen Roston's car, the Radical, which has not had a terribly happy time, have a little overshoot and be helped by the marshals to get back into the right place again. We saw Rockenfeller a moment or two ago come in for what is a scheduled pit stop, and that theoretically has gone well because we haven't seen any more of it. Here comes the battle that's going on still with the Corvettes and the Aston Martins.
So that actually there, I think that was possibly Darren, see which one of the Astons it was Darren Turner, I think, going past the second place car in GT2, the Virgo Ferrari of currently being driven by Tim Mullen. He's sharing that with Rob Bell and Tim Sugden as the Courage comes past. I think Duval's still on board that. Yes, Loic Duval, the Formula Nippon driver, who's won recently in Formula Nippon, is also won in A1GP for Team France, and has been very quick in Super GT amongst other things. And I think we're not quite sure how well he's enjoying this experience, because it's been a bit of a disjointed one with the weather and everything, but certainly doing a good solid job, as one would perhaps expect for a driver of this calibre, as we see the Peugeot sweeping through. And that was, I think, the 8 car that went past then. That's the car that Pedro Lamy is driving at the moment. Just out of our shot there was the Varazzi Varazzi car going
You'll
past.
get there in a minute.
I'm getting there in a minute. Yes, I think I'll be eventually starting to make some sense, but it might not be till the next year's Le Mans.
Yes, I think one of the interesting things has been in these rainy stages of this race that we've seen a complete swing of the pendulum. The harder the rain, the better the Audis. It's drying up a little bit now, and they're not having things quite as easily as they had hoped, I think. On the previous lap, McNeish had done a 3:59, but Genet had done a 3:56. It could have been just traffic. You're never quite sure with a couple of 3 seconds like that, but if it becomes regular, it can be a bit of a problem. I think also that we have to look too at the possibility that the cloud is going to break up during the day. There is a big black cloud sitting up there, but there's still a fair breeze. I went outside a moment or two ago, and I was quite surprised at A, how cold it was, and B, how windy it was. So it's quite possible that this track will dry up, and of course it will throw the advantage back into the hands of the Audis without any question. And I suppose we can look forward to a bit of a scrap over that in a minute now.
We've just seen the 90 car, the white Ferrari 430G, the GT for Farnbacher Racing car. That's in 4th in class. It's just about to be passed by Alan McNish, I think. Yes, it is McNish going past, and that is currently being driven by Pierre R.A., I think is how you pronounce his name. I must apologise, I don't really know much about Pierre Caffo we do know about, and last Eric Nilsson, drivers in the 90 car.
Yeah, well, you can see how you can easily lose a couple of 3 seconds in that little piece of action where Alan McNeish was trying to find his way past a couple of slower cars, neither of whom, quite frankly, were too aware that he was there, or that he was in fact the leading car. And it does cause sometimes a little bit of a problem, I think, when you aren't getting people move out of your way, and that's just being collected together, so
that's
be all right on the night.
That's the Radical once again. Mark Rostam, well, he has had a very adventurous time of it recently, hasn't he? He doesn't really... I don't think he's probably enjoyed himself as much as he might have done. I thought he was going to be retiring at one point. He was in and out of the garages, had a few spins here and there, and it's a fairly dramatic time. But going again, as is Alan McNish, still our race leader. 10 years now since Alan McNish took that fabulous victory with Stefano Telli and Laurent Aiello in the Porsche GT1. And, slightly unexpected win, I think, because it was looking like the Toyota GT1s of the day were going to be potentially taking that victory until problems befell them very late in the race, and a strong drive from the three drivers who just mentioned managed to give Alan his first victory. Certainly he was going to get another one last year, but unfortunately technical problems and mechanical failure put them out, much to the dismay of the three drivers.
Well, he's getting on with the job, but he needs to. That was a 4:01. We know where he lost some of that time, but the gap's down to 40 seconds.
Well, let's have a look. 2, 3, just trying to work out when the next round of stops might be, and I think it's likely. I would be very surprised if McNish gets out of the car at this stage. I think he's probably going to continue on, because I'm sure he's pretty pumped up to try and maintain that lead. This is such a big deal for Audi. All through the race until it started to rain, it was looking very much like Peugeot were going to maintain the initiative. That's turned around, and the Peugeot's now, the closest Peugeot is over 40 seconds behind. But as we've said time and time again, although we feel like we've managed 24 hours already, we've still got significant amount of time to go. The race here, 7 hours left, and the race here at Le Mans this weekend.
Very impressive performance, I think, by the Lola Aston Martin. I didn't really expect to see that car here at this stage of the race, I must honestly say. And it has been, I won't say thrown together, it was put together obviously very carefully and very quickly. But it just goes to show that this car does have real possibilities.
Yeah, great job from them. An interesting technical exercise from Lola with Aston Martin. Obviously, they know that engine very, very well, and they know the Lola product as well. Most people at top-level motorsport, certainly in this kind of racing, will know all about what Lola can do and have done in the past. And they've got a good, strong team of drivers on board. Yeah, Jan Chiroux, Stefan Mucker, and of course Thomas Enger have been very strong, especially the Mucker and Enger partnership has been particularly strong. Now, looking here about what's been going on during the night, you can see the problems you have in a prototype trying to pass in the dark in traffic. And this is all you see coming towards you in your mirrors. You see those brake discs glowing red on the 7 car.
Yeah, that was the change of leader that we had in the night, when due to some malfunction which has never been explained to us, there were clouds of steam pouring out of Peugeots, all the Peugeots at one time or another. Now, yes, that is a highlight, because that was a moment that I hadn't seen.
I think that was Christian Klien, possibly, although there was a 7 car in there. Yep. I think that may have been Christian Klien's moment. There's Stefano Telli talking to Hughes de Charnac. Maybe saying this, I think, is possibly where the Corvette gets dropped. There we go, bang, straight on the floor. And lots of very heated discussions going on down there. Now, the very smeared windscreen of Alexander Wurz. How the devil he got that car back in one piece, God goodness only knows, but he did, and we've always managed to do a good job of getting it all cleaned up, even though one of them need to get flattened. And this is the end result of a huge accident for Marcel Fassler, which resulted in the safety car, bunched everybody up, but also caused a little bit of a controversy when it would appear that one of the safety car drivers was travelling a significant amount quicker than the other, and the pack got very disjointed in a very unusual way as a result of it.
Yes, it sort of took, for a while anyway, McNish back out of the contest, and it took him out to the point where I don't think he would actually have regained any of that lost time had we not had this pretty awful shower of rain, which progressively got worse. The other side of that was that Whoopi, yes, we do remember that one.
Yep, I'll do it.
Coming out to wake up the Peugeot management for the game, Buster.
Certainly would have focused their attention, if nothing else. It would have made them dig deep for their credit cards, I think, perhaps. Yeah. He'd keep those to hand. The below 7 car was very strong for the majority of the night, but some problems befell it a little bit later on, and it dropped back and down out of the order. The 7 car, though, was looking like it was just going away. It started to edge further and further away from the pack, as we see. One of the Audis, that must be the number 1 car, I think, in front, the Vila, Hero and Werner car. Was that being passed? Yes, it was.
Yes, it was number 1. Yeah.
I think it might have been Marco Werner on board, looking at the footage there. In comes Dindo Capello. No major dramas for that stop, I think. And again, you see right on board with the Peugeot of our leader, Jean-Jacques Villeneuve. And this was a turning point, wasn't it, Neville?
Yes, suddenly we looked up and there was rain, and then there was this hard-stopping moment when we had the spin with the car which didn't have any lights on for most of the time and literally sat there on line, and if you had, as somebody said, been about to overtake an Aston Martin, you wouldn't have seen him.
That would have been a big old mess there, but fortunately they managed to get it moving and get it away. Good job by the marshals. They're a brave bunch here at Le Mans, aren't they? They seem to be quite willing to go out and put themselves in very, very dodgy positions.
They do a terrific job. And marshalling that's the dome having one of its moments. I was going to say marshalling is sort of one of the great services that is so essential to motor racing. And don't forget that these guys give their time. They do it because they love it, like we do. But they do it, and they do it week in, week out, hail, rain or shine, and you just couldn't run any motorsport event of any sort without them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I often think when we look at the great and the good in certain forms of motor racing, which we will not go into, they don't actually appreciate this, but they take every possible opportunity of criticising these guys.
Yeah, well, it's difficult sometimes because they're obviously each situation is unique, and each situation has the potential for it to be very antagonistic towards them, because you're going to get irate racing drivers, whether they've fallen off on their own or whether they've been helped. And the last thing they want to do is have a chat or make niceties. They just want to get back out into the race, or if they're retired, they want to try and calm themselves down before they get back to the team. So it is a difficult situation from a sort of amateur psychiatry as much as anything else for these guys.
Well, we're back live, having looked at what has been going on, or what had been going on, and we're looking at what is still a very, very slippery track. I don't know whether you can discern, folks, here, particularly with the lights, which leave us sort of blind to some of the things that happen, but these cars are sliding about. They're using that move, and that's not the first time I've seen that move made by one of the Peugeots, and it really was, I think it was Marc-Gené thrown in there.
I'm just quite curious. I didn't really see who that was he passed. I mean, he obviously wasn't passing Nish for the lead, because he's still being shown as a lap down. So I wonder if presumably it must have been Lure, therefore, or Bila, but really get a close enough look at the car to see its number on the side, or the colours at the top of it. I didn't really notice. So
yeah, he's still got a 46, nearly 47 seconds lead, but it isn't the lead that's going to last for long if he continues to lap faster. On that particular occasion, he didn't, by just about 1.2 of a second.
Yep. Comes the 8 car for a routine stop. The 8 and 9 cars both lost a lot of time by coming in from the dry conditions where it started to rain a little bit and going for inters, and then as the rain came down harder and harder as Nicolas Manassian examines the tyre, they were forced to go back into the pit lane and put full wets on, and that would have cost them a fair bit of time for sure.
Certainly would. Still rain falling. Well, you wouldn't expect it to melt, would you? But still rain falling in various places, sometimes heavier than others. It seems that as we watch the cars come out here, for example, it's not too bad. But look at the screen. If you have got anyone in front of you, there's still an awful lot of liquid being thrown up. And
it's a matter of if, but when.
Yeah.
You're going to be catching people one way or another. So
that was, I just watched that one very carefully. It actually left me speechless because he didn't brake at all. He just kept his foot in, and obviously is very determined at the moment to try and keep that lead. They can't be far off another set of stops, because they're doing it about every 40 minutes or so, 45 minutes. The extra 1 or 2 laps that you can squeeze out of the Audi does in fact, we know, make a difference, but it's not made the sort of difference we thought it would. I mean, we've sort of sat down and listened to someone opinining that, you know, I've calculated, I've done the math, I think was to quote the man. And I thought, yeah, well, you might have done it, but I don't think we shall see any results for it for about 12 hours. Well, because of various factors, we didn't see any result at 12 hours. And what's happening now has damn all to do with it.
Riding on board once again with one of the Peugeots. I think that's Marc Genet. Yes, it is. There he is. The Spaniard has really established himself as a top-line sports car driver. He's also been pretty impressive in some of the stand-in drives that he made in Formula One, notably when he stepped in to replace Juan Pablo Montoya at Williams when he was the test driver there. Now, of course, he's moved his efforts across to being test driver for the Ferrari Formula One team, and it's a situation I think he thoroughly enjoys. You mentioned about Mika Salo earlier. He's obviously been doing very, very well this weekend, and just generally doing well in sports cars, racing a Ferrari. And of course, before he did these particular events, we saw him racing a Ferrari of a different kind, covering for a certain Schumacher M, and doing very well.
Yes, that really rather proved a point. It proved that Mika was a far more capable driver than people had actually imagined, and B, it proved that given the right car, he could do the business, and the business was being done by Ferrari, and he went on to run very, very quickly throughout the rest of the year. Unfortunately, it was a chance that faded away when Schumacher recovered, and he didn't have quite the same help and assistance.
So it must have been so tempting, mustn't it? If you think they're sitting in the lead of a Grand Prix in a Ferrari, and you get the call on the radio, come on, let the old teammate through, he needs the points. And you might think to yourself, well, I might get a full-time drive out of this if I play nice. Or you might think, to hell with it, I'm going to go for it and win a race, and they can argue about it later. Difficult one, because in one respect you would have said that from a team point of view, at least the guy's got some spirit, at least he's got the guts to stand up and go for it. So
it is a difficult one. Whichever way you look at it, there's been loads and loads over the years complaints, but it isn't something that is just a phenomena of the Ferrari domination, Michael Schumacher.
It was all their bat, their ball. It was a vagary of the rules. Now that's been changed to allow for that in theory, but still seems to be possible if you really want to do something with a little bit of team order type stuff, then can be done. But very difficult scenario for any team to make that call on it. You see the Peugeot boys well, at least they've got somewhere reasonably nice to relax if they do want to put their feet up.
Well, it's been happening since motor racing started, to be perfectly frank, that we're not supposed to give team orders and all the rest of it, but everybody does. And I don't see that it's a dreadful thing now. That's a significant change. Genet of 3:53.5, McNeish of 3:57.4. Now, it can't be that he's always hitting traffic, can it? So his Frank Biela is as quick. And there's no question that if Frank Biela is as quick, we better have a quick look and just see what else is going on there. Now, Biela, it seems to me that Genet is very much the quickest of the Peugeots at the moment. Nobody else actually seems to be able to put in on a regular basis the sort of times he is. Now, of course, when you think you're going to win, it's ever so easy, and you put it all behind you and you push, push, push. But it is an impressive drive on the part of a man who has spent most of his career unloved, unsung, just testing.
Well, you know, the main thing is that, I think, as we said before, we were talking about Sarrazin, and the talented guy he is so versatile, and coming out of you know, things like F1 and World Rally and all kinds of things he's done, could be seen as a bit of a sideways move. But only young driver to get the opportunity to drive for a major manufacturer at the greatest race in the world, well, surely that's got to be an end in itself, hasn't it?
Oh yes, you take it without any question. Looking round, it's getting a little bit lighter as I look away towards the S's and the bridge. The wind has changed. If you'd asked me this sort of earlier on, I would have said, it's coming in from over on my right, but it's not. I think it's coming from over my left. And I think that it is actually going to clear up a little bit in a minute, which is going to help things immensely as far as the Renaults are concerned, but I'm not too sure.
The Renaults, the Peugeots.
The Peugeots are concerned, but I'm not too sure. Do you know, I was thinking of something entirely different then.
I know it's 30 years ago.
Yes, 30 years ago, and I was here when they did it too.
Jean-Pierre Jassot and Didier Pironi, of course.
And, no, I think the great thing is that it's going to make a great difference. McNish has got his act together. He's managed to squeeze out another 4 seconds.
Well, I think, sorry to interrupt there, Neville. I think it's as simple as this, really. If the track dries, the Peugeot will get closer and closer, and certainly it's looking extremely likely it will get closer and pass. Obviously, all the usual assumptions of assuming they don't have traffic and assuming they don't make any mistakes and no one turns in and on when nothing breaks and the pit stops go all right, that kind of assumption that we all know, without jinxing anyone. And obviously we try to be as impartial as possible here at Eurosport, but there are obviously a few little twangs of enthusiasm that you can't help but have for such a likeable guy as Alan McNish, who happens also to be, of course, a proud Brit and a proud Scot within that, of course, plus the other drivers that I think we've all looked at and said that, you know, there's some good guys there, we want to see them get a good result. We'd like to see Turner get another win in the Aston. He's certainly looking very strong for it at the moment. He's got a lead of a lap, and well, I think that's possibly, no, sorry, I think it's at 350 seconds. That's his best lap, wasn't it? But he's got a lead of a lap at the moment, which is going to do nicely for the moment, I think.
7.25 hours to go, and we shall be seeing now the final stages of the run up and of the weather and its effect. As you rejoin us after the break, we'll tell you about it. Well, as you rejoin us, you see that number 24, that's the Courage, the Mugen engine, driven by the veteran Tarada. And I'm not too sure whether it is he at the wheel of it at the moment, doing a 3-point turn, which is not really the nice place to have to do a 3-point turn. Kato and Takahashi, the other two Japanese drivers who are involved in this, and he obviously had the spin and is finding it difficult to get back in again. Also, I should tell you that what we have seen, you have not seen, but we will probably go back to it hopefully in a moment or two. The Lola Aston Martin, which has got as high as 11th place, is in, and we thought suffering. So here is the Peugeot, the second place car. Everything looks to be as it should be. He's obviously considering staying on wet tyres, but I can't tell you that he definitely is until they take them off and decide whether they're even going to change them at all. They haven't. He's gone. That's all right. And it was a quick stop too. And this looks like McNish to me. And he is obviously going to be trying desperately to spin out that extra little bit of time, but he must be due another pit stop too. and that won't show yet. Looks as if, again, we saw that Torada was struggling, or the Torada car was struggling. I'm not sure who was driving it. It looks as if it's basically won the struggle, and it's on its way back to the pits, which probably they'll want to have a quick look at it, and providing, of course, he wasn't a plain straightforward driver error that he's going to admit to, and it might very well get looked at. But I think that it's unfortunate, because it's quite amazing. Torada has been coming to Le Mans now, and he's trying to set basically a record that will take on, that will beat that held by Henri Pescarello. Pescarello has actually got 3 more races to his credit. Torada has competed at Le Mans 28 times, and I suppose he's going to have to try and go on for another 3 years if he's going to beat it or equal it. But it is a tremendous feat, and he's a very popular man, and has a great sense of humour, and really has obviously enjoyed his Le Mans 24-hour races immensely. It's interesting, the circuit here, which of course is part public road and part purpose-built circuit, can sometimes appear quite bumpy in certain places, and oddly enough, one of those was in this, which is a racing section of it. And I noticed there that there was a quick sort of how can I put it, twitch, that's the best way, yep, of Matt Nish, who is pressing on very hard at the moment. He's got to be he was quicker on the last lap we've got record of, but this situation is that we have to sort of catch up a little bit here. Now that was a beautiful example of how to stay out of trouble. You saw that there were a clutch of cars there, and Alan was having none of this, but he kept well out of the way and gave them a huge wide berth. It wasn't necessarily the quickest way of doing it, but it was the safest way of doing it.
It was. I mean, obviously from a driver's point of view, you've got a better chance of protecting yourself from being driven into by somebody who wasn't perhaps aware that you were there, as Dindo Capello looks on calmly and looking like he's ready to go. I'm guessing that he's going to be next on board.
Yeah, next stint, I'd say.
Probably is next stint, I think you're right, Neville. But yeah, coming out of a corner, logically, if you're on the power, you can just drive around. Someone's less likely to change their line, as opposed to, of course, the classic problem that you see so often in endurance racing, when somebody just thinks, well, guys, give me a bit of room, and it just turns out that the bloke that's giving you a bit of room has just got a particularly unusual line into a corner. He turns in a bit later than you thought, and then you stick your nose down the inside, he turns in, bang, that's the end of that, and you're upset, you blame him, he blames you, and that's the end of that. And Nicolas Manassian on the right, and is that Nicolas Manassian? I couldn't really see. No, I don't think it is. I think it's one of the team guys. Sorry, just from an angle it did look like, and Dindo Capello definitely on the left-hand side there.
I think you're absolutely right about this question of overtaking. I'm not saying that there are never clashes. We have seen them between cars in sports car racing, but one of the most annoying things about other forms of racing, and I think we all know which one I'm talking about, is that there seemingly is a constant set of situations arising when A runs into B, and very often A is the same person. Now, there have always been drivers, shall we say, with fairly poor peripheral vision. I'm not going to name names here, but I do know one or two. However, what there isn't at the moment is a proper way of seeing what is behind you, because with the aerodynamics that have been added onto cars, you just can't see behind. So the next time you watch one of those incidents in the Grand Prix, it's, shall we say, a better than 50-50 chance that the guy didn't see him coming anyway. How could you get out of that? Well, they whinged and bitched a little bit about having cameras on cars. They're not that heavy. They do the job pretty well. You could actually have a rearward facing camera and a little screen, and that would probably get the job sorted in one hit.
Yeah, there was another suggestion I read somewhere, I can't remember where it was, about you know, if you buy a car these days, quite often they have parking sensors on them to give you a bit of an idea when you're getting close to maybe potentially reversing into something that you hadn't seen, like a a post or something, or a tree stump, and they bleep away, getting progressively bleep, beep, 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 beep until it flatlines. A kind of a version of that, some sort of radar detector that the car down the inside. Now, I think there's a much more straightforward approach, which is called something that's very unfashionable in not just motorsport, but in all forms of sport and life, and it's called common sense.
Yes.
And unfortunately, it seems to have been eradicated over a process of time, where back in the day when motorsport was dangerous and other activities were safe, and now it's round the other way, certain activities which involve a bit more fun anyway, then it was a situation where if you did turn in on someone, there was a reasonably good chance you would be turned upside down and seriously injured, or worse still than that. So you protected yourself from yourself by being aware and by allowing for the other driver possibly to make a mistake, and for you to protect yourself from him, and vice versa. But modern motorsport, unfortunately, has become a contact sport. I find it very sad when I go to watch my son race karts, and the level of contact there is kind of acceptable, because they've seen the big boys in Formula 1 and touring cars and other things seem to think that they can drive like that, and everybody seems to. Anyway, shall we put our soapboxes away at this early stage of the day and concentrate back on what a fantastic motor race that we have got, without any deliberate contact, without any unfair driving that we've seen, but with some superbly skillful driving from all kinds of guys, not least of all this man here, Alan McNish.
As the leader comes in now, I'm looking to see if he's making any effort to get out, and he's not.
Nope,
so he's obviously going to stay there.
I think this would be his third.
Which is a sensible thing. This will be the third of three, won't it?
Third of three, I think.
I don't think he'll do four. They're all standing there waiting. Shall we change the tyres, Daddy?
Well, this is a good point, actually. You just said don't think he'll do four. You're quite right. I think you're probably right. He probably won't do four, but, and it is a big but, as we saw the creation being overtaken by one of the Peugeots. Then there may be a situation where they've looked at the relative pace of the three drivers, and they may well feel that it would be worth keeping McNish in the car for another stint, because his lap times are going to be significantly quicker than Dindo Capello's. That's not a slight on Capello's ability. It's simply in every team you always have one or two drivers that have just got a little bit of an edge, or a little bit of an edge in different situations. Looking at the other classes, sorry, I thought somebody had gone off then. I just saw a car way off of the normal race line. It was the Dome coming back in again for a pit stop, and just saw him in the bottom of our screen looking like to me he'd gone off, but he hadn't. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Manasseh, I think, is the next victim, isn't he?
Yes, looking quite likely, I think.
Yeah.
That may well be the case. He's going to be on board again, but...
yeah, well, I think that probably is the likely man. Christensen has done, I think, a fair stint. It's going to be Capello, and Capello is certainly going to have his work cut out. But he's capable of it, that's the whole point. And this is Le Mans, and this is a race that most of these guys really want to win.
Well, I think more than ever after last year's disappointment, this
he's going to want it more as much as anybody.
The number two car, they are absolutely fiercely determined. This situation looked like it could potentially be lost to them. It looked like it was ebbing away very much into the hands of the Peugeot team, but now it's these conditions have come back, and now we've got, what have we got? We're coming up to 8 a.m. in France here, so it's looking like we've got 7 hours left, so it's still just under a third of the race to go. So we're talking about it as if we're in the rundown to the flag now. Well, it's far, far from it, and anything, as we know, in these last few hours could change instantly, especially if the conditions continue to be damp.
Well, I'm just trying to make up my mind which Audi we're looking at. Now we're looking at tyres. Now, this is the Michelin man. I know he doesn't look like him. This is the Michelin man.
Not Mr. Bibendum, just the man. I'm just thinking, if they've just come off McNish's car, that would make sense that they're... I think it must do, because I don't think we've had any other stops from. Let's look at the stops. Where McNish,
I don't think they're chunking, are they?
Doesn't look like it. No. I don't think... I can't see that the track is dry enough that they would have an issue with that, unless perhaps they have got a different compound of wet. I mean, we know you've got an intermediate, and you've also got a wet, proper wet, maybe a hand-cut slick, but maybe there's two different compounds of wet, maybe a sort of a proper monsoon tyre and a just a sort of a standard wet, and if that's the case, if they put the monsoon tyre on, that would be softer, and therefore it could well go off a lot quicker.
I think that settled it, actually, because we're in this circuit which is 8 miles round. You can and do get, not in the same way as you do at Spa, places where it's raining and places where it isn't. And I think we can see that that's the case now. And so it might be perhaps something that they're going to postpone thinking about, because I was wondering whether or not, if you wanted to put intermediates on, it might give you an extra couple of seconds at this time when you have your next stop. Sure, you need to be able to match the pace of the Peugeots, and if you can't match the pace of the Peugeots, that takes this time of morning.
Sorry, Nick, made you jump there. This 7 car looked like he went in very deep and it almost ran out of road there at Arnold's, and I think that maybe could have been a combination of possibly a slightly different racing line to allow for the conditions, or maybe just was pushing so hard, because clearly Genet is still working as hard as he can to try and close that gap down to the leading Audi as he runs almost into the back there of one. I couldn't see which one that was. I saw possibly, I think that may have been the Creation, not quite sure, but anyway, yeah, maybe it's going to be a situation where they're going to have to think very, very carefully about the tyres are on. You've just noticed something interesting there about the condition of the circuit offline there, Neville.
Yes, a lot of debris there, mainly chunked rubber, but this is where you have to be so careful when you pull out to pass somebody. If you get on the marbles, as it is known, you could be in real trouble. I noticed that move too by car number 7, by Marc Genet, and I think that it may well have had something to do with the fact that it is pretty slippery on the outside there. He may have just gone a little bit longer, a little deeper than he normally did, but I'm quite sure that it was that very place that I saw other people get themselves into trouble earlier on today.
Interesting there, the gap, according to that time screen, and if we're believing correctly, it's gone down from over a minute and a half down to 23 seconds. That can only be a mistake or a problem for McNish, or a significant amount of traffic that's really hampered his progress. But look, I mean, yeah, you can see it on the timing screen. He's lost, what's that, 10, 11 seconds. So we're going to find out how this works out for Scotland's Alan McNish after the break. Please come back and join us here on Eurosport and enjoy this fantastic race here at Le Mans between Peugeot and Audi for outright victory in 2008. Welcome back to Le Mans. We're just catching the overall classification as we go through the various different classes here at Le Mans. You're just catching the LMP2 leaders there, or the standings for them. It's still the 82 of Ferrari, F430 of Mika Salo that is leading by 2 laps from the 96 Virgo car of Tim Mullen, and in third the 97 car of Paolo Roberti, a lap behind. And in fact, Mullen's just recorded another lap. In the other categories, it is still the 009 car. For those of you Aston Martin fans at home, you're going to be very pleased to see that Darren Turner, David Brabham and Antonio Garcia have edged away a little bit. They've got a lap up on the 63 Corvette of Jan Magnussen, the pole sitter in that class, and then the 64 Corvette, the other one of Oliver Gavin, sitting in third. In LMP2, we've just seen we can see the purple and white car of the Van Merkstein Porsche RS Spider, the Dutch entered car that is being driven currently by Jeroen Blekemolen, and has shared that car with Peter Van Merkstein and also with Jos de Vos, Jos Verstappen, and currently they're running 9th overall and leading their class by, let's have a little look, they're leading their class by something like 8 laps at the moment, so that's looking pretty strong. The Pescarolo of Rags, and also Delahaye and Frankie Cheng sitting there in a great second position in LMP2. Third, the other Porsche, the Essex Porsche of John Nielsen, and that has been an outstanding performance by all of those guys. But the real battle, the one that has been enthralling all of us throughout the night and into this morning, as the conditions are damp and slippery here at Le Mans, has been the battle for the outright lead. Neville Hay, it has been so interesting to see how this has worked out, and it's getting even closer as we speak between the leading car, the Audi number 2 of Alan McNish, and the second place car, the Peugeot number 7 of Mark Genet. What's been happening, Neville?
Well, as I've said earlier on today, and as we've had this rundown now, the real situation is that we started with 3 Audis and 3 Peugeots, and we finished up with 3 Audis and 3 Peugeots. We started with the Peugeots being much quicker than the Audis during qualification, and we started the race and it was obviously clear that they were still much quicker. What we hadn't quite worked out, but we did, sort of after a fashion if you see what I mean, was that the Audis were not going to have to stop quite as often, and that we felt might make a lot of difference. It didn't, because we had a course car out, and it ended up with 2 course cars out, and the one went quicker than the other, so any advantage that might have been gained and might have been shown by 12 hours was binned. Then we had the big change, and that was the weather. And once it started to rain, we were finding that we'd got an Audi in the hands of whether it was, as it is now, McNish, or who it was. These cars were quick, and they were quicker than whoever was driving the Peugeots. And so at one stage they were even 1-2. Well, as the morning has worn on, early morning to slightly later morning, we've got a drier track now, and that means that it's evened itself out. One of the interesting things is that they're all still on full wet tyres. Now, under normal circumstances, you'd say, yeah, okay, well, why don't they change them? Well, the reason is this is an 8-mile circuit, not a couple of miles or 2.5 miles or something like that. And therefore, you can't be sure just exactly how wet it is and where it's wet, because you can have rain over a couple of 3 corners and it can be drying up in another one, and so that does make a difference, and that's why you tend to go about it that way. That's the story of what's going on in the top 6 LMP1. That's the story of what's going on, you might always say, in LMP1 diesel.
That's right.
You know, because that makes it good, doesn't it? It helps. Now, then we can look at LMP1 petrol, and we can look at 17. That's one of Henri Pescarolo's cars. The Trilio is driving that car at the moment. And you can also see the courage of Duval is behind it. And then we go to the Porsche of Bleekemolen, who is, of course, running in the LMP2 class, the second man of which is the other Pescarolo, Regis, and the Porsche of John Nielsen, or John Nielsen led, which has had a few problems, and that's why it's fallen back, because it was quite a duel between them. But quite exciting also is the fact that the Aston Martin Lola is still with us. It's still going well. It's still in 11th place. It's lapping at about 4:09, and there's a spin for a white Corvette.
Yep.
But it's come to no harm, and I shall only now recover myself and get my chain of thought going as my fatigue crawls in among me. We've dealt with that, however. We come now to the GT class. Still Darren Turner, still the Aston Martin 009. That is leading Magnussen in 63 Corvette, and Papis in 64 Corvette. Frentzen has come back up again. They were very much delayed and lost a lot of time, and they are actually 3 laps behind, so they're not going to get any higher unless the Corvettes have problems, but that's where they are. Now, there's something going on inside there of a Peugeot.
Yeah, it's a 7 car. It's Manassian getting on board. I think it was a routine stop. The one thing that we couldn't really see, because the cameraman was focusing on Nicolas being fitted back into the car, that was whether they did anything tyre-wise, whether they changed like for like, or whether they just left them as per. Because logical, if they felt that the tyres were okay, that they were going to let them stay as per. But with obviously a softer compound, it's more likely they're going to wear away, even just in a normal stint, just because of the softness of those full wet compound tyres. Now, It's going to be challenging for Manassian because he's obviously got to get up to speed with the conditions. Going to try and get himself back into a groove. It looked like, as Mark Genet there is looking pretty cool, calm and collected. Doesn't look overly bothered about the stint that he's had.
No, you'd think, you know, getting out of there, he'd be looking absolutely green crackered, wouldn't you?
He did. Well,
but he looks ever so fresh.
Yeah, we've spoken about the fact that the car's very, very warm inside compared to the Audi in terms of the fact, obviously, you've got a roof on it, so it maintains the heat. All the heat from the engine and from the brakes and everything gets transferred one way or another. And they seem to have, we see some changes being made by Nicolas Manassian there. I wonder if that's brake bias. We saw him just fiddling with something.
Yeah, I think so. What suits him, what may suit him, may not have suited whoever was driving the car before, because my memory's failing me. And I haven't told you that the other class that we should have talked to you about sees Mika Salo's Ferrari leading Mullen's Ferrari, and those are numbers 82 and 96. And Rubert's Ferrari, and strangely enough the Porsches are out of that. This is our old friend number 24.
Yeah,
we've seen a lot of him going backwards, sideways, in every direction you can think of, and it has got to the stage now where none of us are too sure just which side we're going, backwards, forwards, sideways, because we've been at this for rather a long time.
It has been an endurance race in more than one way for us. A slight side through the Porsche car as well. We've seen McNish is absolutely determined to try and eke out as much of a gap on the last lap. Obviously Manassian was getting into the 7 car, so it was a fairly unrepresentative lap time. But it certainly does look like that the two of them are going to be really, really turning up the wickers. Although the conditions definitely have eased off, it doesn't seem to be raining anymore. Certainly, if it is, it's very, very light drizzle. But it certainly hasn't dried out much on the circuit at all, which is
you'd think
very, very
strange.
Well, there's no breeze at all. We can see the flags across from our commentary position that are on top of the tribunes, ahead of or on top of the pits from there.
24 has recovered, by the way, Terada, Takashi and Kato, and any resemblance between Kato and Peter Sellers is purely accidental. Join us after the break.
Anyway, coming back to the action on TV, you can see the McNish car coming through now. We're going to watch when they do come through the timing beams at the end of this lap as he's closing down on one of the Corvettes. Not quite sure at this stage whether that's the 63 or the 64 car. They're both running fairly strongly now, and I think it must be the Magnussen car, the 63, looking at where the cars are in terms of the split times. And they haven't registered a split time for the first sector of Pappas, whereas they have for Magnussen and for the 2 car of McNish. So there must be a similar place on the circuit. That's the point I was trying to make in a very long-winded way. Nicolas Manassian now, we've got to be watching to see the lap time that he puts in. We know what a star he is. He can drive these things in absolutely any conditions. Interesting point that chatting to one of the team members of the creation team, he used to work with Nicolas Manassian when he drove for them in their sports car project, and he said that, and he's explained to them that he thinks he's quicker than the others and he saves more fuel because he right foot brakes. You know, the old dying art of braking with your right foot. Well, that's something that Nicolas prefers to do, and it simply uses less fuel. Seems to mean that he can also drive the car quickly. As the 10 car looking very, very strong. That's Stefan Mucker now in 11th place.
Yes, that was all a little bit naughty, I thought, coming into the chicane there, because it was fairly clear that the one car among them was much faster than everybody else's, and they didn't really want to give him any room.
Well, again, it's that starting to get to that stage in proceedings where everybody's really thinking about how can we bring some time back if they've lost big chunks of time with technical problems or offs or whatever it may be. And there's a kind of, putting all caution to the wind attitude for some drivers and teams at this stage. You can see the amount of steering input there that Manassian was putting into the car. As that we see Emanuele Pirro, haven't really seen much of him in recent times, running in 5th position, but it's still all 6 of the diesel cars running, and it's looking likely the fight is going to go on to the end. Join us after the break here on Eurosport. Welcome back to Le Mans, welcome back to Eurosport, and welcome back to a pit stop we're watching here for the Courage, the Matmut Courage that has just been brought into the pits by Loic Duval. It's been taken over now by Soyel Ayari, as we see a race leader. Alan McNish has just made his way past some traffic there, the Flying Lizards Porsche that is now running in 7th position in its class. And that had a very dramatic day. He's had some problems from the outset, but they've managed to just about get the car running at a sensible pace, and in these difficult conditions he's still looking on for a possible finish. McNish though, was on our last lap, looked like he had just about edged a bit more of a gap away from the first of the chasing Peugeots, the 7 car of Manassian. The 9 car, let's look at where he is. Well, he's only a lap behind Manassian. That's Franck Montagny on board at the moment. And then a further lap back to the Audi of Lucas Löhr. And then on that lap, the same lap as Löhr, is the other Audi of Manueli Pirot. You might wonder what's happened to the 3rd of the Peugeots, the Pedro Lamy car. Well, that had some technical problems early on in the day. In fact, sort of going into the evening, a gearbox problem really counted for them in terms of any significant progress, and despite the fact that Stefan Sarrazin, who was the man who set pole position in that car, has also set the fastest lap of the race, and in dry conditions was pretty outstanding. With these conditions and with the way that the luck's broken for them, they're looking likely that they are going to just about scrape a top 6 position. It's still pretty impressive when you consider they were down in 37th position after their gearbox issues early on in the race.
That was a tremendous effort to bring themselves back up to the field, and just to sort of add to what Simon has said, they'd done that, they'd got themselves into the right place, do you see, and then all of a sudden we had another problem which has never been effectively explained to us, and unfortunately we didn't have anybody in the pits to come and tell us what was happening, and so we were put into a situation where we had to sort of guesstimate our way through. Suffice it to say that they all went into the pits, and lots of steam and goodness knows what else flew out, and there was a delay of about 3 or 4 minutes for each car, and then they went out and went as fast as ever they'd gone, and it was never adequately explained as to what it was.
No, we never did quite get to the bottom of that one, but it was quite spectacular to watch. We just saw a spin there from the Bruichladdich Radical. That's had a fairly tumultuous time of it here at Le Mans this week, but possibly looking like it might be able to just hang on in for a finish. The 26 car, Mark Rostan, I think still on board that one. You can see this car in front, the Virgo Ferrari, is Tim Mullen driving that car. They're second in their class at the moment in the GT2 class. They're only a lap behind the outright leader of that category, Mika Salo, in one of the Risi Competizione cars. That car has been so strong everywhere it's been so far, and him, Jaime Mello and Jimmy Bruni, who would normally be in the Virgo car, they've made an outstanding team in terms of pace, consistency, and fairly error-free, generally speaking.
Yes, it has been an interesting race from the consistency point of view. I doubt, let's just look, just to suit ourselves for a moment or two. McNish 3:59.7, Manassian 4:10.8, Montani 4:01, Löhr 4:01, Pirot 4:04, Lamy 4:08. Their times are so close. Normally speaking, you can say that unless somebody has had something that has caused a bit of a poo-bar, about 7 to 8 seconds covers the 6 cars. And the only reason that one is first and the other one's 6th is that a little bit of ill fortune has crept in, and some handle better in the rain than others.
Absolutely right. And we've been just scrolling through the different leaders there, and you can see the Aston in 12th position leading LMGT1, and that's still just ahead of the Magnussen Corvette and the Papis Corvette. They are second and third in class, as we see now. Jeroen Blekemolen making his way down the pit lane, comfortably leading in LMP2. He's currently 9th overall, and he has, let's have a look what he's got over his next competitor, 251 laps against the 260 laps, so he's 9 laps up on the second place car of, that's Pescarolo, Sonia Pescarolo of Pierre Rags and Mathieu Halliday, and also Frankie Cheng, or Hong Fu Chen to give him his official Chinese name, but he's been living in England for such a long time. Everyone calls him Frankie because it's a lot easier to spell and to understand. Yeah. And we're English and we're lazy. Remember JJ Later when he first came to the UK?
Yeah.
Jyrki Järvelito. JJ Later, a lot easier, don't you think?
Well, seemed much more sensible to me, but I mean, we had it with a number of drivers. There was a famous course at Ayrton Senna de Silva.
He was indeed. He did all right for himself. He was quite a good driver.
And then there was another one as well, Nelson de Sotomayor.
Nelson de Sotomayor became a Nelson Piquet.
Yes.
And that was an interesting one. It was a Brazilian thing, wasn't it, going on for a while?
Definitely, you know. Should have had a name like Fred Schmidt, then we'd all know who we were.
Exactly. Oh, a spin for the 8 car. That is the 6th position.
Yes.
Lamy now, did he jump or was he pushed?
I don't know, but he's sort of sitting there sensibly, waiting for the nice man. I think that might not be quite as easy as they thought. Has he kept? Yes, he has kept the engine running. All right. I just thought for a moment or two as he went, well, it is. Oh. He hasn't got much luck. They don't see a lot, these chaps, do they?
Well, yeah, we talked about the great job that the marshals do, and they do a great job, and it's been a very long and demanding race for them as much as for anybody else. But there are certain situations where I think the marshals could make more use of their situation. Yeah. For example, where a marshal could perhaps make a point of communicating with his colleagues and ensuring that they have checked the car the way is clear before they send that car on its way. Now, it looks like he's going to recover. We'll watch the progress of him and the other Peugeots when we come back after this break. So the classification of the GT1, still that 009 Aston Martin leading. But the Corvettes are still there or thereabouts. There's only a couple of laps between the 009 leading car and the 63 car of Jan Magnussen, the Dane, who's on pole position. Stunning lap. In fact, he was interesting. He was explaining to a friend of mine, Jesper Karlsson, who's another Dane, who in fact runs Jan's son, Kevin, in Formula Ford. He's only 15, racing in Formula Ford in Denmark in a Danish chassis. He was explaining that the other drivers in the other car were concerned about Jan's engine. They thought it was a load better because he had such a good time to get pole position. And he said, you know, I don't think it's the engine. I think it's the fact that I actually had about 4 toes on the lap that I did pole. It just all fell into my lap, he said. You know, I got one straight away out of Tertre Rouge, and I got another one before the first chicane, another one there, and it all just worked out brilliantly. The rest of the lap was good, so I thought, yeah, I'll do that. I'll have that. And it's been so close on lap times, you can see why they perhaps thought there was something going on with the engine, because it was so much better than the time they were able to do. But then again, timing, as they say, is everything.
Well, that was a long trip by a certain Peugeot, effectively over the curb and on almost to the grass, wasn't it?
It's certainly not the most obvious route, but you know, everyone's tired and it's slippery still out there, and it's that time of day.
Reasonable explanation of the job. Yeah. Mick Casale still leads his class from Tim Mullen and Rubert, all 3 in Ferraris. That was the class in which the Porsche domination suddenly became completely irrelevant because they all ran into each other, which didn't help at all.
Well, certainly the 2 top cars did. The Flying Lizards car, which is effectively the work supported car in the ALMS, and also the IMSA car, which is the car that was the IMSA Performance Matlock car, which won last year, the car of Long, Leitz and Narak. And Richard Leitz is a very, very quick pedaler. He's a factory driver now, has been sharing in the FIA GTs with our own Richard Westbrook. Britain's Richard Westbrook is the current Porsche Super Cup champion, and he's been doing some FIA races with Richard Leitz, so it would have been really interesting to see how they got on. They'd already worked their way from the back of the grid all the way up, because although they took pole, they got put to the back because of a grid infringement. I think they may have moved something the wrong way after the line or something very officious, but anyway, they kind of took it on the chin. They started from the pit lane, and they probably would have still potentially been in a position to win their class even from the pit lane with the way that they had that pace level.
Yeah, if they hadn't had the incident. I noticed then, a moment or two ago, that they were telling us there was now a lap between Dan Turner and Jan Magnussen. I'm surprised to hear that, but if they say that's so, then it must be so, because they say so, if you know what I mean. Papis, of course, third there. in the second of the work Chevrolets. And Frenson, who has made a fair recovery, hasn't he? You know, he's 3 laps, and I think he lost 5, so he's got 2 of them back, and I suppose he probably could get some more. As in comes car number 9, Peugeot number 9, and we're having a driver change here. Now, if you haven't seen this before, you can see what a tight fit the driver is in that. I mean, it'd be no good me trying to get in.
Well, it's a difficult job for some of the drivers, because certainly in the case of Alex Wirtz and to a lesser degree, slightly lesser degree only, Franck Montagny, both of those guys are very, very tall. Now, obviously, they've had to struggle to get themselves into single-seaters in the past, so although this is a tight fit in relative terms, there's a little bit more room. There has to be adjustment in the seat area, because obviously you have different size drivers, different leg lengths, different preferences, and they need to be able to just slide it exactly where they want it, just like you would on your road car. Difference being is they're then going to be belted in tightly by a 6-point race harness, which is on a kind of bungee. It pings out the way, and when they get in the car, they can lock it all together and pull it strapped. You see the big fat wide straps that over Christian Klien's shoulders, and that would indicate that he's in a position to get them all done up nice and tight. You might think, well, why is he bothered? He doesn't really need to have those things done up nice and tight. Well, there's 2 factors. One is the obvious safety one. If you had an accident, you'd go flying forwards and cause all sorts of nasties to yourself. And the other one is that you're physically being held into place by those belts. They stop your torso and your hip area moving around under G-force loads. And if they're loose, you'd end up literally sliding out of the seat, and you won't be able to steer the thing properly. Oh, try hit the pedal. So explains that one, perhaps.
Yeah, and your neck, of course, is the other thing. When Liz Halliday was here yesterday, we were talking to her about this, and she was saying, you know, how tired at Le Mans particularly, because it's such a long race, your neck muscles get.
Yeah.
And this is all right for the guys, you know, but the girls, they really have got to be fairly well versed in the art of physical fitness, and she opined that this might be a bit of a problem.
That is an interesting one with a great question of lady racing drivers. Well, we've obviously seen with the success of Danica Patrick and Susie Stoddard and Vanina X, a very, very quick lady racing driver, and you know, various different drivers, Catherine Legg, another one, that they can definitely cope with the speed, and they can definitely have the technique, but there is always going to be question marks over strength and fitness. Not so much fitness, but strength, really, because certain cars demand a huge amount of physical effort. Some people have got it, some people haven't. I think there's an argument for some people being inherently, naturally quite fit, whether they're female or male or whatever, but driving a race car physically is quite a demanding thing to do for a lot of cases. These cars, though, talking to Frankie Cheng, who's now in 2nd place in the Rags car, he said, well, actually, I find it quite easy to drive compared to what I've been doing, because he's been doing long races in an A1 GP car, which has got a lot of caster on it. There's a spinner in the background. Oh, don't tell me that's the Aston again. No, it's not. It's one of the Ferraris. Which one, no, is it?
That was a Rari, and he went round 360. He didn't hit anything, and we can all breathe easy again. I agree with you, Stephen, but for one thing that I would... Simon, I keep on saying that, you know, really. Right. I'll just stop me. I've just another smack. That'll do the job. I agree with you, Simon, that you're right. Except that the number of applications, the number of people who hold competition licenses are certainly in the ratio of an awful lot more men to an awful lot of girls, and that's worldwide. It isn't just in the UK. And I have the feeling, therefore, that perhaps it is one of the last bastions of things that men like to do and women don't, by and large, like to do. But if they did, then I think that you would find there was much more equality. Because I have come across, I used to teach driving, you may not know this, many, many years ago. I'm going back a long time now, 50 years ago, plus. But I found a number of women who could drive very well.
Yeah.
And that was a sudden move, wasn't it?
That's the 3 car. That is, I think that's Lucas Luhr on board now. Yes, it is.
It gave a lovely twitch, didn't it, though?
Well, I might get a replay and see what happened. Whether he had a braking problem or whether he had a gear shift problem. Sometimes the brakes are fine, but it just simply won't go down the gear. So Luhr currently sitting in 4th position. It's going to be very interesting at the last few hours of the race to see where they end up. Join us after the break.
We are here at Le Mans covering the 6th running of this famous race, and I'm Neville Hay. With me is Simon, and I'm looking.
Radical again, yeah.
It's the Radical. I just stopped. I was about to say, and I'm with Simon Hill, and I saw this car being pushed backwards. And just before we went to the advert break, we saw one of the Audis come in, and it gave us some wicked twitch at the front. And I thought, oh no. But anyway, it wasn't that car, so we don't have to worry about it. But brakes are obviously getting tired.
Could be. I mean, interestingly, I had a conversation with a couple of the engineers on that work on the prototypes, especially on the creation team. I said, well, what's the program for changing discs and pads on these cars? And she said, well, don't really. We just, we put new discs and pads on at the start of the race, and usually they're pretty much fine by the end of a 24-hour race. And that's pretty remarkable stuff, isn't it? It shows you the durability of those cars and how the technology has come on from back in the day when they were always having to tear off brake discs and everything in terribly difficult conditions. Group C days and so on.
Yeah, when discs first came out, they had what was known as knockoff. And what happened was that you suddenly have a very soft pedal.
Yep.
But they didn't fade as you have a very hard pedal, but it makes no difference whatsoever with the old drum brakes. And that caused all sorts of excitement and was responsible, as I was saying earlier on, for when Jaguar very first came here with the 120. They could probably have won the race, but they couldn't stop the damn things.
Yeah.
You go to discs, and they get over the knockoff thing, and then of course it got to the stage where the pad wear was pads were having to be changed. So we got to different pads, and then we got to different discs themselves, and you pay your money, you take your choice whether you have carbon ones or whether you have ceramic ones. But they all work, and they all do a very good job. But at the end of a race like this, they can give you a little bit of a twitch if you're not careful.
So looking at some of the highlights of the most recent part of the Le Mans 24 Hours, we see now the dome still running, still looking like it's got a reasonably good chance to calm down into potentially finishing a pretty sensible position, 26, considering all the problems that they've had. Now let's have a little look at these highlights of what's been happening through the night here at Le Mans. And you're seeing, as you said, the dome making its way through, and you're seeing that the race started with a very, very strong start from the Peugeots, but splitting the Peugeots early on was a corker of a start from Alec McNish, who was on board on the 2 car. But early on there were problems that befell the number 8 Audi, Alex Wirtz on board, gearbox issues. It was going to drop down the order, even though Stefan Sarrazin was absolutely flying. The 7 car started to work its way towards the front, and the Peugeot's starting to look quicker and quicker. And then as the 9 car is closed down with Frank Montagny doing a great job, Christian Klein, just as we went into the darkness hours, he dropped the end of the lap, lost a load of time and put them way out of contention. As we roll into the night time, we had a safety car as a result of a very big accident that befell the number 6 Mahmoud Courage, Marcel Fassler on board, taking over from Nicolas Lapierre. He was going to be driving that car. The 5 car also having some problems in the night, but mainly they were concerned about the condition of Marcel Fassler, and Nicolas Lapierre in the background, unable to race due to illness. Yeah, asking what's the condition of Marcel, what happened. He said he crashed at the chicane. I think he's okay, he's out of the car, he's moving, he's just very shaken. Big impact.
Le sort s'acharne parce qu'il y a quelques minutes, il y a la 5 qui est rentrée avec quelques petits problèmes d'embrayage.
Oui, ça c'est complètement différent. Yeah. C'était un petit problème que l'on avait depuis quelques relais.
They said that it's a difficult situation. I think that they're chasing a position as the top petrol cars. They're not going to worry about what's happening with the other cars near the front, but also they have a situation where the weather could be a key factor here for all of the teams. So the 5 car rolled back out, and able to get back in amongst the action. Restart caused a bit of controversy. The two pace cars on either side of the circuit were lapping around about 20 seconds a lap apart in terms of times, and that really did hurt the cars on one side of the lap. As we see the Pedro Lamy ready to jump back aboard his Peugeot in the middle of the night as Wirtz climbs out, and a difficult situation of them trying to work their way back through, dropped way out of the top 30, and more problems befell the Peugeot as the night unfolded.
On avait des problèmes de court-circuit en batterie, donc on a changé la batterie et on est reparti.
Vous n'avez pas du tout ce genre de problème?
Yeah, problem with the battery. We changed the battery. We don't think that's going to be a big problem, but we think hopefully that the car should be okay once we've made that change.
I have a hard time taking the easy way.
Great sights and sounds here at Le Mans. Always a big crowd, always enjoying the atmosphere. Every nation you can think of from Europe and elsewhere have come down here and had some fun at the fun fair. Enjoyed all of the different attractions and sights, and the colour of the fireworks, and fantastic enthusiasm, all the various different merchandise stands doing some great business. But these guys, they're just working hard, and they could do with the rest at this stage. Now it's Stefan Zarazan working out on a push bike now in a race suit. That's a bit of an unusual thing. What's he on about? Well, we're hearing from the French trainer for the Peugeot team, the fitness guru there. He's saying that we need to obviously make sure our drivers are fit, but also when they've been resting for a long time, we need to get them sharp very quickly before they get back in the car. So we give them stuff to focus on, concentrate on, and a little workout to do, and we monitor them to get them into a good frame of mind so that their muscles are working well and their brains are sharp before we put them back in the car, especially when we've got such a close race with Audi. Well, Peugeot makes cycles as well, so maybe that's a good link there between the two of them. And right back on board, and a spin there for the Peugeot coming out of the last corner of the lap. Really pretty much illustrated how difficult the conditions were. And these guys, all of the mechanics for all of the teams, they're not doing a 24-hour race, they're doing a 38 or even more hour race because of the time they're up in the mornings. They've been doing night practice as well in the week on the Wednesday and the Thursday, and it's been very, very difficult for them to keep the energy up at this time in the morning. But the Peugeot in, the smoke coming from it. Dindo Capello is enjoying the race.
I was surprised when I've seen the gap after the driver change, and now it look quite okay. It looks like in wet we can get a much better pace than a Peugeot at the moment.
So Dindo obviously saying what we were seeing on the timing screens, that the damp conditions had really worked well for the Audi team. They're starting to gradually work their way further and further to the front and gradually edging ahead. The tyres were being checked by the guys from Michelin to see whether they were getting too hot. And this car, the Van Merkstein Porsche, was starting to eke out a very, very strong lead in the LMP2 class after some problems hit the other Porsche of the Essex car.
Well, once again we're looking at the leading Peugeot and leading Audi, and the Peugeot chasing him, and we've just seen a stop for the Audi, and I suspect quite strongly that it's not going to be too long before we get another stop from the Peugeot, and we will then get a fair idea of whether this gap of 2:36 is the correct one. We won't really get it till we've got the outlap out of the way, and that will probably apply to both cars, but we'll just see what happens. Nothing really major has changed, except that one thing I have noticed is that there have been quite a fair amount of spin, Simon, over the last sort of 10 minutes, quarter of an hour. There have been quite a lot of people running out of row. We had another of Henri Pescarolo's cars have a bit of a moment and collected it back together again. And it is getting slippery out there, and I think part of the problem is that it's not universally wet all the way round. And rain tyres are just a jolly job when it's wet like that. Move a bit further around the corner and they're not quite so good.
Yeah, we do go through this very difficult stage in the race where it goes from being very wet to being slightly slippery, and times go back up. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens in the next few laps. So come back and join us after the break, and we'll see what happens here on Eurosport.
Wow.
Welcome back to Le Mans. Welcome back to some onboard shots of Christian Klien in the number 9 car. He's looking to try and close down the gap to his teammate in the 7 car, Nicolas Manassian, second now. The car that's leading at the moment is driven by McNish, Capello and Christensen. Let's hear from Dindo Capello down in the pits.
Dindo, you passed a really good night, still leading this morning.
Yeah, actually, for us everything switched in a positive way since it started raining, and when it started raining I was in the car, and it was not easy because suddenly the track get completely wet. We were on slick and it was so easy to make a mistake, but finally we took the car, we bring the car back to the pit, and then immediately we restart on full wet with Tom, and from that moment we started to catch up, and then even we overtake the Peugeot, and now we are still leading. But you know, now we are very, very close, and the conditions are quite difficult. Now Alan will do his last stint, and it will be my turn. I think I will do 2 or 3 stints, and then I hope that Tom can go to the end.
Are you afraid if the track is getting drier, then the Peugeot can catch you up?
Yeah, for sure. If you get dry, as we have seen yesterday on Saturday, they can catch up quite easily. Then we prefer if the conditions stay like that, damp or wet, but not for sure dry.
Thanks, have a good fight.
Thank you very much. Ciao, ciao.
Well, it's a very significant point there as we see the Felbermayr Porsche, the last of the Porsches that's running in a decent position really. He's running 6th overall, the 80 Porsche down in 7th. We've now cut back to the 32 Barazzi Epsilon car. Michael Verger's on board. Has had some all sorts of problems over the event, but he's still managed to work their way up into 5th in the class, which is going to be a pretty strong result if they could manage to bring the car home. 10 cars in class, but this one has had various and assorted dramas. The leader still Blake Molan in the Porsche in 9th overall, and he's got a fairly significant lead over the 2nd place car in that category, which is still the Pescarolo, as we see a great shot there of the Peugeot charging through the shot. Car that's had problems at 26 car, and the Modena Aston has had all sorts of problems as well. That's that Pragmatic Radical, which has had the various and assorted issues going on throughout the race. And as we start to work our way down to the last quarter of this race, just over 6 hours to go, 6 hours and 7 minutes. Neville Hay, we're starting to get to the point where, as we heard from Dindo Capello, the significant thing that will really probably make the biggest difference to the outcome of this race at the very front is going to be the weather, isn't it?
The weather is what it's all about, I reckon, from now on in. It's still wet in places, as you can see from the picture that you can see on your screen now. Then there are other places that you can go where it's pretty dry. Sooner or later, and I rather feel it's probably going to be a decision that can't be delayed for too long, we're going to have to look at the tyre situation, and it may well be that there is a case for intermediates. Now, if I was going to be making this decision, the first thing I'd be pulling in would be the slowest car of me mob, providing I could trust the guy, and in this case you can, and say go and see what it's like in there. If the worst comes to the worst and it's slow, well, he's probably going to lose what? Oh, I don't know, a minute and a half. You could always put him back again. It might come to him. you know, sort of in about 4 or 5 laps. We'll have to wait and see. But I think that I'd like to know that before I took the decision to put McNeish onto them, because right now he's doing 3:59.4. Manassian is doing a 3:59.9. Klein is doing a 4:03. Lohr is doing a 4:02. Pirro is doing a 4:05. And Lamy is doing a 4:04. So you can see how close it is. And it is going to be, I think, a battle that's going to go all the way.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible how close it is going to run to. And we're going to see Stefan Sarrazin, the man who's been the absolute class of the field in terms of one-lap pace. He's been fastest in testing, he's been fastest in qualifying, and he has been fastest in the race. 3:19. That has been outstanding. That is, you know, that's 8 seconds under last year's lap record. That shows you the kind of progress that's been made by the Peugeot team. Already Sarrazin was a superstar. Now we've actually really reiterated exactly how well he is going. So Sarrazin makes his way down the pit lane as we're coming up to almost exactly 6 hours remaining of the Le Mans 24 Hours. It's still just as close as it ever has been throughout the field. As we see the Guy Smith, Miguel Amaral and Olivier Pla car that's had all sorts of problems. We see marshals running around. I wonder if that's because they've just pushed that car back into contention or back into the race. And I wondered if that was a spin, perhaps. We had a couple of spins earlier on. Still those top 6 diesel cars class ahead, and they're still very, very close between them. The rest of the field, it is still Baker Molen dominating now in the LMP2 class. He's got a big lead over the Pescarolo of Regs and also over the 31 car of Masson. So down in the pit lane, we're going to hear from the pits.
The night is quite difficult, rain, everything. Is the track really difficult to drive?
Yeah, it's difficult conditions. Wet's always difficult, so but we had already many problems. We were just far behind. Just keep going.
Yeah, but everything can happen. It's still very long.
Yeah, it's still long, but I mean, we are too far, so we have no chance to fight.
But still fighting a little bit.
Yeah, we're having fun, at least.
Thanks, Pedro.
Thank you.
Oh, that's my stuff.
Well, a very warm welcome. Warm, I say it with trepidation. It's slightly damp out there. Just a brief swap over, thanks to Neville Hay and Simon Hill. We've got Liz Halliday in the booth with you right now. And, well, attrition rate, time to really just let you catch up if you're only just joining us on this morning to find out exactly what's going down, who's out, who's still with us, and quite a few have gone. I think it's around about 16 cars. We'll get a full exact check-up on that for you in just a moment time. Rizzi Competition, they had an accident. That was one of the first to go out, the 83 car yesterday. Trading Performance, the LMP2 car, got itself a collision, bit of a brake issue as well. We've also lost the 76 IMSA Performance Matmut machine. That was a collision helped along by the 80 car. The 80 car's still there. It's the, of course, the Flying Lizard. Speedy Racing, the GT2 machine, engine failure on the 94 car. Vitaphone, it was engine failure as well, and the course for Ferrari, the number 78, also ending its campaign. That was a drive shaft problem. Engine failure too for the Chamberlain car. We feel deeply sorry for Amanda Stretton on board that one, the 19 car. Once again, it was in her hands when it went, unfortunately. The Charouz Lola number 12 car, broken valves. The Orica Matmut Courage suffering an accident. That was the 6 car. That went at 20 to 2 this morning. At 5 to 2, the Lola MG had its day. We had an off at 4:40 a.m. for the 33 car. The 44 was brakes. The 45 went at just after 5:30 this morning. The 16 car as well, also gone with engine failure. The 12 machine, sad to say, the Charouz Racing Systems, they have gone as well. It has been a bit of a bruising overnight session, and if you're only just joining us, yeah, you're right, the track is wet. The mist has settled, well, kind of, sort of foggy mist. I don't know what you quite call that. We'll be back with more live on one of your Eurosport channels after this break.
Welcome back to the Le Mans 24 Hours live here on Eurosport. It's just gone 9 o'clock in the morning and it is wet. And this is a really treacherous time for everyone. The drivers are tired, the cars are suffering, and it's tough out there in the wet.
Yeah, thanks, Liz. There's Jeremy Shaw here with you as well, along with Carlton Kirby. And it's a very tricky time of the day now, isn't it? Because, as you say, it's light out there, but the track is still damp, and it's so easy to get tired at this time of day. And a lot of the drivers are doing very long stints, particularly the Audi drivers. But Alan McNish is just doing a stunning job. I've been just watching his last half dozen laps or so, and even before that he's been consistently the fastest car on the track, and also the only car on the track, Liz Halliday, under the 4-minute barrier.
Well, exactly. I mean, these are conditions where we see drivers like Alan really shine through. This is actually some of the most difficult conditions to drive in, purely because it isn't soaking wet, it's not torrential rain, it's damp and horrible, and you're probably getting a few damp, you know, proper wet patches on the Mulsanne straight, which is very exciting, having been through those myself. Not very nice. And yeah, these are some of the hardest conditions that there are. We'll just take a quick look at the overall classifications. Carlton?
Yeah, it's well, it's interesting to say the very least. Aston and the battle with Corvette overnight, it's just going Aston's way at the moment. There's a 1-lap gap between them. 260 completed by the 009 car, winner last year. Alan McNish, just going back to him at the moment because we're on board with him right now, and you can see the conditions he's having to cope with. Very different racing line that they're taking through here. It almost looks ginger compared to the speed. You know, just taking it a little bit easier, and you do have to just take account of the surface water. If it does dry out, they'll start looking for it if they're still on the wets and just waiting to come back in. The thing about McNish, though, is you were quite right. He's like a bloody metronome, excuse me, out there. It just swings amazingly for him. The times are almost exactly the same, lap by lap. He's such a machine when it comes to this sort of racing.
And he's so smooth as well, and it's smoothness that really is the key to getting consistent lap times in these sort of conditions, because if you're too abrupt with anything, with the brakes, with the throttle, then you're gonna get yourself in trouble. And you know, the cars are there's a big spin for one of the
Albon, yeah. Round he goes. You're absolutely right. And I was just doing a little tag on him a moment ago, and it was 57.7, 0.4, 0.5. That kind of difference, you know, within the tenths of a second, lap after lap, on a course that is this big, over 13 kilometres.
And it is absolutely fascinating too, because in the early part of the race, during dry conditions, the Peugeots were 5 or 6 seconds a lap quicker than the Audis. Well, now it's completely turned around, and it's the Audi, or particularly that Audi, that is 4 or 5 or 6 seconds quicker than the Peugeots. And we've seen the Peugeots during the morning sessions, since the rain came a little bit after 4 o'clock this morning, so for the last 5 hours almost, the Peugeots have tried some different bodywork configurations on their car list to try and give a bit more downforce and make the car more predictable, because I think all the Peugeot drivers are saying that the car is just very, very twitchy in these conditions.
Well, this is what Audi was saying. They were saying if there is wet conditions, this race will come to us, and I think some of them were actually almost hoping for it, because they were saying, yes, fine, you know, Peugeot is very, very fast in the dry, but Audi's really dialed in their car for the wet, plus their drivers have experienced Le Mans many times in the wet, and a lot of Peugeot's drivers haven't perhaps been here as many times in these conditions. So I think this is where Audi is seeing the race really coming to them, and their drivers like Alan McNish are just settling in and just, you know, they've got the car dialed in and they're just cruising around nice and smooth, just banging in the lap times one after another.
Yeah, we're just looking as well at the essential difference between what is their best laps and, of course, what is their current laps. And when you look at the GT1 class, I should say, it's probably 40 seconds. They're about 40 seconds longer out there. They're doing 429s around as opposed to 349s, that kind of thing. When you look at the GT2s, the gap is even further. They're sort of getting out to around about 45 seconds. And then, of course, when you look at the big boys, the LMP1s, you see just how well hooked up they are. Let's say Alan McNish, best lap out there, 3:24 in that 2 car, and yet in the rainy conditions, 3:57s. That is such a narrow margin when you consider the conditions that they're actually driving in. It's immense. Further down you go, you would expect the scale to expand, but that much from the very, very best of the best, it's just such a narrow difference between wet and dry.
Well, especially on a circuit like Le Mans, because not only do you have these conditions to deal with, but you have them to deal with on a road and on a purpose-built racetrack. So this adds a whole nother, interesting factor to the whole scheme of things, because as you go out onto places like the Mulsanne Straight, which is a natural road, you do get, patches of standing water and such that perhaps you wouldn't find on a circuit that have been smoothed over a bit more. So this is another thing that just comes with experience of driving Le Mans in the wet, driving the cars that you have in these conditions. And like I say, this is why Audi is putting in the times that they are, and a lot of times you see the GT2 cars would actually be quicker than some of the prototype cars, GT1 that is, purely because of their weight and the balance. But really we're seeing the excellence of these drivers at the front of LMP1.
Well, we're going to be speaking to Yuda Schoenack in just a few moments' time. In fact, right now. Well, talking about Marcel, saying he's doing a great job. He's just visiting a hospital. I'm afraid I'm just missing out on this. You're just going to have to fare as best you can, I'm afraid.
C'est bien, votre programme est beau. Est-ce que vous êtes forcément déçu de l'abandon d'hier, mais il y a quand même encore de l'espoir?
Non, je crois que je suis évidemment.
So, are you disappointed about the car that gave up yesterday? Obviously, we're disappointed to lose a car. It's the same every time. The other car's been going pretty good until it got into trouble. Obviously, our main concern is with the drivers and having a couple of drivers who are rookies out there. It's a year where they're learning, and they did a pretty good job for us out there. Always a difficult race. So what about next year is the question? Well, we shall see, was the answer. Do apologise for that. The ambience for us was, I could barely hear either the translation or what he was saying, so I can only apologise if that seemed a little bit lacklustre and my French had just gone off ever so slightly. The track is drying, whatever you say out there, but the drizzle just keeps coming and going, in parts. In fact, just as we say, it's going down into a section here on board with the Corvette where the rain is coming back at us. On the start-finish straight, it's dry, or it was just seconds ago.
Well, it's just a very light mist.
Yeah.
And, when you're doing almost 200 miles an hour, the Corvette was there past Les Unadiers restaurant on the left-hand side. It seems much harder. I think that's the reason why there's a bit more, apparently more rain on the screen there. So it's just a very, very light drizzle, but it's just enough to keep the drivers on their toes. So as you see them going there down that middle part of the Mulsanne, you can see the trees on either side of the racetrack. Now they've moved the barriers back in several parts of the racetrack, but certainly up towards Indianapolis and through to Arnage, the trees and the proximity to the racetrack there really does make it much more difficult for the track to dry out in those areas than somewhere that's much more open, like here on the main straight in front of the grandstand.
We've got our, sorry Liz, we're just taking a look at our GT1 class leader here. Just a brief on Brabham. They've had a tremendous run round here, and their times are just starting to get trimmed ever so slightly. Last lap by was a 4:26.277, and just superb the fact that they've managed to swing it this way. Corvette They came here with a great deal of confidence, huge amount of success in the United States, great history here. It's terrific that they come back year after year, Liz. They're one of those outfits, really, that expect to win, and they won't like this one bit.
Well, no, I mean, there's such a wealth of talent in the GT1 class. I mean, everybody's experienced. A lot of them have won already in many different spectrums, if not at Le Mans. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be a real blow because Corvette came here to win. And you know, that car, the 009 car, has been leading for a long time, and I don't think they're going to be letting up soon. And you know, this is just, I think the conditions are gonna be a factor as well, and just who holds up and keeps pushing.
Yeah, a couple of very minor delays by each of the Corvettes. That's just been telling the difference between the cars right now. The 63 car, Jan Magnussen at the wheel at the moment, about a lap and a half behind David Brabham. And yes, he's turning laps about a second and a half quicker at the moment, but that certainly is not going to be enough to get him back into the lead of this race. So he's going to have to hope for some sort of difficulty for that 009 car.
There's your GT2 classification, and it's all about Ferrari. We suspected as much, but always thought that Porsche might pose a challenge. Then last night, approaching midnight, we were approaching the darkness, I should say. The two leading Porsches who had shocked everyone and basically were dominating the race just went and took each other off. One of them, I think they were both with American involvement. The Lizard Machine, the number 80, and the Matman as well, an American driver on board, and it was just a near disaster as far as the Porsche Challenge was concerned. And if you look at the board now, 5 Ferraris up there, and we've just been looking at the 97 car, which is running 3rd in class.
I'll correct you there, Carl. It wasn't nearly a disaster. It was a disaster for Porsche.
Yeah. And it was actually quite early on as well. It was you know, around about 6 o'clock.
It's
so
before we went to dark.
Yeah. Serious disaster for those teams that early on in this race.
But it wasn't just as easy that it wasn't just the 2 Porsches took themselves out. I believe there was a 3rd car involved, and we never did actually find out which car that was. We believe it was one of the Ferraris that somehow got together with Seth Nyman, and Seth then was either on the anchors, on the brakes to slow the car down, or got it all sideways or whatever. And when Patrick Long arrived on the scene at speed, he was unable to avoid contact with the other Porsche. So there was sort of, as usual, there's always more to the story than meets the eye.
Absolutely. There's a big light lit up front on this 96 car. This is 2nd in class. It's Tim Sugden on board. Great deal of experience in this car. Tim Sugden and Tim Mullen. Team leader Rob Bell has pulled together a great crew here and started off as one of the favourites. And yeah, I think Ferrari, if you'd asked us beforehand, we would have said yes, we think Ferraris are on the up. They essentially are going to boss this one. Porsche seemed to be just thrown all that out of the window, but then of course with that collision which took out 2 of the leading contenders, not even contenders, they were leading this class, it just we changed our minds entirely, and then guess what happens? Ferrari just come through. So many changes here, guys. It doesn't matter which class you're looking at, you can't call it now with 5 hours and 45 to go.
Well, this is about that time that you come into Le Mans and everybody wakes up and you think, oh, we've made it through the night, and then you have the sudden realization that you have so far to go still. And I think that happens to every driver every year. It certainly happens to me, where you sort of take a sigh of relief because you've survived the night, and then you actually do the math and you think, God, we still have more than even a 1,000K race a lot of the time when you come into the morning. So that's one of the really tricky things, and especially when you're faced with all of this weather, and you got the rain that's still coming down, and it's just a really tricky situation. But
it is.
We'll be back with you soon, live from Eurosport.
Yeah, just stay with us. Back in a moment.
Welcome back to Eurosport. There is was leading the GT2 class earlier on, the number 77 Porsche of the Felbermayr team. There's now running down in 6th place in the class. A couple of the Porsches are still running, but it's the Ferrari of Risi Competizione with Jimmy Bruni now at the wheel that's running oh so well. And Tim Sugden, as we were just talking about, in the Virgo Motorsport car, running in 2nd place, around about a lap down, and that's been the same margin between those 2 cars for an awful long time now, since sort of late in the evening last night. And it's interesting, we were just talking about the relative pace of the cars, and of course the Virgo Motorsports car number 96 with Tim Sugden is on the Dunlop tyres, and the Risi Competizione car is on the Michelins, along with most of the other cars in this class. So it's interesting to me, Liz, how they seem to be very, very closely matched, the 2 tyre companies, in wet or dry. And of course the Virgo car is the factory development team for Dunlop, and they've been doing an extremely good job.
Yeah, absolutely. absolutely. I've actually always found that Dunlop does a very nice wet tyre. I've had a lot of success in GT1 and GT2 on their wet tyres, so I think that probably they've done a lot of work with that team and found a tyre that really works for them. And a lot of it will just come down to the different car, different setup, what the driver's like as well.
Just a quick one, a link between those two teams is, of course, Gimme Bruni, who was lost by Virgo Motorsports to Rizzi competition. I don't know whether that was a smooth transition or whether they're miffed at losing him.
I'm sure they weren't particularly happy to lose him, and you know, the Rizzi Competizione only team is the factory Ferrari team in the United States in the American Le Mans series, and I think that Ferrari Michelotto between them decided that was their best chance of victory. With got another Formula One driver on board there with Mika Salo. Jimmy Bruni also raced in Formula One briefly, and a lot of Formula 3000 experience, and a lot of experience in all sorts of cars, and he's been, he's a top driver, no doubt about it. But with Mika Salo and Jaime Mello, who's done a fantastic job, the young Brazilian, he hasn't perhaps done as much top single-seater racing as the other guys, although of course he did start off in the open wheel ranks. But I think they figured that was their #1 car coming into the weekend, particularly on the Michelin tyres, which is very much the kind of the favourite tyre to have on your car.
Pescarolo number 17, they lost the 16. It's had an awful time out there. It nosed in qualification. They had to rebuild the front end. They never really got it back together, and they had their problems through the night. The 16 was suffering engine failure at 20-7 this morning. One of the 16 cars that have got a black line through them so far. On board with Nick Minassian, still chasing down, still on the lead lap. 3 minutes and 15 though, about to be caught by Beknish, who is going round here quicker by about 1.5 seconds. So I expect, well, they'll be within sight of each other. I don't know whether they're actually going to get together.
Yeah, that gap has been extending. I think number 7 car was in the pits not too long ago, and we're expecting a pit stop for Alan Beknish very shortly. He took over at the wheel of that car at 6:10 this morning, so he's been at the wheel now over 3 hours. A remarkable stint again there by the Scotsman, but I'm sure he's probably got about 2 or 3 laps to go now before another scheduled pit stop for the race leader, car number 2, and Alan Beknish will at last hand over the controls.
Liz, the difference in qualifying between these two cars, the Peugeots and the Audis, has disappeared in these conditions. You can look through all the timings that they've got, and they're more or less around the same time, around about a second just covering the top 5.
Well, there is an amazing ability for rain to level a lot of fighting fields, I think, and it's always been this way in sports car racing. It's part of what makes sports car racing great, is that we do race in rain, we do race at night, and it's sort of whatever the condition, unless it's a blizzard, we keep going, really, and sometimes even in those conditions you keep going. But anyway, I think this is, what Audi was always saying. Like I've said before, they've said if it rains, we're dialed in, and like I say, these guys have experienced these cars a lot in these conditions and at Le Mans in these conditions, and they're really shining through.
You're absolutely right. Rain, the great equaliser, and all forms of racing. Here now is the 3rd place car of Christian Klein onto pit lane. They're refueling the car, getting a new set of Michelin wet weather tyres also ready to go on board once the fueling has been completed.
Yes, it's these cars as well, if they ever do win, they usually preserve every single piece of dirt, squashed bug and everything, just to badge it up as what it is, a winner of Le Mans. They don't let a cloth nearby it. I know in the past there have been mistakes, particularly when they lend the vehicles to things like large restaurants. I seem to remember in Texas there was a Champ Car car that had come good, and they just polished it because it was dirty.
Oh dear.
And they went crazy.
Oh, no one understands.
Exactly. So the conditions you can see on the track here where the cars are plying their trade, it's a very much a different look to it. They're throwing up the spray, and in the very light breeze, the wind swung round northerly. There's virtually no wind at the moment, but through the trees, the cars themselves throw off that spray, and the line, well, constantly just drying and then being dampened down again by this very light drizzle in the mist. Mizzle, I think we can probably call it.
Well, one thing that is an issue for Le Mans itself, and is not really an issue at most circuits, is that you can have rain on one part of the circuit and have it dry and sunny on another part, because it is a very long circuit, and this is something that you don't find in many places, purely just based on the length. So this is something that will become an issue later. If the weather starts to clear up a little bit, we may find that we've got wet conditions on one portion of the circuit where the rest is drying, and this is going to become a challenge for the teams based on tyres. They're going to have to figure out what they're going to do. Are they going to try and conserve their wet tyres? Are they going to move to intermediates, or are they going to go for slicks? mistakes and just trust that their drivers are good enough to do the job.
I think it's probably cool enough right now. There's enough of a drizzle that the wet tyres. Actually, didn't notice whether they're on sort of full wet or intermediate tyres. I think it was.
I would be on wets in these conditions, because
exactly.
if you can see the plumes of spray that are still coming off them, I think you wouldn't really want to be taking a risk, and it isn't going to be quite to the condition where you would wear out a wet tyre yet.
That recent pit stop for Christian Klein there in car number 9, that was the car's 30th pit stop during this race, the race-leading Audi has done 24 pit stops. It's due for its 25th one very soon. So those 5, after once that makes its next stop, which is due any time now, the 5 pit stop difference, that is the difference between leading and not leading this motor race. And all of the Audis, the other 2 Audis, they've just recently done a routine stop. They've on 25 pit stops also, and they just run like clockwork, those turbo diesels from the Audi car.
We thought, Jeremy, that this would be the case. One pit stop costs you about 4 minutes, something like that.
No.
Yeah.
Minutes or so.
No.
There you go.
4 minutes?
No. I'm talking about in what you're slowing down.
I was going to say, that's a disastrous pit stop.
No. Let's start again. So what I'm talking about is on the approach, the slowdown, the whole job and everything. If you're comparing yourself to a car that's going full tilt all the way around, it's a difficult thing to actually make up. You're going to burn an awful lot more time in there when you're taking your pits. So although it's only, you might think, 3 pit stops, 4 pit stops, so there's your minutes. It's a huge difference on the track.
Absolutely right. That is, as I say, that's the difference between leading and not leading for the Peugeots right now. And if they can, we talked about it from the start. The least, it's going to be the car that spends the least time in the pits that's going to win the race, and that's certainly the way it's turning out right now. We've still got a long way to go. 5.5 hours still to go in this race. So, there's a lot of stories to unfold, I'm sure, in these closing stages of what has been a magnificent race. There's again the classification there. You can see the Pescarolo Judd car number 17 is 7th overall and the first of the petrol engine cars.
Well, I don't know where our mics are at the moment, but thank goodness for that. There was blood momentarily coming out of the ears of Jeremy Shaw.
We're just watching on the screen here Vanina Eeks in the Roll Centre car just going up through the Dunlop chicane.
And the 10 car, which has had its problems, is running in 11th place. The Charoux Lola Aston Martin it's had a rough time, but has fought its way back into competition. The Peugeots did a sterling job of doing exactly that as well. Klein had his problems in the 9 car in the night. They've stayed in the game, and they're still in the top 6. 3 of them in the top 6. Unfortunately for them, it's Alan McNish who is just doing a fantastic job out there. And when you look at his times particularly in the wet, he's the only man out there that's at the last lap sub 4 minutes. He's just posted a 3:58.3, and nobody can get close to him. He's on a mission here. He won it 11 years ago, and clearly last year he was so upset that the wheel came off their challenge, absolutely literally, when they were in a winning position. He must be hoping now for not a repeat.
Yeah, he wants these conditions to continue as well, because he, as we've been talking about, he is a master in these conditions. But he's in the groove right now. He's just comfortable in the car. He's been in it for a long time, over 3 hours now. That might be 5 stints actually. It's quite remarkable what the longevity that he's able to put together in this at the wheel of this car. It's probably just his 3rd sort of time in the car during the race, but it's sort of 2 or 3 hours at a time. It's very tiring, but it does at least give you, the good news is it does give you 4 or 5 hours to relax between your times in the car. So he's doing an excellent job. He's getting ready for his final pit stop, and there is Tom Christensen ready to take over.
Let's go down to Jerome Bleekemolen.
Jeroen, everything looks really good leading the LMP2 for the moment.
Well, yeah, the car's going really well. It's not so easy at the moment in the wet. It's very slippery. You see many cars going off. So basically, you just have to try to keep the car on the track. But I didn't even have to push to do good lap time. So that's really good.
It's the first time for the speeder of Porsche in Europe. It looks very fast and it seems to be winning.
Yeah, it's an incredible car. We have to thank Porsche for that, because it's so good. I mean, in the dry already we knew that it was very easy to drive and very fast, but now also in the wet it just proves that the car is really good.
Thank you very much and good luck.
Okay, thanks.
Jerome Bleekeman delighted with the performance of their car, and well, hardly surprising, doing a great job in the 34 car, leading LMP2. We expected a lot of them, and they've delivered.
Indeed so, and it's the car owner is at the wheel at the moment. And he's doing it. They've all done a great job. And the Essex car that was running it so close through the first half of the race has had a misfire since very early this morning and just dropping back. It's still running. It is third in class, actually closing in again now, quite quickly, in fact, on that number 35 car, which is the Saunier Racing Pescarolo of the youngsters Pierre Rag, Mathieu Lahaye, and Frankie Cheng. So that battle for second place is not yet over. Sacha Martin is at the wheel of car number 31, the Essex Porsche RS Spider, and he's certainly closing quite rapidly at this stage on Frankie Cheng, who's driving the Saunier car.
Just look what the drivers are having to deal with here. There is a very small visor on the 2 car, which does help if you are in an open car. The coupes, well, your guess is as good as mine, really, as to whether drivers prefer it. It's, as you can see, the windscreen wiper is going hell for leather. No worrying about smearing out there. It'll be clean as a whistle when he finally comes in. You can see just how hard it's working. No need for such equipment on board the open cars, of course. You've got your own visor to deal with. But apart from that, you are reasonably well sighted, even in rain like this. We're going to have to take ourselves a short commercial break. We'll be back live in a moment. Very warm welcome. Thanks to everybody who's been on the website. Hopefully we haven't been ignoring you overnight, though I suspect Neville Hay, who's if you can't put coal in it and it's not steam powered, doesn't really know how things work. So it may well have been that you haven't been hooked up. But to those of you who are still posting bravely out there, Matthew, Sean Miller, Cat Pig, Airbus, and Jamie W, and the rest, thanks ever so much. Liz, you're showing your technical ability here. What Matthew Hind has got something to say.
Yeah, it's a question for Carlton, actually. He said, can you recall what happened in the race in the last 6 hours, the third quarter, 3 a.m. to 9 a.m.? Thanks.
Well, I tell you what, let's tell you who's not here. I think that's probably a pretty decent starting off position, shall we say. Well, actually, first of all, let's just say that Alan McNish has been part of a fantastic push for Audi out there. They are leading the Peugeot of Minassian at the moment, and it's by a goodly margin. 3 minutes and 26 seconds last time by, and Peugeot, well, they've had their problems, but the biggest one of all is one of consumption. I'm not talking about TB in the old sense, but more or less they're feeling pretty sick about this.
Yeah, and the Alan McNish, or the number 2 Audi, took the lead on lap 225. I think we're now he's just completed lap 296 and is in the pit lane. In actual fact, is Alan McNish, and I think it was Tom Christensen ready to take over that car. We're on board here with one of the Peugeots, but Alan McNish, the race leader, is on the pit lane. Finally, there we get down to the pit stop. The fuel is in, the driver change is almost completed. Nishi is just doing the final buckling up of Tom Christensen. The wheels are being changed, a new set there of the Michelin wet weather rubber. And there goes Nishi's done his job, the tyre change has done his job, and there goes Tom Christensen. Great work once again by Audi. They just are running like clockwork, the car and the team.
Oh, they've had so much experience, they've had so much success with this vehicle, and of course the 8 before it. They cannot help themselves but be efficient, and that's exactly what it comes down to. It is efficiency, and Peugeot, well, they've had their problems, and it's all about the race distance. They may well have thrown in a 32-hour test to try and mimic this, but of course you've got other vehicles to deal with, and Le Mans itself is always a biter. We have got Alan McNish waiting to have a word with us. He's just de-helmeting and all the rest of it, otherwise we won't be able to hear him properly, but we will be talking to the little man in a moment.
Yeah, he'll be happy to chat. He's obviously done another fantastic stint. He's out in the front in the lead of the race, and he's just handed it was Dindo Capella was getting in. Too far away. I thought it was
no, I thought it was Tom Christensen.
Well, we did too, but it says Capella at the moment. But we have had transponder trouble here, and maybe the timing screens will give us an alternative.
So it was at 235, which is a little bit after 6 o'clock in the morning, that the number 2 car took over the lead of this race, and the Peugeots have been having a little bit of overheating problems, which is why they were able to take the lead from the car number 7 which is still running now in second place. And I think it's the gap between those two cars a little bit less than a lap. We have to wait until the two cars come around on this lap to see exactly what the margin is. Nicholas Minassian made a pit stop in car number 7, the best pace of the Peugeots a little while ago. So they're on, they're not pitting at close to the same time. And I think during the night, I don't know how many laps they've been doing lately between the pit stops, but the Audis were doing 12 laps between pit stops very regularly, and the Peugeots only 11.
Well, certainly interesting if they're having overheating problems on a day like this where it's actually extremely cool outside. I mean, we're not looking at much above 13, 14 degrees. Imagine what would have happened if we've had some of the years in previous. It makes you wonder if perhaps these problems would have reared their ugly heads a bit earlier.
Yeah, I think it's not, it's oh, shoot, look at that. He's running well over the curbs. That's not something you really want to be doing at this stage in the race.
Very hard in the Audi.
He is. But I think, there's just all the clag that builds up, as David Hobbs would call it, the clag that builds up in the radiator inlets, and you've got to blow them out periodically. And most of the teams have sort of systems to make sure that the rubbish that's picked up off the racetrack is sort of dissipated in some way, or cleared properly during each of the pit stops. And overnight, and during a safety car that occurred in the very early hours, the Peugeot team would have cleared out that muck as best they can, but it still is potentially a problem. And it's only the second year that the Peugeot has been running.
7 car is in as well, running in second place. Nick Miassi on board, just waiting to see if there is going to be a driver change. Looks like absolutely not. And we have Alan McNish waiting to talk to us.
It looks very difficult to drive. It looks really slippery.
Yeah, the conditions are very difficult right now. There's not a lot of rain falling, but the circuit is like driving on ice. And when you're trying to put down in excess of 650 horsepower and 1100 newton meters of Audi diesel torque, and it makes it quite sensitive in the right foot.
But it's good for you because the Peugeot are less fast on the wet, so...
Yeah, we saw at the pre-test that when it became wet, then the advantage came more to us. And certainly in these conditions, we've been able to pull out a little bit of an advantage right now. However, our car knows from very, very bad experience last year that you may have a big advantage, but until you actually cross the line, it doesn't mean anything.
So are you still in a good shape for the rest of the day?
Yes, definitely. We're in a better shape than we were 12 hours ago.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now then, we're just having a look at the 7 car, and a new back end has gone on. We know that last year they had some issues with debris being picked up and causing overheating in the engine. We thought they'd addressed that, and I'm just wondering whether they just wanted a whole new clean back end there without taking too much time away. You saw how quickly it went on, just to save them having to put their arm down and start grabbing out bits and pieces.
I fancy it as much as anything else. It's just with these constantly changing conditions, well, not really constantly changing, it's fairly consistent now, but it was raining much harder earlier on in the morning, and I think there's various different downforce configurations on that rear bodywork. They've got various rear clips they can put on the car to give more or less downforce according to the conditions and try and make the car more consistent to drive.
Well, and as we were saying, and Alan McNish just confirmed this for us, this is one of the most difficult times to drive a car. It's actually easier to drive in very, very wet conditions than it is to drive in these conditions, because you can't actually see where the grip is at all on the circuit, and there are places that may begin to look a bit dry but aren't at all. And I personally find these conditions extremely hard to drive in, so really to be putting down the sort of times they're doing and to be keeping the car so clean and precise is really impressive, much more so even than when it's really pouring.
Yeah, just looking here at some of the gaps that are opening up out there. It's remarkably close in a number of the classes, but nobody, it seems, in GT1 and GT2 are on the same lap. Just trying to have a look down the further timing screens. Well, it's all on his own, and it is being indicated that Dino Capello that's on board that car. He looked a bit shaky when he took over. I don't know whether he's just had a bit too much coffee before he got in.
Well, like we've said, this is a tough time of day, and these drivers are so fit and so switched on, but still you have been through the night and everybody's starting to get a bit tired. This is when it gets a little bit tough. So this is part of 24-hour racing, really.
Yeah, I'm just.
I think that extended stop by the number 7 cars put it a little bit over 1 lap down now. To wait till we come past just to confirm that. But that's certainly a little bit, slightly extended margin of advantage now for that car number 2, the Audi. With Dindo Capello at the wheel.
So if they
play here or something, was a spin?
Yeah, just almost losing the back end. Yeah, the Pesco 17 just holding on to it and doing a good job
there.
And look, you can see there the right. We can't see it on this part of the picture, but the lights have been going on and off there. He's trying to flash the lights. I think maybe to try and if there's some sort of short circuit there. But the right front headlight was not working on that car. And that had come up, oh dear, there's a problem.
Yeah, it's one of the Escadés.
They've had a very tough race, these cars.
They have, the Spanish crew, and well, it was a bit of a start-up car. This blank sheet of paper time not very long ago, and they've come here with 2 cars, as it turned out, the 21 car and the 20, both getting the run, but it has been difficult. It's always a difficult learning process. Very unusual looking car. I'm not quite sure still what I think about it.
No, Sergio Rinland, I think, is the primary designer there, and Sergio's been around this sport a long time, been involved in, well, just about every class of racing there is, and it's a good little package. I think it's just going to take some time to really develop it properly. They've certainly got the resources behind. They've got a fabulous facility down in northern Spain, and it's a very serious operation, and sooner or later I think that car is going to be pretty competitive.
Well, it looks quick, and you know what they say. That 17 car, incidentally, the lights, you do have to have them all functioning, and they were called for it just a few moments ago. If they can't get that light going, as Jeremy was saying, if it is a short, they will be required to come in and change the system.
Even though it's daylight now, have your lights on all the time in the Le Mans Series, as in the American Le Mans Series. And apart from anything else, Liz, I guess it helps a little bit with the visibility for the slower guys when you see the headlights coming up behind you.
Yeah, well, it does make a big difference because, you know, what you have is a different color of lights for GT cars versus the LMP. The LMP cars run with white lights and the GT cars run with yellow, which especially in poor conditions such as these, as well as the night, makes a really huge difference because you need to know who's coming up behind you. And, you know, it may sound silly because you'll say, oh, well, if you're in an LMP car, you know, you won't have a GT car coming up behind you, but on, you know, there's a lot of long straights here and you need to know what is coming from the distance. So especially in these conditions where we still have a lot of spray, this is important.
I think it was the Dome, the 11 car, has actually got a band of green lights on the front.
It does, in fact,
strangely.
yes.
So everybody knows when the Dome's coming.
Well, yeah, which is quite clever, really, I think. Plus, it makes it look cool.
Yeah, they've done a good job. They kept that car going through the night. They had a long delay late on. They had a drive shaft problem, I believe, as well, but they threw out an awful lot of oil at one stage, but it's still back on the track now. It was a lengthy delay, but it is still running. It's quite a long way down the classification now, but it is still out there, and that's exactly what that Japanese team wanted, just get some more miles under their belts and develop it farther.
So just as you're tucking into your breakfast, if you've set the alarm slightly early on this Sunday morning, let's just go through those who have left us since midnight, shall we? The Chamberlain Synergy Lola suffered engine failure, that's what they're saying anyway. It looked like a big slam into the wall once again, unfortunately in the hands of Amanda Stretton. The 19 car going out just 7 minutes before the witching hour, and then in at 10 to 1. Oh, we'll get back to that in a moment.
Problems for Vanina Eeks in the Deutsche Bank car.
That's a real shame.
Looks like she's just had a spin and is back up and running, so perhaps she's managed to miss a wall there, which is good. But like we've said before, very, very difficult conditions, especially in such high-powered cars as these LMP1 cars. You've got to just literally just breathe on the throttle, just so delicate with the steering. Everything's got to just be fed in so gently. So it really is a difficult situation for these cars with like heaps of horsepower like the LMP1 cars have.
Vanina Eeks running in 10th place. She has been passed by Van Merkstein, and in fact she trails him by 3 laps. That's the lead LMP2 car. So she's the first, if you like, of the P1s that are being beaten by the LMP2, that Porsche RS Spider.
And Daddy Jackie Eeks was up in the up here a little while ago. We're actually going to try and catch him and have a quick word with him, but he seems to have escaped.
He's gone off for a sausage.
Yes, probably has, actually.
That's what Belgians do.
Yeah.
Well, such a family history there, you know. Jackie Eeks, so many wins on this famous circuit, and oh, we've got more trouble here. Another spin. These difficult that's the Teramos car. Yeah, they've had a tough race as well, pretty far down the rankings, but still pushing hard, this new team. Like we've said again, these conditions starting to take over a bit on these tired drivers.
Yeah, they are. Just to go back quickly before something else happens, just to fill you in, so that you know what you might have missed. The Charouge Lola suffered a broken valve, the 12 car. That was at 10 to 1 in the morning. The Orica Matmut Courage finally giving way after an accident. The number 6 car going down at 20 to 2 in the morning. That's Central European time, by the way. You work it out wherever you happen to be watching. The Lola MG, multiple problems. I think they just finally gave themselves a break, to be honest. But the car was broken finally and declared such at 5 to 2 in the morning. 25 car going down, and then as we got into the wee small hours after the 12 car had already left us, just heading towards the dawn. 4:40, the 33 car had a big off. Speedy Racing, that sadly waved goodbye to us. 44 and 45, 44 suffering brake trouble, 45 with an off, the 45 Embassy Racing car, and of course
Jerry Foster was driving that car at the time. He'd had a couple of offs, I think, this morning, so that was a shame.
As the 8 car comes in, just let me finish this off with the 16 car engine failure at 20 to 7 this morning, and that's about your lot, I think.
Yeah, you talked about that Speedy Racing Lola, the Lola Coupe, the BO880, and it was Xavier Pompidou who went off this morning, and that's a shame because he'd done, and the whole team had done an excellent job. They were running 3rd in class for most of the race, and I think might have got briefly up into 2nd place. I wasn't actually around at that particular time of the night when the number 31 Team Essex car, the second of the Porsche RS Spiders, had its problem. So I don't know whether they actually made it up to 2nd place in the class or not with the 33 car, the Lola, but they certainly had an excellent run. It was a shame for Xavier Pompidou, who really had been doing very, very well at the wheel of that car.
Well, I think certainly it's been a strong showing for Lola here, you know, to come out their first year with the coupe cars at the Le Mans 24 Hours. They've been very, very fast, so I think this has been a really good view of the future for us, really, with Lola.
And that was a routine pit stop there for the Stefan Sarrazin car, number 8. It's interesting, isn't it? We've seen the turbo diesels cars. We knew they were going to be the favourites to win this race, and still here we are at quarter to 10 in the morning local time here in Le Mans. So 5 1/4 hours to go, and they're still monopolising the top 6 positions overall. The number 8 car had fallen down into the around about 30th place with its problems yesterday evening, but it's now back up into 6th place, and the best of the petrol engine cars is 7th. And I think we would have, I don't think you'd have got long odds, I think, for the turbo diesels to be occupying the top 6 positions at this stage in the race. We knew they were going to be strong, but they've shown pretty good reliability as well.
Well, I think what we're seeing is teams that have spent a lot of time and energy really putting together these cars and really working on their testing with the drivers and everything, and they've just done absolutely everything they can to build a strong 24-hour car, and I think that's what we're starting to see here. You know, these top 6 positions still filled up.
Yes, and when you know that there's over 5 1/4 hours remaining, that's more than enough competition for most. You can start to believe and understand the sort of pressures that the drivers are under out there. We're on with Dindo Capello at the moment, and in these sort of conditions, he's probably got a better view than we have. The scroller has finally run out of scroll, if you like, on the camera here, and unfortunately we don't have a technician who can just cotton bud it to get that clear. Back in a moment. Welcome back. The rain has swung round as an Audi swings round another sharp right-hander to head down at speed, picking up tremendous speeds being maintained here. And the lap times, they're creeping around about, or sitting around about, I should say, the 4-minute mark. And we've got another interview coming up with you in just a moment. I think it was declared as Dindo Capello. So if it is, then we really have had a problem with our timing screens. We weren't sure whether Tom Christensen was in that car. If we do speak to Dindo Capello, you'll know that it is. It's like that, I'm afraid. It's keeping tabs on so many vehicles out there, and the field is still very, very full. Corvettes seem to be in relaxed mode just directly opposite us here, as in comes the 11 car. This had a very, very long stop not too long ago. There you can see the green LED lights which tell everybody that it's coming, and they are just heading in. You spotted something there, Liz?
It just looks as if they're actually missing a headlight, which could be a real problem for them. As we've said, they've got to run with their lights, both of their lights on, so this could become an issue.
Maybe they can get away with calling those little green lights their headlights today.
Oh, I don't know.
You've got some
that'd be kind of hard to see that in these conditions from a distance. It's very cool, but it's not very bright.
It's surprising, but I don't know if it's little lasers or something on there, but it's kind of interesting. You can pick them out certainly, and whether you can at 200 miles an hour, if the car come out behind you, I'm not so sure. But interesting ploy there. Just a note now on GT1, the number 63 Corvette Jan Magnussen at the wheel is back on the same lap now as the 009 Aston Martin with Antonio Garcia driving. And last time around, Magnussen pulled out 6 seconds on the over the Aston, so that battle certainly isn't over. And the 64 Corvette is only well, it's a lap behind now, but in third place in the class, so certainly not out of contention at all. And I think who's at the wheel? I think it was
big number just popped up. Everybody, 300 laps now completed by Dindo Capello. Not Dindo Capello, of course, the 2 car. Poor old Dindo. If he is in the vehicle, we're still waiting for confirmation. I'm sure you were screaming at us at home, throwing things at the TV, knowing what the helmet is, but we've lost our helmets. Unfortunately, our helmet chart. 300 laps. I don't think we're going to break any race distance because of the rain that we've had out there, but what do you reckon?
I don't know, I'm not sure what the distance is.
I think a lot of that will depend on how soon we dry out, and to be honest, it's not looking likely in the very near future. The Tiramus car back on track after its spinning. It looked like it had been stalled for quite some time, so nice to see them back out on the circuit. They look to not have much of a problem at the moment, so we'll hope that they keep on running as they were.
As will be Aston Martin, that 009 car. Just wonder what has been wrong with the 007, essentially. It can't possibly come down just to a difference between the teammates.
No, they did have a slight problem. It was
there we have it. Well, it can bite you at any single time. You better be careful. Well, he's been looking a little bit unstable on a number of moments, and he certainly had one there. He's caught it. Let's take a look.
There's Emmanuel Piro on board the car number 1.
And Emanuele quickly spinning the car back around, just showing his skill that when these sort of things happen, just chuck the car back around as fast as possible and get back on circuit to minimize the amount of time lost.
Running in 5th place, 297 laps completed by the number 1 car, as against the 300 by the lead sister car.
You were just talking about the 007 Aston Martin, sorry Liz. That's right. Talking about the 007 Aston Martin, it was an alternator problem. It wouldn't refire after a pit stop, and it cost them about, they were around about 5 minutes, which was interesting because the number 64 car had a similar problem middle of the evening yesterday, and it only cost them a little bit less than that, so they were able to change their alternator and get back underway, I think, with a slightly less loss of time than the 007 Aston Martin.
Well, certainly Carl Wendlinger pulling out some very impressive times in these conditions. 4:21.4 is what he's done recently. Now that's as good as the Corvette of Jan Magnussen, and Antonio Garcia at the moment, a fantastic driver, but only pulling out 4:23, and very, very accomplished driver in the wet. So it just shows what these two drivers in the Aston and the Corvette are pushing out right now.
Here they come. Here they come together. It's the 1 and 2 Audis locked together on track. There are quite a few laps apart. 3 laps separating these two vehicles. The one with the yellow wing is the 2 car, which we quoted as the all-star car, with Alan McNish, Dindo Capello and Tom Christensen on board. A little bit of shuffling around of the personnel. I know the number 1 car was quite upset to lose Tom, but I think he saw in Alan McNish a chance for them both to extend their Le Mans record out there. So coming in, and there'll be a brief check. Not sure whether it is a scheduled stop, but I suspect it is. It's a good excuse as well if you do take yourself for a spin to actually come in and infer that it was actually the vehicle and not the driver.
Well, that's certainly what we could say. Looks like they're going to change over to Marco Werner in that car now, so this will be a scheduled pit stop with the driver change.
As the Sonia Racing outfits, team boss Jacques Nicolet, kind of not up there with the top pro teams, the 4 car, but they're still in there and plying their trade on the pits.
Pirot vacating the car number 1, and it will be Marco Werner getting aboard.
Putting in his own seat pad just to make sure he's nice and snug in there. When they designed these seats, presumably they designed them for the biggest bum first.
Generally speaking, yes. I mean, in the prototypes that I've driven, you design the base model around sort of your tallest person or the biggest person. Well, yeah, maybe. And then you'll do inserts for each driver in and around that. Sometimes they can add a bit of foam into that, but generally speaking, it's an interesting sort of vacuum-packed like foam beads sort of things, what they do a lot of the seats with nowadays, which really do work, and they're fantastically strong. It's really quite impressive that they can do things that way nowadays. Makes a big difference for these drivers who are experiencing a lot of G-force and a lot of stress. So you really do need to be in there so tight.
Yeah, she's not talking about those wooden beads that taxi drivers often wear to stop themselves getting a sweaty back.
No, slightly different. But then that could be nice, you never know.
You never know. Massage impact.
Something to think of for the future. Thanks, Carlton.
Yeah. So there it is, that long, beautiful run. It's far from flat, and they've actually ground down a couple of the humps on the Mulsanne Straight, don't forget, just to sort of try and... there was a takeoff point which really did upset some of the stability of the cars.
Yeah, that's right. We've seen Mercedes is tumble over there. John Nielsen did it quite a few years ago when the Sauber team was here, and that hump there, big hump, was just after the kink on the Mulsanne. When back in those days, of course, there were no chicane, so they were flat out full throttle for over a minute down that back straight. I actually got a lap around here with Ray Mallock. It was, I think, in 1985, and he was driving the Ecos car, which is what the equivalent now of an LMP2 car, a C2 car in those days, and it was a tiny little car built specifically for victory here at Le Mans, which they did achieve. And he was, it was flat out. I was on board with him just a lap, during the test days here, and they were given sort of passenger rides in various of the different cars. They were just running in a differential, but he was still flat out down the Mulsanne. And I clicked the stopwatch going on to the Mulsanne. It was over a minute flat out. Absolutely amazing to me. You're able to hold these cars flat out on the throttle for, I mean, normally the longest straights you're going to get are 20 seconds or so maybe, but that was a full minute at full throttle. Wow. Very hard work for the engines.
They're still dreaming about it.
Yeah, it was quite fun actually, I must admit. Been driven, that's the first time I've been driven at 200 miles an hour. Actually, that's the only time I've been 200 miles. I've been about 170, almost 180 is the quickest I've ever been in any sort of a racing car. So to be driven by somebody else at 200 miles an hour was quite a thrill, I must admit.
Yeah, trust involved.
Yep.
Yeah, quite a lot. It's interesting to see the mix. The best of the GT1 cars, incidentally, is now running 12th place overall. Garcia's on board the Aston Martin. It's still tight, that, and if you let anything drop. I'm just looking at their lap times though at the moment, and Magnussen is
still chipping away, isn't he?
He is.
Still grinding out those 421s lap after lap, and Antonio's doing 423, which is a very good time, but you add up a bunch of laps with a 2-second difference, and I think Magnussen is on the hunt for the lead.
No question about that, and we'll check the gap when Magnussen comes past. I think he's still on the lead lap. We'll just check what that margin is.
2-lap gap though on the screens at the moment, with Kimi Bruni leading GT2 in the 82 Ferrari. That's a tremendous effort by them.
Yeah, I think the Virgo Motorsports car has just been in, or is making a pit stop. I think it's just been in for a pit stop, so that explains why it's 2 laps. It was just 1 lap between those 2 cars.
And we've seen a changeover for second place in the LMP2 class. We've got Sacha Massin is past the Pescarolo-Saunier car for second place, so he's going to be pushing hard to try and get back the time that they've lost.
Well done. Yeah, that car had a long delay early on with various difficulties. They had a misfire, which I think they've obviously managed to cure now, because he's running pretty competitive lap times. He's running very, very competitive lap times. Actually, last time around, Sacha Massin did a 4:17, which is very respectable, and the Van Merchtien car with Peter Van Merchtien at the wheel was doing a 4:25, so 8 seconds quicker was Sacha Massin, and he's been consistently about 10 seconds quicker than Frankie Cheng in that number 35 Saunier racing Pescarolo.
They really hit the ground running, the Porsche Spider, getting out their first outing victory in the LMS, and they've been doing terrific stuff with Roger Penske. Wondering whether Roger's going to make the trip, and there was speculation overnight as to we were having a chat saying, why on earth isn't he here? And I think the ASO have sort of been a bit grumbly about it. The LMP1s, they like to be a class apart. I think his success in the LMS probably came to some sort of agreement, I imagine, at least for now.
And I think it probably won't hurt for him to wait for a year and see how the Porsches get on in their first 24-hour race. They're obviously being very, very strong. So now that this has happened, you never know. We might see Penske here next year.
Might be tempted. Running top 10 in the top 10 at the moment. 9th place for that Van Merchtien car, and 4 places clear on the board, 5 indeed, from the nearest LMP2 to them, which just happened to be another RS Spider.
Yeah, 6 9-lap advantage that Van Merkstein has over the Team Essex Porsche RS Spider, and now that Saunier Racing Pescarolo Judd back into third place with Frankie Cheng at the wheel. Meanwhile, that gap in GT1 is the number 63 car has just been onto the pit lane, and Jan Magnussen has handed over to Johnny O'Connell. Looked like a very routine pit stop, but it's going to cost them. I think they're probably going to fall off that lead lap now, so the gap between the Aston and the Corvette, I believe, now is going to go to back to over 1 lap.
We're on board with Minassian. He's in sight of Capello, I think, at the moment. There was a huge plume as he went offline into the real wet stuff to try and close down, and I'm hoping, here we are, we're coming back on it now. The 59 car, I think a little bit a different part of the track. Just forgive me momentarily. You've spotted something.
No, we've got the lead car in GT2 has just come in for a pit stop. It looks routine, so we're just watching to see what's going on there.
And indeed we are. The 59 car is a foil here. Big flashing lights from Minassian saying, out of the way, I've got work to do here. And he's going to be forced to go into the wet again. Minassian, we saw it just a few moments ago. He went down round one of the slower cars, came off the dry line. Huge amount of spray went up. Didn't care at all because he's closing down now. He's got Capello in front of him. Here we are now, a real battle here for you.
Yeah, great onboard shot, wasn't it, from Nick Minassian there, working away, and again being very smooth with the steering input into that car.
Well, absolutely. I mean, in these conditions, like we've said before, you have to be so smooth, and it's almost like letting the car tell you where it needs to be as well. You can't fight a car in these conditions. You have to sort of let the car ease its way out onto the corners, because the minute you start fighting the steering, that's when you can lose the traction.
He's got another foil here. It's in fact, it's the lead LMP2 car. He's going to stay on his racing line. If he wants to go by, he's going to have to get in the wet, and he does. Spray coming up here, which allows more drive for Capello, who's out in front of him. Tremendous stuff here.
Really pushing Nick Minassian is. He's out there and he's just pounding along as if he was in the dry.
Well, he isn't, and he's battling the curbs here as they come back once again along the start-finish straight. A terrific view of it. Now the big grandstands, everybody sending up a cheer. Great racing so late on with we've just gone under the 5 hours to go mark. There's a lot of racing still to be had out there.
Trouble for the Celine in the pits. They've got the rear deck off the car. We're not sure what's going on, but there's as many people as they can have legally in the pit lane working on that car right now.
Again.
They've had a rough time, haven't they?
And you just mentioned, I think a few minutes ago, Liz, that the number 82 car, the Risi Competizione Ferrari of Jimmy Bruni, was on pit lane. Looked like a slightly longer than normal pit stop, but he's back underway and still with a healthy
Nothing too much drama, I don't think. Still pushing on.
By the way, let's not forget Minassian is trying to unlap himself here. He wants to get back on the lead lap. They both come by. They're a lap apart. 303 laps for the number 2 car. The number 7 in the hands of Minassian is running a lap down. This is going to be tremendous stuff.
I think we'll find that Nick Minassian has just done the fastest lap of anybody on the circuit at this immediate moment in time. He's just done a 4:01.5, which is quicker than anyone else has done in his last lap. Oh, except for now. Christian Klein has just pulled out a 3:59 just across the line, pulled that time out. So the track is drying a little bit. It's still very down, treacherous, slippery conditions, but certainly it is drying.
Crucially as well, don't forget, Minassian was having to go on a lot of wet lines there to get to. There was loads of spray as he had to come offline. Other cars running their own race. It's not really for them to get out of the way. It's for him to get by, especially when the track's wide enough, wet or dry. So here he comes. There they are, locked together here. Terrific view of this. And the approach speeds, well, they've kind of disappeared in the damp here, as Liz was pointing out earlier on. They seem to be running pretty much the same. If you compare both cars visually, though, the Audi just seems to be a little bit calmer. Despite the fact they're doing the same speeds, the Peugeot looks to be going faster, even though that gap is being maintained here.
Yeah, I think the Peugeot is moving around a little bit more for the drivers. They're having a little bit more of a difficult time keeping the car under control than the Audi guys. And you know, as Liz was talking about earlier on, the Audi guys coming into the race, they were looking for these sort of conditions. They felt their car was going to be better in the wet than the Peugeot. And look at that, can't interfere to jump on the brakes there.
Getting around the JMB Ferrari of the Ben Alcott racing car. Yeah, just struggling a bit to get past that GT2 car.
He looked like he was right alongside him going into Mulsanne corner, but he backed out of it. He just didn't want that Ferrari to pull across his nose.
So it's a very smart thing to do, I think, especially in these conditions when you're dealing with the GT2 cars. They're struggling for grip too, so to be a bit too aggressive is not always too wise.
Yeah, and that aggression would have been punished, and that's the least of all of what he wants out there. He just cede a second or so in that manoeuvre and then just get back on with the job at hand.
Yeah, patience very much a virtue in this sort of event, and particularly in these conditions. You don't want to take any more chances than you have to. I mean, everything is a chance when you're driving at these sort of speeds in these sort of conditions with the track not really wet, not really dry, so you've just got to take care of everything.
Fabulous racing going on there. You know, you're saying yellow and white lights, just how about mixing it up with that Ferrari there?
Yeah,
they've obviously got a new light unit on there.
I think perhaps they've lost one of their covers for that light.
I think so.
You mentioned, Liz, that Christian Klein was below the 4-minute mark, and he's been that fairly consistently actually recently. Also has been Alex Premat in car number 3, the second of the Audis, running in 4th place. He's less than 2 minutes behind Christian Klein, so that's quite a battle going on. They're on the same lap, a couple of laps down to the race leader, but both Christian Klein and Alex Premat turning very quick laps, and they have been and still are the 2 fastest cars on the track right now.
Any mistakes out front, and there's going to be bother because they're not that far away.
And I think this is why we're seeing the times that we are. I think there's a few team orders there saying, guys, if you can push hard and keep it on the track, this is what we need to see.
Well, it's fabulous racing. Who'd have believed that at this stage? But mind you, I find myself saying this every single year.
Yeah,
amazing.
It is a lot of fun, isn't it? We see now both both of the 2 leading petrol engine cars are in pit lane.
We've got Henri Pescarolo waiting for us, and I'm just hoping that
his car was just on pit lane, and car number 17 with Harold Premat aboard has just made a pit stop, and is the leading petrol engine car in 7th place overall, and the Orica Judd Courage is in 2nd place overall, about 6 laps behind 8th overall, and 2nd in the petrol engine category.
And here is Henri Pescarolo. Yes, they've had a rough time. Lost the 16 earlier on. They've got the 17 still in the frame, running 7th. Here he is.
Par la casse du moteur de la numéro 16, mais la numéro 17 est toujours en piste et elle est 2e des voitures essence.
Dans notre malchance, on a eu de la chance parce que tous les problèmes sont...
Well, asking about his chances with the 17 car after the difficulties earlier on with the 16.
Emmanuel et Romain, c'est triste pour eux. Pendant ce temps-là, la 17 a été épargnée, elle marche très bien.
Well, the 17's working very well out there, he says.
Donc on suit le tableau de marche normal avec des conditions.
No problems for the time being. 7th spot is a good position for us. We are the lead petrol car, and they're very, very difficult conditions out there to master. Well, what do you think? Do you think it's fair that there is just the one category for out there? You should be looking for some kind of prize yourself. He says, well, that's down to the Automobile Club of the West, really, the ACO. Well, there is 2 categories existing there, which we're fighting, really. It's a technological difference between the 2. And clearly they're not equal in terms of what we're allowed to run. You know, the idea that we might have a chance of a podium, a difficult one. Well, yes, merci Henri, indeed. Tremendous effort by them. They are running in 7th place ahead of the Courage of Ayari, the number 5 car. But when you look at the gap between them, Jeremy, it's absolutely huge. Pescarolo yet again showing their credentials here. So long were they tied to Peugeot, but they're still a force, aren't they?
Yeah, well, yeah, they are doing an excellent job. I mean, it's a privateer team that Henri has put together. 4-time winner himself, of course, and you know, I know he's frustrated with the rules. He feels that the petrol engine cars are not given a fair shot against the diesel engine cars, but you know, they know they're not capable of going for the victory, so they're aiming to be the best of the petrol engine cars. That's the best they can do, and they've had a lot of opposition during this 24-hour race. So we've seen several guys been ahead of them. The Dome was ahead, wasn't it, and the Lola Aston Martin, but right now it's still that Pescarolo car. It's 6 laps ahead of the 2nd of the petrol engine cars.
They're doing a great job. You'd expect it, though. He's got so much experience here. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you live once again here on Eurosport.
Welcome Welcome back live on Eurosport. Jeremy Shaw with Carlton Kirby and Liz Halliday. A routine pit stop here for the Peugeot. Car number 8, Stefan Sarazan was car number 9, I should say. It was Christian Klein who's been doing an excellent job turning some very, very quick laps. We had a report that the drizzle was a little bit harder over the last few minutes, but the lap time seemed to be coming down in actual fact. But there's a routine stop, I think, for the third place car at the moment. And while we were away, car number 2, the race leading Audi R10 TDI of Dindo Capella, was in for a routine pit stop as well.
Yeah, we had 3 cars just a moment ago, gone sub 4 minutes, and that's starting to expand. And Clint's just come in, and he's away. We're just looking at Van Merkstein there as well. He's touring round at 4 minutes 36 was his last lap. They've been closed down by Vanina X, but she's 3 laps away in a different class, of course. The LMP2 being led by the Porsche RS Spiders, and there he is on your screens at this very moment. And you can get some kind of measure of just how efficient they are. Top 10 finish for them, I think, would be well, more than acceptable. And as you were saying, I just wonder what Roger Penske's going to make of all this. He might fancy his chances.
Yes, he might well do, but you know, it's still LMP2 in the Le Mans series is very much a privateer battle. In the United States, where the rules are slightly different, in the American Le Mans series, the LMP2 cars are given a few breaks to bring them a bit closer to the LMP1 cars, because really the only serious LMP1 cars are the Audi Sport North America cars in the American Le Mans series, and it makes for fantastic racing for the fans. But certainly the Penske racing Porsche RS Spiders would not be at the same level in terms of the LMP1 competition in the Le Mans series in Europe as they are in the United States.
Yeah, sorry, Liz.
Certainly it would be very exciting to have them here next year. Oh! Big slide from the Van Merkstein Porsche there, just reminding us that it has started to rain a little bit more and has perhaps caught him out a little bit more there. But yeah, we're just saying I think it would be very exciting to have Penske here alongside these Porsches. So we'd have 4 Porsches battling, and that would be very similar to what's going on in the LMP1 class.
It would. Just on the weather, the rain, the wind has slowed round, and it's now coming in from the southwest. That traditionally brings rain. We've had easterlies and northerlies overnight, which have had calm periods, but each time the wind has changed, then the rain has come back in, and it's starting to destabilise matters. And we're talking tyre changes here, and very, very welcome they will be, I am sure.
And there was Alex Wirtz standing by to hop aboard the Peugeot car number 8, which is running now in 6th place with Stefan Sarazan aboard. It's now 10 laps down. It lost 5, I think around about 6 laps early in the evening yesterday. After its problem, and then it lost another 4 laps overnight with overheating. So it's that explains why it's 10 laps off the pace. It's the car has set the fastest lap of the race with Stefan Sarazan aboard. That was a 3 minutes 19.394, stunning lap. So almost 8 seconds a lap quicker than Alec Manish's fastest lap from 1 year ago.
You know, there are only 2, just going back to Van Merkstein in a moment, there are only 2 petrol-powered LMP2 cars ahead of them. I don't think they could ever hope to get close to the diesels, but I think, should anything happen to the Pescarolo or the Courage that's in front of them in positions as 7 and 8 overall, I think they can really count that as a double victory.
Very good point, because Sohail Ayari in car number 5.
Il y a eu un gros accident à Monza. Est-ce que ça va aujourd'hui?
Ouais, ça se passe. He had a big accident at Monza. Yeah, that's absolutely true. But the car's going well here, thank goodness. Everything seems to be rolling well. The conditions are very, very challenging, he says. There's been some big accidents out there. Not necessarily down to the drivers.
Ça m'éclate d'être là et de voir que j'ai les odeurs, j'ai la sensation de course qui me plaît.
He says he can smell something not very, very well out there. I don't know if he's speaking metaphorically or genuinely.
Comment vous voyez la fin de course entre Audi et Peugeot?
So what about this battle between Audi and Peugeot? It's always going to be difficult, he says. They're so close together. Having a car that's difficult to drive in the rain doesn't help.
je vois pas comment ils peuvent aller le chercher l'Audi. Si ça arrête de pleuvoir peut-être, c'est pas le cas pour l'instant. Et deuxièmement,
well, we're just wondering how we can close down at the top. The gap between the two cars is close, but its performance differences are completely neutralised by the rain. That's interesting. He's saying, Liz, as well, that the rain has helped to level things, and any performance advantage that the Peugeots might have had seems to have been dampened quite literally.
Well, this is what we've been saying all along, isn't it? That rain is the best leveling factor for any race in any kind of series. Really, is that suddenly cars that were monstrously ahead have suddenly slowed down. Oh, here we go. We've got a real race going on here.
It was good to hear Stefano Ortelli there, wasn't it? He had that huge, massive shunt at Monza, and he's not been pronounced fit to drive here at Le Mans, which is a major disappointment for him, of course. He's been coming here for an awful long time. He definitely wanted to drive one of those Oreca Courage cars, but he will be back, I think, for the next Le Mans Series race.
Of course, bad luck for Stefan with Le Mans for a couple of years now, because he had a big accident, I think it was last year, where he suffered a head injury and was not allowed to drive at Le Mans again. So, this is a shame.
Another one, and they won't be able to. I'm just wondering if there's a local yellow been thrown here, which might just hamper Minassian. He just posted a 3:57. That's in appalling weather as well, with the rain coming down a little bit heavy. You can see the marshals with all their wet weather gear wearing their sou'westers. It is a southwesterly breeze we've got here, and look at this, a breeze. We've got a storm raging on track right now, and this is for Minassian to unlap himself and get back on the lead lap. Capello is not going to see position easily. This is tremendous.
I don't think he's going to give him any help, so this is going to be an exciting race to watch here.
It is. They're both lapping under 4 minutes now, and he looks to the inside, but no, Dindo Capello has that line well and truly covered. There's Jacques Villeneuve watching on from the pit lane. He'll be taking over behind the wheel of car number 7 fairly shortly. That is the car that we're watching right here, challenging Dindo Capello. And look at Dindo Capello there, moving across towards the pit wall just to get a bit more, it's damper over there. They're still running wet weather tyres, and you want to make sure you don't overheat those tyres. So if you run in the wet portion out alongside the pit wall, you can get a bit more temperature, keep the tyres temperature under control, so when you get up there to the Dunlop curve, you're in good shape.
I mean, this is incredible. What we're watching is dicey racing, almost 20 hours into this race, and also in these conditions. I mean, this is just, you don't see this very often, and these guys are really pushing hard, and we're so far into this race. I mean, this is incredible.
Just watch the lines that Dindo's taking through the corners, taking the wide line around the missing the apex, the traditional apex, quite comfortably there, but he's just looking after his tyres. He wants to keep that car in the best shape it can be.
Well, he knows that if he does find a drier section of track, and there are some out there, traditional passing points are where you find it, where cars have been side by side and kind of cleaned up, and here we are drafting now. Now this is a big moment. Wouldn't have been a problem any other time during the race, but with the wet, they've got to keep it sensible here.
It's
but he's gone by, he's unlapped himself. Tremendous job.
Yeah, just smokes right past him on the straight. That's the power of the Peugeot. They're telling on the straight. That's been the thing all the way through. They've been a little bit quicker everywhere, in effect during this month of June, but that was just sheer horsepower that took that Peugeot past the Audi. He got a good run through Tertre Rouge, did Nicolas Minassian, and he's able to take full advantage of that, get this into the slipstream, and it was just pure speed that took him past the Audi, wasn't it?
But Dindo's not going to have any of it. He's looking for a way around. He's definitely going to try and get the slipstream down the next long straight, I think, and try and retake that position. He won't be happy about that at all.
He won't be happy, but he knows, he's been around this sport a long time. He knows the Peugeot's a quicker car. He also knows he's got all but a whole lap advantage. That's almost 4 minutes.
Exactly.
And that's the big picture. And Dindo Capello will be looking at the big picture. And the big picture is, no panic. If the car's quicker, fine, let him go. I just concentrate on my race and don't make a mistake.
And every time that the Peugeots turn the wick up, they just have to keep coming in and more frequently. Their pit stops, between these two cars, there's 3 pit stops difference. And that's effectively 3 minutes on the track.
Isn't that interesting there? Just the Peugeot just sliding through the Mulsanne, and that Audi absolutely on rails. And again, there you can see Dindo Capello moving over to the right side track. You can see the dry line developing on the left-hand side of the racetrack as they go down into Indianapolis through those kinks.
It may be a case of Dindo just trying to put a bit of pressure on Nick, because Nick's really having to push hard. He's working hard. He's having to play with the steering wheel a bit to keep hold of that car, which possibly doesn't handle as well as the Audi. So it might be that Dindo's just trying to put a bit of pressure on, pull out to the side so he can see him a bit more, and just try and fluster Nick Nick Manassian, who is not easily flustered.
No, well, he isn't. But you know, just grabbing a few seconds per lap is really going to eat into their consumption figures. And, well, once they come across the timing screens, we're going to find out that Manassian is around about 3.5 minutes off. He's had 3 more pit stops, so it tells its own story. But if he keeps pushing, trying to make up that time, it's going to, well, the penalty will be he's going to have to come in and refuel more frequently, and that's the last thing they want. They're just going to have to hope that something happens to the number 2 car.
Yeah, they are, because that's what's happened to number 7. They've had a couple of little issues that have made them run. It's probably 1 extra pit stop for that car overall. They've just a couple of the pit stops have just been the fact that the Audi is getting better fuel economy. They're able to run at least 1 lap longer on each stint, and that is a great saving in of itself. But the number 7 car has also had a couple of minor little niggles, and there is Manassian running over the curbs, and that's not what we want to be doing at this stage in the race.
You can see how hard he's pushing, and really, you know, what people need to understand is in these conditions, the curbs are like ice. I mean, anywhere where there's paint is going to be completely slippery as ice. So it's a real risk he's taken there.
There is. Well, we'll be back with more of this dramatic action live from Le Mans after this short break. 4 hours 38 still to go. Welcome back live. The 7 car of Nick Manassian has unlapped itself with Dindo Capello in the 2 car. Jack Villeneuve is waiting to get on board pensively. He's got his baggy suit about to be chucked in the machine. There's the dome. Back in again after short order, and in not too much of a hurry to get out there.
There's something else. We came back then from the commercial break. There was the Peugeot was coming down towards Arnage, and there was the 3 marshals running across the track, it seemed like, or running in front of the barriers. Certainly, we didn't see anybody spun off there. We haven't heard any reports of anybody being off the road, but looks slightly odd. But clearly, no harm, no foul, and no problem for Manassian at least.
They might well be putting some plastic off markers to stop people shortcutting the chicane, and we believe that's what's been going on with James Bond.
Yeah, James Bond 007, who just called, there was a little scroll there on the bottom of the timing monitor. What did it say?
No
respect track. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's right. Respect that track, or else we've seen you not respecting it, which means shortcutting. Yes, be careful. We've got our eye
waving the finger there at 007, which is Carl Wendlinger, I believe, at the wheel at the moment. The scoring monitor doesn't show, but I think it's Carl.
To get that warning, you have to do it twice.
Yeah.
It has to become regular.
Yes.
Regular and convenient.
Yeah, here is Nick Manassian. He's vacating the premises of the car number 7. It will be Jacques Villeneuve getting back on board, and at the same time, here comes the Audi.
This is called keeping an eye on your opponent, and
that is the race leader,
the yellow-winged race leader, the number 2 car. Gold, will it be gold for them? We will wait and see by the end of this one. 4 hours 35, just 34.5 minutes remaining.
This is pretty early.
Staying in.
This is very early for Capello.
I think they're keeping eyes on each other.
Are they changing tyres? I wonder whether they're putting intermediate tyres. Can we see down there what tyres are going on this car? Here come the fuel in the car. Obviously, it's only been I think 5 laps by my unofficial reckoning that 5 laps ago that Dindo was into the pits. Dash, you couldn't see.
Well, I think there's definitely someone who's monitoring what's happening at Peugeot, and it's very possible they've just come in to change. We don't want to lose time by.
Do you know what I think they're just keeping eyes on each other. Whatever Peugeot do, they're going to do, and we're just going to sit with them.
Yes, but we've seen Dindo Capello moving off the racing line onto the wet line. I wonder whether there's a slightly
hard,
issue. Yeah, exactly. There's all sorts of different tyres that Michelin brings along for all sorts of different conditions. There's certainly more than one wet weather tyre that Michelin has brought here, and I fancy, I would suggest that the number 2 race leading Audi of Dindo Capello was on a more conservative tyre, slightly softer tyre than perhaps was optimal for these conditions. Certainly, judging by his lap times, Dindo was struggling to get below the 4-minute mark, whereas Christian Klein and Alex Premat in car number 3, the other Audi was regularly below 4 minutes. So we saw Dindo moving over, didn't we, regularly to look after those wet weather tyres. I think they've got a good advantage, and while the other Peugeot is in the pits, come in and make that change and try and maintain its advantage.
Well, we are seeing a drying line now, so this is going to be a big part of it.
Yep.
Yeah, I was just watching one of the Corvettes just slewing out ever so slightly as it came around the corner, just getting it into a real power slide, and the Peugeot just gingerly going by on the outside. Yeah, that lovely view you get as they come up Dunlop, just crest the top there. And well, it's not about the scenery for these boys, it's just about getting it on. We have, I think, Nico Minassian waiting to talk to us in just a few moments time. Oh, and round goes the 34, no damage, just pick that back up, but it shows that conditions are getting testing. Oh, we're all right, we're all right, we're all right. Let's go downstairs. Looks difficult, but the track looks like it's drying out there. I've got real problems, he said, when the track is wet. Tried everything out there. Getting the line past the slower cars, very, very tough in the wet weather. Conditions, are they in your favour? Are they doing you a favour out there? It's starting to get drier and you're getting quicker. Well, if it dries out, the conditions will be more in our favour, and just as he says it, it looks like he's in a part of the track that's getting a fairly hefty bit of spray going out there, and they're clearly intermediates coming on.
Absolutely right. That's going on the Audi that's in the pit lane right now, which is car number 3. That was interesting comments there from Nick Minassian. He's a real Anglophile, is Nicholas. He lives in England these days, has done for quite a few years, and I'm sure he would have wanted that to do that interview in English.
Yeah, he would have quite happily done it in English, no worries. So yeah, but certainly intermediates are going to be the best option, especially on a circuit like Le Mans, where, as we said before, some of the circuit will be wetter than other parts which will be drying. So truly you want to be on something like intermediate that has the chance to cool off again in the wetter conditions.
Well, I'm not so sure that intermediates might be a good call, you know, because it looks to be getting damp yet again. Clearly, quite often they use light meters, all kinds of other stuff. The flags are actually hanging dead in the middle of the start-finish straight here, so there's not much breeze out there to help the drying conditions.
Talking of standing dead there, the car number 64 Corvette is on the pit lane, and it was going up and down on the jacks for a little while, and it finally got the work completed. I think it was an unscheduled stop for that car. I think it's lost at least another lap. I didn't see what the problem was going.
I was actually wondering if it was a problem with the jacks.
Well, it could have been.
It was kind of going up and down like a 10-cent Yogi Bear machine in a supermarket.
One end of the car or the other was going up and down. It was strange, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Well, there you have it. Out front, it is the 2 car wearing the gold. We're looking at the black-headed Audi right now. That is the number 3 Audi, and that's running down in 4th place.
And we're going to watch his lap times with great interest now. We certainly saw that he put on intermediate tyres. We didn't see which tyres went on aboard the number 2 car.
I think he's the test.
Well, yeah, possibly.
Yeah, I think he's the test for the crew. I think they're going to see how he runs out on there, and if he sets any quick ones, then it may well be that's the story, tyre choice-wise, for the others next time by.
There's the overall classification there. After 19.5 hours, the Audis and Peugeots monopolizing the top 6 positions. The Pescarolo Judd there in the leading petrol-engined car, and in 9th place overall was Jos Verstappen in the Van Merckstein Motorsport Porsche RS Spider, and he's just had a quick spin out somewhere. I was just making a note. He just got into that car, taking over from the car owner, Peter Van Merckstein, and I was curious to see what sort of lap times Verstappen would do in conditions that really might suit him, and then he promptly went and spun it.
Big braking moment coming up here as well, and look how careful he's being on intermediate.
He's struggling.
I think this is a test. I think they've put it on here. He's 3 laps down just to see what to do with this, the Red Wing car. Absolutely, Marco Werner in the 1 car. Now let's have a look. Also intermediates. Well, they're confident, and this will tell them exactly what to do with the 2 car in the hands of Capello.
Well, of course, Audi, a team that will have basically their own people looking after the weather, so maybe they know something we don't, and it's on its way to drier conditions perhaps, but certainly the intermediate looks a little bit twitchy out there right now. I wouldn't want to be on them.
It would be for a lap or 2 at least, until you get them up to proper temperature, that's for sure.
Yeah, the squintometer, which is my own eyes, are telling me that it is brightening out there. We are getting deeper into the morning, however. The sun, despite the fact it's been shrouded by the clouds, is getting higher up. there. That's going to help drying, because it will help with the warmth. Not much of a breeze at all, though, to help that. So back out on intermediates, a very obvious choice, you might say, on a track that's got a light dusting of drizzle. And well, we won't won't constantly keep telling you about it, but it looks still to have a wet line out there. They're certainly not overly comfortable, are they, on these intermediates? They're looking to the future.
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw some onboard shots and the corners out by Indianapolis and Arnage, and there certainly was a dry line through there, and that is that generally speaking, the last part of the track that dries out, because you are in between the trees there, they are relatively close to the racetrack, even though, as I said earlier on, they've actually moved them back over the last few years compared to what they were a few years ago, when the trees were absolutely on the edge of the racetrack.
Just the back end twitching out yet again on the red top car here. It's the number 1 Audi. Where's number 1? But it's kind of really the unofficial number 2 car. The car that does wear number 2 is clearly where the class lies in the field. They are our leaders. 310 laps. Villeneuve, he's on a mission to chase him down, and he posted a very, very slow lap last time by.
You talked about the number 2 Audi being the kind of the lead car in that team, but of course the number 1 carried by Marco Werner, Emmanuel Lepura and Frank Biela. As a result of that, they won this race last year and in 2006 as well, so they're looking for a hat-trick, but right now they're in 5th place and 3 laps down to the sister car of Capello and company.
Marco Werner having to work very, very hard on those intermediate tyres. We're just losing the back end and twitching in a bit, having to hang on to the steering, really gingerly drive that car through the corners. So we're going to wait and see how he gets on these tyres. Like you said, Jeremy, he's going to have to get a bit of heat into them, and especially an intermediate tyre in these conditions is difficult, but ultimately should be faster as the circuit dries a bit more.
And Christian Kleiner, who made a pit stop a little while ago and we presume stayed on the wet weather tyres, he was a 4 minutes and 2 last time, and here comes Capello just across the line now, and a 4 minutes .219. So those 2 cars still fairly close to the match. So I'm going to wait now to see when Alex Premack comes past and or Marco Werner, who's just left the pit lane, what sort of times they can turn on their intermediates.
I'm just wondering whether Villeneuve has an issue out there, and he answers me straight away. The answer is no. 357.5, 357. He's got sub 3 seconds underneath the 4 minute mark, which is what Capello did just last time by.
I think that was
Clean
in fact
doing a
his
353. Yeah, absolutely. But he's coming up to temperature well and truly, and he likes the wet as well, Villeneuve. He's quite happy out there in those conditions.
He was fabulous last year in torrential conditions, just drove the car around as if he was in the dry, so we would expect to see some really amazing times out of him here.
We would, because I think in a dry, I think it's fair to say that he hasn't quite matched the pace of his teammates in that number 7 machine. Nick Manassian and Marc Genet, I think, generally been a little bit quicker. There's the Audi twitching around. We haven't seen much of that during this race. They've been very, very stable, those Audi R10 TDIs, but on the intermediate tyres now, particularly here at Arnage, you can see there on the left-hand side of the track, as they come out of the corner track out to the edge of the road there, it's still fairly damp, and heading into the Porsche curves, that's the tricky bit, Liz, I would imagine.
Yeah, the Porsche curve's such a fast portion of this circuit. It is a proper racetrack there, so it will be slippery asphalt in these wet conditions, and like I've said, just such a fast portion of this circuit, so very, very tricky in these conditions.
Yeah, just looking at Werner's time, he's still getting up to temperature there.
That was his in lap, I think.
Yeah,
it was 4
exactly.
14 actually.
4 minutes 14. Well, we'll see how he improves.
That was his in lap
that.
as he came into the pit. So the next one will be a slow one, and then the one after that, the next couple after that, we'll see.
Second place Porsche with Sasha Massin on board has just come into the pits. They've done a driver change. Not sure who's getting in yet, but certainly.
Casper Elgaard.
Okay, and Casper will be doing the best job he can. Back with you soon.
Yeah, we're going to take that break. Back with you live on Eurosport in just a moment. Oh! Welcome back. Travelling very, very slowly indeed. The red top number 1 Audi Sport North America car. They got into a bit of a spin. It's clearly not very happy with the intermediates. More tyres coming out and maybe even more problems as well. Look at this. Corvettes don't go by that quickly. He's nursing it home, and this a crucial moment. It is the 1 car. It's one car.
Yeah, it's Marco Werner that spun down, I think, at the
I think it may have been in the S's, actually, or down there. He didn't come past, did he?
Yes, he did come past.
Sorry,
yes.
my
So he's now got got to do a whole lap slowly. We can't see anything wrong with the car. Unless there's a puncture on the right-hand side of the car, which you haven't yet seen, then it's something else amiss on that car. But he had a big spin down there, and he's now limping that car back towards the pit lane. On board here with Alex Premat, meanwhile, who's also on the intermediate tyres, and he has just done a 4 minutes 12, so he's losing a lot of time on these inters. And in the meantime, Dinder Capello, who's I would suggest is on the slightly harder of the wet weather tyres, is doing a 3:59. That would compare to 3:54 of Christian Klein, who's in third place in the car in the Peugeot number 9.
Now then, do the Peugeots smell blood, knowing that on intermediates the Audis are less than happy out there? They may well start pushing them. Just take the gamble of turning up the wick a little bit. Forget about longevity in terms between consumption figures between stops. Let's have a go at them and see if we can force any kind of mistake, because Werner's clearly proven that there is an issue out there. Unfortunately for him, it was the cruel turns just before the start-finish straight where he lost it, and has had to go all the way around, as Jeremy was quite rightly pointing out. The number one car then is out there and limping.
Yeah, but we don't know why he's limping.
No,
he didn't seem to hit anything particularly hard. He spun it across the curbs, sure. And it could well be, as I say, that maybe there's a puncture on the right-hand side, because the left-hand side tyre seemed to be okay. We hear that the Audi pit in, and car they're waiting for car number 3 to come into the pit lane. No, car number 1, I should say, to come into the pit lane. I think actually number 3 as well, and they're going to put them back onto wet weather tyres. So clearly that gamble didn't work. But those two cars, the number 3 and the number 1, Alex Premat and Marco Werner, they're in 4th and 5th places. They were trying to chase down those Peugeots, so I think just taking a bit of a gamble there. I'm surprised they did it with both cars. Particularly, I would have thought that for the second of those two cars, they would have waited another lap or two to see whether those intermediate tyres were going to work or not.
Well, in this sort of situation, it's usually very much a driver's call. It's sort of, well, what do you want? What do you think? You're out there. And obviously, you know, both of these drivers seem to feel that intermediates was the right decision. So, you know, it's just one of those calls. It's so tough. You're right in between. Some bits of the circuit, you feel like the wets are maybe being overpowered by the grip of the circuit. And, you know, you just have to make that decision. And obviously, this wasn't the right one this time, but it's a tough one.
Tom Christensen about to speak to us, which will be a joy. He'll be filling us in on the 2 car and hopefully giving us an insight as to what's going on with the 1 and 3 as part of his crew. Yes, well, we were a little bit foxed. We said that some of those Audis could well be sent out there as a test to see what to do with the 2 car when the moment comes, and clearly the test has been failed by the intermediates at the moment. But you never know, suddenly picking up speed as well. The 2 car, the gold-topped car here, will he come in? They're waiting for him. No. He's going by once again. I think he's clearly feeling that maybe the conditions are just starting to improve a little bit. It's so difficult to call, and he's made his choice now. He's made his bed. He's going to have to sleep in it, and away he comes. He's got to go around once more before he can get any chat, and he's looking for wet here.
Yeah, you know, it's definitely intermediate conditions here in terms of the fact it's too dry for wets and it's too wet for intermediates even. So it's really, really tricky, and you can see now that this car is moving around a lot more than it has done before. And I guess it's just chewing up its wet weather tyres, Liz.
No, I thought they'd changed to intermediates on this car.
I don't think so. I think they must have gone
this is what we had originally thought, wasn't it? But if he's looking for wet, then certainly not. He's got to still be on a wet tyre of some form or another.
He was doing that before. We won't know for sure until he takes the tyres off. Hopefully we'll get a shot of it from the camera when he comes in, because when he made his last pit stop, which was about 20 minutes or so ago, car number 2 is in at 10:25. Actually, it was only 15 minutes ago, and there is Marco Werner still limping around very, very slow. It's an awful long way when you're at reduced pace. But when we saw Capello come in and make his pit stop, we couldn't see from the camera angle what tyres he had on board.
Certainly, I think if you're on a compound of wet tyre that you feel you can keep going by just moving over into the wet, then this can be a really smart decision, because we just don't know what the weather's going to do. And obviously, they seem to be happy enough that there's enough wet on the circuit to keep those tyres cool. So this is, you know, and it's obviously playing in their favour. 3:59.1 their last time. Very good time.
True, it was a good time last time around for Dinder, but after that, when he came past the pits, the car did seem to be sliding around an awful lot, and we haven't seen that all day long from that, particularly from car number 2. So
this will certainly be the wets taking a bit of a beating. So, and he's obviously making a big effort to get into the wet. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens there.
He's on a Sunday afternoon cruise at the moment, and he's stopping to sell ice creams in a moment. He's going so slowly.
I think one of the marshals might drop him a cup of tea while he's going by.
Yeah, unbelievable. I don't know, he's slipping it in. I think it's in get it home mode at the moment.
Maybe it's gear or something.
We'll find out if it's a bigger issue any moment now. Here is the pit entrance. It couldn't have come any quicker for him. He has limped almost literally all the way back, and we still don't know why. The car looks reasonably straight.
Well, he did run over that pylon, so we never know if maybe some damage. It was stuck under the car for a brief.
Look at this, Peugeot coming in as well, and not going to be overly happy because this is time lost. Because that's below.
There's a puff of smoke there for the back of the Audi,
it is. Oh, it's
getting
worse. There we have it. There we have it. And I think that tells a little story. That's going to be going into the garage. And did the right thing by letting the Peugeot come by there. Even on the approach.
Yes, if the other car is moving slowly and is hampered by a problem, then you are allowed to pass it.
I think in particular, as soon as you saw that puff, and you don't want any oil, he has every right to protect his own vehicle.
So hats off there to Marco Werner for doing a good job in staying out of the way, but clearly a major problem now on car number 1. That's the first of the turbo diesels to suffer a major problem in this race. We had a couple of minor delays for the other cars, particularly car number 8, but this I think is something a bit more substantial.
Well, they will fuel it and they will change the wheels, but no garage, not even that. For goodness sake, get it gone.
Well, obviously Marco knows what's going on. Very, very experienced Audi driver, so he will have been chatting on the radio, telling the team what he's experiencing, exactly what's going on. Plus, they've got so much technology in the actual garage themselves that they will have a very good idea of what's going on already.
Well, you often see them just plugging in the electronic monitors here just to get the full data readout. They don't send everything by the microwave link. They can get an awful lot more by actually just putting in the plug, and it more or less identifies exactly what the difficulties are.
True, but they knew pretty much as soon as he started limping, they knew roughly what the problem was, and it was almost an 8-minute lap for Marco Werner to limp all the way around. So it cost him 4 minutes. That's a lap even of itself, and now of course the car's gone into the garage as well, so he'll lose a lot more time.
The bulletproof reputation of the Audis, and we've got a spinner here. That's the dome, and in contact, and front
lost
nose.
The whole front of the car.
A little souvenir from Marshall there. He's already thinking about eBay. Yes.
Look at that, just the slippery conditions.
Wow. Oh, that was a big hit. This is not good for the dome.
No, that's not. That's going to be suspension
issues. For a car that's run so well as well.
Yeah, he did well to hold it back and leave that line out there. Oh, well, that was a real bloody nose, I'm afraid. And the 11 car not looking happy. And these boys, they're looking busy. And it's all back end, unlike the dome.
Yes, quite.
Well, the driver is still in the car, which is probably just the case of them saying, let us find out how bad it is, let us get an idea of what's going on, and then we'll tell you whether we need you out. But I think that could be a case of a bit of time in the garage there.
Marshall's just asking if they need assistance, and he said absolutely. They're just calling. He's trying to move it off, but it doesn't look like he's having is best able to do exactly that. He's just cleaning up the visor. You're quite right, Liz. Oh, and in fact he's got it going.
Oh, this is good, because a car that's so new and has run so strongly in this race. They've had a few problems, but really for such a brand new car with so much new technology on it as well, they've really done a great job, so we'd like to see them finish.
Right, there's any suspicions as to what went on there?
It looked almost as if something may have broken in the car, because it just snapped away, didn't it, so quickly. I mean, it's hard to say really from the angle we're at, but it's definitely possible that something could have gone wrong there. Maybe even a slow puncture could have done that for him.
I hope they crack it. You know, just finishing here would be a tremendous result for this car that's never really been this far.
Absolutely.
Yeah, fantastic. Great team on board as well, and they're hoping that they can get that finish, and they want to livery that as a Toyota next year, you can be sure of that.
We hear from the pits that the dome was on intermediate tyres, so it could just have been, you said it just snapped away from, and that's what it'll do if those tyres aren't up to full working temperature.
Could have just been a bit of an acceleration on a tyre without much grip, and see you later. An LMP1 car, they're very fast, lots of horsepower on not a very heavy car, so it's very easy to spin tyres.
On board with our leader, the 2-car, Dindo Capello is pedaling it at the moment. Just done a 4:01 out there, so He's got a deficit, unfortunately, to those chasing him down, and Villeneuve is hot on his case. 3 minutes 58.9 he's just set, and a 3:54 for clean. He is absolutely pushing it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Once again, Villeneuve, it's just not on the pace of his teammates. I've got to say, and Christian Clean there, 4 seconds quicker, and I think the cars are in pretty much similar configurations, and it's Christian Clean in 3rd place. He's still a lap down, however, to Jacques Villeneuve. Stay with us on Eurosport. We'll be back in just a moment.
Welcome back, live on Eurosport at Le Mans. 4 hours and 10 minutes, just shy of that, still remaining in this race. Now Audi, we normally get somebody to speak to us, but they've gone very, very corporate, closed ranks, and nobody wants to talk about this. They have problems, and that often suggests that it might well be something that potentially could go snap elsewhere as well. In fact, thank heaven for Alan McNish. He's decided that he at least is going to have a chat with us. Just watch for the diplomacy. Alan usually is a good chatter, but it'll be interesting to see what sort of angles he takes on this one.
Certainly he's probably feeling a bit cheerier than anybody in that other car, so probably the best one to speak with.
I think so. He's standing by as we speak, as we go on board with Jacques Villeneuve. They will have been given some real information. We've just found out from our secret squirrel route that it is a clutch issue with the number 1 car. We'll see if we can get any further details on that. We sort of know what the dome problem is.
Yeah, pretty good idea on that one.
Alan McNish is waiting to talk to us. Let's drop down. Intermediates not holding on at the moment, are they?
Alan, for answering. There seems to be some problems with the tire. The other Audis start with middle tires. You keep the wet tires. So what's happening right now?
Very, very difficult at the moment because there's 2 games going on. One's playing catch-up to the clean Peugeot, and the other one's in front. We're in front, so the difficult balance right now is the racing line is quite dry, it appears. But if you have to overtake someone, it's very wet. And so the intermediate tyre will be very good on the drier parts, but very bad on the wet parts. The wet tyre is very good on the wet parts and not so good in the dry. So right now it's that in-between stage, and it's starting to rain again, so that changes everything once more.
Do you know what the Peugeot put?
They put a wet tyre on certainly the car was second. It looked to be a wet tyre.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
So you take the gamble with intermediates, thanks to Alan McNish. You take your gamble with intermediates, but Villeneuve is on wets, and so is the 2 car, and we were quite right then. The Audis, when they came in, the 1 and the 3 car, they went for intermediates as a kind of a test, and clearly the 2 car is staying on wet at the moment, and if Villeneuve is posting those kind of times, a 3:56 he's just gone round in, 4:02 for the number 2 car, they're still going reasonably quickly out there on wet tyres.
Now the interesting thing is I'm watching here in the garage area, and it looks like they're struggling to get the dome into the garage at all. So it makes you wonder what sort of problem is going on there. It might be a gearbox issue, something stuck. You never know. It's hard to say, but they certainly are struggling to get it in at all.
We can't see due to the fact that my mic on. We did notice since half of the front bodywork was missing, it was on intermediate tyres as well. But they're having trouble turning that car around. It appeared like it's on its dollies. It doesn't seem to want to cooperate. In the meantime, what was I going to say? I think I was going to say, well, yes, what I was going to say was that Alan McNish confirmed that the number 3 and 1 Audis, they did put on intermediate tyres because they were trying to chase down the 2nd and 3rd place Peugeots. They took a bit of a risk there. As I'm still surprised they both did it at the same time, but they took a risk to put on the intermediate tyres. The drivers felt it was going to be good, conditions were good enough to put on those intermediates. Turned out not to be the case, and now they're back on wet tyres, and Alex Premat has just done a 3:52.117, significantly quicker than anybody else on the racetrack.
It's amazing. They're kind of following each other, just sort of stalking them in terms of strategy and rubber wear. And well, there is the gold-topped car, and within sight, this is fantastic. That is the number 2 Audi North America in the hands of Capello at the moment, and Villeneuve has got his number.
Yeah, and he was Villeneuve there also was moving across onto the wetter part of the track by the pit wall, so he too is trying to look after his wet weather tyres. They're not lasting as long as they would like. They really are going away, and Dindo is doing a nice job there. 4 minutes 03 at this stage, so he's losing a few seconds a lap certainly to Villeneuve, but no need to panic at this stage. If you can keep those tyres in reasonably good conditions, then you can turn respectable lap times, and that gap isn't going to diminish by too much.
I think the important thing here is for them is that they're trying very hard to stay in their normal pit sequence. They're trying not to have to pit too early and use up valuable time. So I think they're trying to hang on to those tyres, keep them in one piece until they absolutely have to pit anyway.
That's exactly right, Liz.
I think we might have somebody from Audi Racing to talk to us in a moment as the Creation 14 car comes in, and just behind that the number 9 Peugeot.
Exactly right, Christian Klee in the third place car onto pit lane, and they are changing the tyres on that car.
And unfortunately we've gone down there oh, here we go, there come Wets, and Wets back on.
I think so. Just got a very quick glimpse of that left rear tyre before they put it under the wheel arch. I'm pretty sure it's still on wet weather tyres. But Clean and Alex, Pramac, two quickest cars on the track. 3:52, that's an excellent effort by Alex Pramac. Also going well underneath the 4-minute mark now is Thomas Enger, who's driving that car number 10, the Lola Aston Martin. Had some problems earlier on, but now trying to chase down and get back into the top 10 overall. He's about 2 minutes now behind the 10th place car. That's Benina Ix driving the Roll Centre Pescarolo Judd, and he's certainly been tracking down that car down pretty quickly.
Well, not long ago, I've been sort of quietly watching Thomas's times here, and he's been under the 4-minute mark for quite a while. Not long ago at all, he was 2 minutes and 55 seconds behind Benina Ix. He's now 1 minute and 58 seconds, so really putting the pressure on, and those amazing times he's putting in are making the difference.
20 seconds he pulled off on the last lap alone.
Well, just to let you know that we've got a few personnel changes. Chris Parsons will be coming in and joining. I'm going to have a quick break, and then I'll be back with you for the remainder of the race. But we are swapping from Eurosport 2 to Eurosport International, or British, if that's where you happen to be. If you do happen to get a swap on Eurosport World or Eurosport Asia, just check your menu listing, and you will find us elsewhere. We're not going away. Do not worry. You will find us live as part of the Eurosport package, which we know you know and love. All right, I'm going to bid you a fond farewell. Jeremy and Liz will be staying here, joined by Chris Parsons. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in a few more minutes time. Oh, Liz will be back later too. We're off for a sausage. Ta-da.
So as the Peugeot charges down straight for yet another lap, it really has been an enthralling day's motorsport. I really do emphasise the day's motorsport. I think, gentlemen, we've all sat here genuinely excited at the prospect of not just the battle that we've seen between the Peugeot and the Audi teams, but everything in every class unfolding. I've just been out in the tribunes with the fans watching as a fan, because that's what we all are, let's face it, and in the very well, sort of murky, dim conditions that we've now got, it's quite clear that these conditions really are very, very difficult, or will be very, very difficult for the teams and drivers to judge as they get into the latter part of the race, as the cars are starting to potentially start to show signs of wear and tear. What do you think the factors are technically with the cars at this stage, Chris, in terms of, other than the tyre situation that we know about?
The main thing is the tyre situation, but we've just seen one of the Audis go into the pits with what we're told is clutch problems, so we have to look out there. Apparently the Peugeots had problems during the night with overheating, and who knows what else could happen. They're also known to have had some hydraulic problems, so anything could happen at the moment. But the main thing has to be tyres.
It does, and as you say that, Chris Parsons, intermediate tyres now going on the car number 8 of it's Alex Wirtz who's going to take over at the wheel of that car, who's driving that car, and the Peugeot team has decided now that it is dry enough for the intermediate tyres. We saw the Audi in the car numbers 3 and 1 try that ploy about a half an hour ago. It clearly did not work. They go back into the pits a couple of laps later for full wet weather tyres, and now it's the turn of the Peugeot, the chasing Peugeot of Christian Klein in third place, to put on those intermediate tyres, and now we'll see what lap times he can produce.
But Jeremy, if one can say, the number 3 Audi has just put in a very quick lap
on wets.
Yeah, 3:51. That is the quickest lap by some way at this stage in the race. As we've just seen, you can see the position scrolling across in front of us while we surmise and hypothesise on the various ins and outs. Well, interesting, in the middle of the night when it first started to rain, we saw both the 9 and the 8 cars go into the pits, put intermediates on, realise that there wasn't enough grip on those tyres. Not only did they lose time by having to come back in and put the full wets on, but also obviously they lost time scrabbling around on inappropriate tyres in ever increasingly decreasing conditions, whichever way you look at it, and it really did cost them very, very badly. Now this car has been absolutely stellar throughout the race, and well, it's now actually edged away. It's Jos
Verstappen. Yeah, he's in 9th place, is Jos Verstappen, but interestingly, he's just at a 4 minutes 07.617, so he's only about 10 seconds slower than the diesel cars. I mean, the petrol engine cars in general have been struggling to get that close, so a great effort by Jos Verstappen. I saw him go out about, it's probably half an hour or so ago now, and I think they put on intermediate tyres on that car. I'm not 100% sure of that because we did not get a view of it on the pit lane, but I was thinking to myself, as Jos went out there, he's clearly the quickest of the 3 drivers in this car, although Jeroen Bleekemolen is also pretty fast as well. But Jos, I thought, the prospect of him in this car, in these conditions, is absolutely mouth-watering, and then he promptly went and spun it.
Always the way, isn't it? Commentators curse yet again. What it also shows is that the approach of Peter van Merstein of putting 2 superstar drivers in alongside him, let's be honest about it, we know that Peter's done a pretty solid job in very, very difficult conditions against some tough competition. He hasn't been embarrassing himself by any means, but needless to say that the standard of the 2 drivers that he's got alongside him is so high, the average speed of the car overall balances out quite nicely. So perhaps they may have lost a little bit when Peter's been in the car. He hasn't made mistakes, he's done a very solid job, he's kept the car on the road. Again, let's try not to curse them while Just is in the car, but the average has been pretty good. And this car, after the few little problems it had in the night, it really hasn't really had quite the run that we thought it might have had when the 2 of them were just swapping positions earlier on, weren't they?
That's true. It was a magnificent battle. Casper Elgaard now at the wheel of that Essex Racing number 31 Porsche RS Spider, but those 3 drivers, he along with John Nielsen and Sasha Martin, have been very closely matched. Sasha perhaps slightly the quickest, just the quickest of the 2. So I think actually it was Casper Elgaard who set the fastest lap in that car, I seem to remember, yesterday evening.
But of course, Sasha Massen, being a Porsche contracted driver, is used to driving these cars in America in the ALMS for the Penske team. And in fact, the Penske team won at Sebring earlier in the year, beating the Audis and the Peugeot.
Yeah, when they all struck problems, of course. And as we talked about earlier on, they run slightly different rules, don't they, to the LMP2 cars in the American Le Mans series that equalises the performance of those LMP1 and LMP2s. And it does make a fantastic show, I can assure you, because that's the series I cover on a regular basis. But it's certainly good to see the slightly different bodywork also on those Porsche RS Spiders here for Le Mans, are they not?
Yes, considering Porsche really said they didn't want the cars to come here at all, and now we have Porsche factory drivers and special bodywork, so
a toe in the water.
Absolutely.
As they do with Porsche, we've seen it before.
And I have heard this morning, and we have seen the number of manufacturers that have been seen in the paddock this weekend, absolutely fantastic. There are a lot of people sniffing around Japanese manufacturers. We've got Dome, who had the Toyota contacts. Jeremy, you have a very good presence of Honda in the ALMS, and the rules that were announced the other day look to be very favourable to General Motors. So this form of motor racing is looking very strong for the future.
It is, and Honda, of course, they race under the Acura brand in North America, but I saw Gilles de Ferran here on it was Friday, wasn't it? I think I was just, which was, nobody was on track here, and I said, Gilles, are you sticking around for the weekend? Because I was actually on my way to something, and so was he was on his way to a meeting, funnily enough, in the ACA building in which we're standing right now, and he said, no, I'm not going to be around all weekend. So he was just here, clearly fishing around for information, and I certainly would not be surprised to see Acura here next year. Lowe's Fernandez Racing also has some representation here this year, as of course they did last when Adrian Fernandez himself got himself a ride in the Zytec team, and he had a fabulous experience, and they weren't able to put a deal together to get their Acura here this year, nor Adrian to get himself here because he's been a bit busy. He had a birth of his second child a month or so ago, but I know Adrian desperately wants to get back here.
Gate car, that is the Verts car. Was that the one that put Slicks in? Oh, or Inters on, wasn't it? What is interesting though, just coming back to the times, looking at the timing sheet whilst we were discussing those manufacturer involvement, is that the Villeneuve car is 9 seconds a lap faster than the leading Audi at this stage. He's suddenly found a huge chunk of time, 3:56.141 against a 4:05 for the Capello. Now I don't know if there's other factors in that.
Look at Andre Premat in the other Audi. It's doing 3:46s. I think that car is on intermediates. I think they've put it on intermediates to test the circuit, and that they know that when Ronaldo Capello comes in fairly shortly, you may well see that car go on to intermediates as well.
I must admit, I haven't seen it whether they've made a pit stop lately, because they did go on to Inters probably about an hour ago, and then they quickly switched back to wet weather tyres. He was doing some blistering laps, so if he's been in the last few laps I haven't seen him, and perhaps he is on intermediates now. Certainly that's a very fast time.
I can't see any other explanation for that being that much quicker. 3:44 as he crosses the line this time, so he's gone even faster still. So that, if you relate that to the time that we just mentioned for Jacques Villeneuve, that's 12 seconds a lap faster as we see the 9 car coming out now on intermediate tyres. This is going to be an interesting comparison because Pramac clearly at this stage is the quickest of the front running cars, certainly the quickest of the diesel cars, and if we're assuming that Klian now is running the same tyre strategy as Pramac's car, we would expect to see a very similar lap time. Has the crossover started now where the Peugeot dry situation of dry conditions advantage that they had in terms of pure lap times is starting to come back to the fore, and with under 4 hours to go, or even only just under 4 hours to go, and let's not forget that it's 319 laps for the leading Audi, 318 for the next Peugeot, 317 and so on. Usually we get to this stage in a 24-hour race and there's a 5, 6, 7 lap lead sometimes for these guys. So I mean, we really, I apologise once again for being a bit above myself, but you step in and you look and you think, oh, it's starting to settle down a bit. Oh my goodness me, couldn't be further from the truth, guys.
No, with 4 cars within 2 laps here, within 10 miles of each other after that amount of time is pretty remarkable.
And this goes all the way through the grid. The only class that where there is a clear leader is LMP2, where the Verstappen Porsche is well ahead. But if we look at GT1, the Aston and the Corvette are very close as well, and in GT2.
Down to the pit lane.
Les conditions ont l'air très difficiles, surtout pour les choix de pneus. Vous êtes parti en intermédiaire.
The conditions sound very difficult for the drivers to choose which tyres they're going to choose, going to intermediate at this stage.
Clean, parce qu'apparemment c'est actuellement les plus rapides en piste. Jacques va s'arrêter. Je pense que nous allons également faire ce choix. Effectivement, c'est extrêmement difficile de coller avec les conditions de piste parce qu'elles sont changeantes en permanence, donc parfois c'est les
So basically, Serge Saunier is the team manager at Peugeot Sport, basically saying that the problem we've got is that it's changing almost by the moment. Sometimes it's raining in some parts of the circuit, sometimes it's dry. We've got the same problem. We're trying to gamble on it. We see that the number 2 Audi is in now, so we're going to watch with interest to see what that does. And obviously, we have to try and make our guess as an estimate. So we obviously have all 3 cars still running, so we can make a guess with one of the cars and then base the decision on the performance of that car.
Apparemment, il va peut-être y avoir une fenêtre un peu claire.
And he's asked, do you think the dry track will help make the time back? As well, it's a very, very small window between us going from the situation we're in now to being fastest once again, but the battle between ourselves and Audi is fantastic, and I think the fans are enjoying it as much as we are, but it's still quite a long way to go, so we'll have to wait and see the conditions unfold.
Merci beaucoup, Serge.
So as you come to expect with Sir Chonier, he's a very experienced man. Of course, he's got his name to a couple of the Pescarolos out there. It was his team that he established and then moved away back into the Peugeot environment. As we see Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich looking increasingly tense. And who's that alongside?
Reinhold Jost there as well, who's been around this business a long time. If you were watching at the beginning of the show, I had to confess the last time I was here was in 1985 at Le Mans, and Reinhold Jost won there, and of course with a new man, Porsche 956.
Yeah, that was a great period, wasn't it? Those cars were so competitive. What a great run from. We're going to take a quick break. Join us in a moment on Eurosport.
They're very close.
Welcome back to Le Mans. The big question now is that the top 6 cars, the 3 Audis, the 3 Peugeots, are now gambling on whether to go for an intermediate tyre, a cut slick, or whether to stay with a more of a established wet tyre. The car that's the quickest of the top 6 runners at the moment is the number 3 Audi that's running in 3rd position with Alexander Premat on board. He in fact is the fastest overall of the Audi drivers throughout Le Mans 24 hours. He set the fastest time of any of the Audis at 3:23.939 yesterday early evening. So he's a very good benchmark, Jeremy, isn't he?
Yeah, and certainly some stunning lap times, and we did not see his last pit stop, so we don't know which tyres he's got on board, but we did just see Dindo Capello onto pit lane one more time, and we're pretty sure he put on the wet tyres again. And Jacques Villeneuve, the 2nd place car, number 7 for Peugeot, also was just on pit lane, and he definitely put on the intermediate tyres.
And the weather looks, from where we stand, that it is drying up, so I think this trend will continue. We also have to think about the driver situation. Dindo Capello is possibly the weakest driver in that team. The next driver we would expect to see going into that car, the next stint, would be Tom Christensen, extremely experienced, 7 times Le Mans winner, and he will be probably going to finish the race, because Alain Menish did a tremendous stint in the night and into this morning, and that's where this car really laid down the foundation of the lead it's got at the moment.
But likewise, you're absolutely right there, Chris. But likewise, the run that Christensen had as well, his double stint or treble stint that he did in the night was, in fact, a quadruple stint, as you quite rightly said, Jeremy. Just waving 4 fingers at me to remind me that I was counting wrongly. In a very polite and businesslike way, I hasten to add, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, the point being is, it was just so consistent in the most difficult conditions of the whole event. It was dark, it was raining, there was just everything that a racing driver would fear in a race like this. But the testament to the quality of the driving, the quality of the teams, and the consistent pace that these guys have been able to run, even allowing for that, it's just been absolutely outstanding.
It certainly has. And Alain Menish, he did a stint of over 3 hours this morning, from 6, a little bit after 6 o'clock till well after 9 o'clock. That might well have been as many as 6 stints, I think, at the wheel of the car. Remarkable effort by Alain Menish. It's now Dindo Capello who's been in the car for the last couple of hours.
Now, as we see the one car now hitting the decks, and with Marco Werner on board, had some big problems. Here it was a clutch problem that they had an issue with. But just coming back to the lap times now, Premat we talked about now, 3 minutes 40.836, and Klein in the Peugeot also on the same tyres, we believe, 3:41.039. So they're lapping almost at the same pace, and they're on the same lap now. So Premat 3:19 laps, 16.289 seconds ahead of Christian Klein. This is going to be where it swings. It's going to go one way or the other. It's going to be very interesting how they deal with traffic, who brings the car on the best, and we're starting to get nearer and nearer to drier conditions, which surely is going to favour the Peugeots, guys.
Yeah, and there are still 3 hours and 41 minutes left, and we have 4 cars battling for the lead. It could go any way at all.
Yeah, just a couple of laps, less than 2 laps covering those 4. Marco Werner rejoins in 6th place. He is now a lap behind Alex Wurz in car number 8. That's the quickest of the Peugeots, but it's also had the most problems and is down in 5th place now, and that is 11 laps behind the race leader. So Marco Werner is now 12 laps behind, and I reckon he was in the pits for about 35 minutes with that clutch problem, and he's now back underway, and interestingly is on intermediate tyres, Marco Werner.
I bet our viewers would like to be able to have their clutches changed in 35 minutes. Jeremy was talking about Reinhold Jost a few minutes ago, and Reinhold and his team are so experienced at endurance racing. Reinhold himself was a very good driver in the 70s, and I think he came second here, and since then, since the early 80s, he's run a very good endurance team.
Yeah, fantastic piece of history seeing Reinhold.
It seems to be very difficult with the tires, with the choice of the tires. What did you choose exactly?
Yeah, at present it is really difficult because for the wet tires it is too dry, and for the intermediates it's still very complicated. This was also the reason why Marco spun, and when he tried then to bring the car in the right direction, he burnt his clutch, and this was the reason why we had to repair. Yeah, we have now 2 cars on intermediates and 1 on drying wet. It's also a question of availability, because there are not enough of these tires available at present.
So directly to put the Peugeot away from you, it's better on the wet.
No, they are on intermediate as well now.
But it's better if it's raining.
Yeah, I mean, if it would rain, I think it would help us, because during the rain we have seen that we have a small advantage in lap times. Now we will see how it runs on the Inters.
Serge Saulnier told us that was a beautiful fight with you. Do you think the same thing?
This is a beautiful fight, and it's a beautiful fight for the spectators.
Thank you.
Well, Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich giving us his version. Interesting comment there, gentlemen, that we picked up on. He said there doesn't seem to be enough tyres to go round, and I wonder, we've seen so many changing conditions. This is always a situation where clearly there's no limit on tyres like we have in other formulas of motorsport, and they've been throwing Michelins at it like nobody's business. It looked to me, when Pramac car was there, that it wasn't an Inter, it was more of a cut slick, where they've literally taken a slick tyre and put a groove across it just to give it a little bit of bite on a virtually dry track.
Yeah, probably be a pretty soft, slick tyre, put a few grooves in it just to get any moisture out of the way, and certainly he's turning some stunning lap times. He's been doing a magnificent job, has Alex Pramac, in the last hour or so that he's been at the wheel of that car, and he's certainly been the quickest car on the track by quite a long way. Having said that, Christian Klein, who also we saw putting on either a cut slick or an intermediate a little while ago, he's just done a 3 minutes 33, so that is 10 seconds quicker than anybody else on the track at the moment.
That is going to be the significant thing. We're going to watch that car with huge interest, because on the same lap as Pramac, and at the moment, if we're reading things correctly, then certainly the 2 cars in the lead are lapping considerably slower than the 4th place car of Klein.
Yeah, I think Klein might now actually be in 3rd place perhaps, because after when Pramac made that stop, I think that would have moved Christian up into 3rd place overall, and he is flying.
Yeah, he has been absolutely on it, hasn't he? It really is going to be interesting. Now, this is where we're starting to see the guys really, really pushing hard. And it isn't just one driver in one car. It's every driver in all 6 of the top cars. We've become a little bit absorbed with this battle for obvious reasons. Let's be honest, it really is about Peugeot versus Audi. We'll talk about the rest of the pack. We'll talk about the other classes. But we're going to be taking a short break and thinking about what's happening here on Eurosport. Join us in a moment. Welcome back to Le Mans. We see a lady that has got probably one of the most famous family names in the history of Le Mans, the X family name. Her father Jackie is here. He's been actually doing some work with our colleagues at French at Eurosport, and we just haven't been able to take our eyes off this fantastic battle at the front between the 3 Peugeots and the 3 Audis. Lap times wise, the 2nd place car, the number 7 car of Jacques Villeneuve, is now lapping 5 seconds a lap faster than the leader of Dindo Capello.
David, the night went really good, still leading this morning.
Yes, well, the 09 car is very good. The 07 car, we had a small problem, but you know, it's still very close with the Corvettes now. So 3.5 hours to go, the track drying, so things are going to change still.
Are the drivers all okay and ready to fight until the end?
Yes, they seem very fit. They're very. It's always good to get the night out of the way, especially when it's raining. It's not easy out there, and now it's drying up the track. So we'll see what happens.
Thank you, David.
Right, there we had David Richards, chairman of Aston Martin, talking about the GT1 situation. So let's just take a minute to have a look at that situation. We have the Aston driven by Garcia in first place on 293 laps, with the Corvette of Johnny O'Connell in second place on 292, with the third placed Corvette on 290. So all those three cars with the second Aston 007 in fourth place, 3 laps behind. But looking at the times, the Corvettes are 2 or 3 seconds a lap quicker than the 009 Aston. So that gap is closing, and even the 007 Aston is quicker than its leading sister. If we then move on to GT2, it's 2 Ferraris, James Mello in the Risi Ferrari, from Rob Bell in the Virgo Ferrari, and in fact there are 5 Ferraris in the lead of that class. Ferrari must be very pleased with that situation.
Yeah, I would say so. And in GT1 also, we talked about a couple of the Astons there and a couple of the Corvettes. Let's talk about another Aston Martin. That would be the Team Modena car, Christian Fittipaldi at the wheel. And you talked about the lap times that the Corvettes were running, 4 minutes 13 last time around. Well, Christian Fittipaldi did a 4 minutes 04.735, and that is because he has taken the gamble and put on slick tyres, and he is absolutely reaping the benefits. Only 10 seconds slower than the best lap that car has done during this race, and a full 10 seconds quicker than the other opposition. The bad news, of course, is that car's had all sorts of problems, and it's a long way down. It's in 8th place in that class, and not really got much chance of making up any ground other from there, unless anybody else has a major problem in front of them. But what it does show is that the track is now in pretty good shape, and Christian Fittipaldi making hay with those slick tyres on this drying track.
This is an interesting scenario. We see there the Pescarolo having to go offline to pass the GT2 Ferrari there, and then instantly you can see some spray coming back up. Now, if they've taken a gamble along the lines of Christian Fittipaldi and gone for the full slick, then getting offline in one of the LMP1 cars could have a fairly significant effect on track position. Lap times wise, those top 4 cars, the leader Capello 3:35 last time round, Villeneuve second place 3:32, Cleon 3:33 in third, and Pramac 3:35. So they're all starting to get much closer in terms of lap times, as they've all appear to have gone for a similar tyre choice, Chris.
Of course, a GT car being heavier can afford to go on to slicks a little bit earlier, but that's leading the way. We certainly should be seeing one of the Audi or Peugeots going on to slicks fairly soon to check the circuit for the first 2 cars. Probably looking for one of the cars in the Peugeot in 3rd place, or the Audi in 4th place to go on first, just to see how the circuit is shaping up.
Yeah, well, they've got not a lot to lose now by putting Wirtz and Werner, respectively, the 8 Peugeot and the 1 Audi, out on slicks, because they're a little bit out of the battle for the lead. But certainly the top 4 are so close. Still 3:24, 3:23 and 3:22 laps for the top 4. Oh, Stuart Mosley in the Barassi car. The car's been had all sorts of dramas. It looks to me now like a puncture, perhaps, and it looks like Stuart's having to bail out. He's so just when he got this drive relatively late, and meant a huge amount to him, and that's going to be such a big disappointment this late in the day, guys.
He's looking at the car there. Here we can have a replay of that incident.
Oh, we didn't quite see with our graphic had come in. It looks like he'd already decided to slow down and stop. If that had gone bang, oh, he's back in again. He's had a look at it. That's what he was doing, obviously.
But he did the right thing. Did you see? He did not walk away from the car. Had he walked 10 metres from the car would have been out of the race. He didn't do it, and so he's still in. If he can get that car back to the pits, they can continue.
And there's another nonsensical rule, in my opinion. If you walk 10 metres away from the car, you're out of the race. Good grief.
Jeremy, that shows you live in the United States. That shows the difference in thinking between American racing and European racing.
Exactly right, Chris, where they try to keep the cars in the race rather than try and get them out of the race. That's the Aston Martin Chevrolet battle. Johnny O'Connell is still on the lead lap with the 009 Aston Martin. He's almost a lap down, but not quite. He's just a little bit less than 4 minutes, so he's about 20 seconds ahead of the Aston Martin on the road and going a good bit quicker right now. Last time around, Johnny O'Connell pulled out 10 seconds over Antonio Garcia.
Well, we'll see what's happening here with the Astons. Looks like the Astons are going on slicks, but down in the pits we'll get some more information.
Nice to meet you, Vanina. It seems a very good Le Mans, 10th to the overall standing, so it's perfect.
Yes, we were somehow hoping or expecting to be a little bit further to the front after the night, but we knew this year the level is quite high, so the competition is very strong. What we need to look at is the fuel cars, and that's a very good position for us and also for a private team. So we really hope we can keep it there until the end.
We saw a lot your dad in the stand. He's pushing hard.
Well, unfortunately, he's there when I'm not, so I cannot see him. But it's good. It's good to have him around because he doesn't come so often at the track.
Thank you, Vanina, and good luck for that.
Thank you.
Interesting to see Vanina there. She's obviously very pleased with the way that the Roll Centre Pescarolo has been going. It's been now running in or around the top 10 for a while. But interestingly, that Lola Aston Martin that started the day so badly with that big shunt with Jan Charuz on board, and we thought that was it, game over for a car that was so impressive in qualifying. P6 and comfortably the quickest of the petrol cars, out qualifying one of the Audis.
Simon, can I butt in here? I must just say, here we have the second Aston Martin making its pit stop, the 007 car, but I know a thread that's been going with our viewers throughout the week has been the colour scheme of the Astons, and I have to say, I think now the cars are dirty from 20 hours of racing, don't they look even more fantastic than ever?
Well, for those of you that are enthusiastic to collect model race cars, my son's one of them. They're always the ones that they get that come in the race dirty finished are the ones they seem to get a little bit more prestige for. And certainly if you go to an event like the Goodwood Festival of Speed, quite often you see the Le Mans winners, as we see Stuart Mosley has edged his way away. It looks like the rear bodywork section has gone completely, but the tyre looks more or less in one piece, carcass-wise, the edge of it anyway. So Stu's a very intelligent guy who will edge the car back nice and gently. I'm sure the boys will be able to get something on the back there and be able to, at this stage, all you want to do really is get this thing to the finish. There's a thank you to the boys and the sponsors, really, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Looked like he had a tyre failure on the straight. I'm sure he pulled it off there out the chicane, got out of the car to have a look at it, see how bad the damage was. He obviously felt it and heard it inside the car, and now he's content that he can get that car back to the pits without causing too much more damage.
Yeah, we're going to see exactly how he gets on and how these Peugeots got on after the break. Join us in a moment on Eurosport. Welcome back to Eurosport, and you are seeing the top two cars running next to each other in the Le Mans 24 hours. We've just seen Jacques Villeneuve's Peugeot effectively unlapping himself from Dindo Capello's leading Audi. We think that's what we've just seen. We saw a little bit of a flash of certainly of the 7 Peugeot going past one of the top.
I think it was Magic Marco Werner in the Audi there that he was just overtaken, but it's certainly, whoever it is not completely up to speed. Yeah, I think it's Werner.
And we see a white flag being waved there, so there must be a slow car. Maybe that's Mosley in getting his car very slowly back to the pits, and we're looking forward to seeing it here soon.
Well, let's hope they get that car back in one piece, and the guys can get the Barazzi Epsilon car running again. There's white flags running everywhere, which is the way of telling the other drivers there is a slow moving car, and that did look like the Mosley car that was travelling slowly. That is That is the Werner car. You're absolutely right, Jerry. My mistake. Suddenly saw a bit of what looked like a Dindo Capello style crash from Werner's pink and white one in all the gloom.
Yeah,
a bit grimy like the car, isn't it?
Yeah, he's struggling, so Werner. Clearly that car is not up to in rude health. It's struggling. His last lap around was a 3:53, so he's nothing like the pace of his teammates. So clearly they had that clutch problem. They lost about almost a half an hour. Put him back down to 6th place overall. He's still ahead of all the petrol engine cars, but only now by 1 lap over Harold Primat, who leads that sort of subcategory for Pescarolo Sport.
Yeah, well, there we see the shot of Marco Werner from the side of the Audi #1 car, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can make some time out. Let's go down to the pits.
Johnny, the descent should be very difficult. The tire looks completely dead.
Yeah, you know, that's a really tough call. You know, we had a set of reins that were working real well for us. You just don't know which way the weather's going to go, and so you really want other people to be the first on dries. And you know the Michelin tires, I tell you what, I think that was like 4 or 5 stints on those reins. We used every bit of them that we could, but you know, you just got to keep pushing. We're still in this thing, and there's a long way to go.
The Aston are a little bit in front of you. You think it's still possible to get them?
You know, it's an interesting thing. I mean, there's about 4 times we beat them in that 20 hours, 21 hours, 22 hours they were ahead of us. They haven't had any bad luck so far, so I don't know. We'll find out with, you know, if Lady Luck likes redheads this weekend.
Thank you, Johnny.
All right, thanks.
What a character Johnny O'Connell, he really is, and he's given it a good go this day, morning, night, whatever it is right now. There's 2 Corvettes. They're still looking on the door. It's the Aston that leads, but the Corvettes, number 63 with Ron Fellows now at the wheel. Ollie Gavin driving the sister car in car number 64, but they haven't given up yet, as Johnny O'Connell eloquently says.
Well, Stuart Mosley has got that car back and still at a relatively decent pace as well. By the looks of things, it didn't look like too much like, other than obviously the rear body section has gone and the rear wing looks like it's dangling off fairly. Or actually, looks like that's part of the diffuser that's been pulled up from the centre part there, as opposed to the wing, because you can see the end plate finished a little bit earlier. So
he obviously there's that legality panel thing back there as well, isn't there? That the behind the wheel that's got to be stayed on the car.
There's certainly quite a lot of rebuilding to be done on that car. Obviously, it had a tyre go on Mulsanne.
Yeah, not good. It's going to do a lot of damage there. I mean, I'm sure Stuart's done a pretty good job to get it back with minimal additional damage. Just a note again about those GT1 cars, having seen the lead set by Christian Fittipaldi, they're now all on dry weather tyres.
Well, that's obviously going to mean that it equalises the possibilities, shall we say, at the end. And as Johnny O'Connell quite rightly said, you know, everything's still seesawing. We've picked up on that. This battle still, you know, there's nothing in it in terms of laps. 295 for the leading Aston, then 294 for that Corvette we talked about, and 293 for the other Corvette. Similarly, now we're seeing at the front the battle that we've been focusing on between the Audis and the Peugeots. Both the second and third position Peugeots of Villeneuve, the 7th car, and Klian, the 8th car, are both lapping in the 3:33s, which is a couple of seconds a lap faster than 4th place Alex Pramac, and 3 seconds a lap faster than Dindo Capello in the lead. So it'll be very interesting to see if that situation continues, which the drier it gets, the more likely it is going to be that we're going to see faster times from the Peugeots relative to the Audis. Well, goodness me, could it be 1969 all over again, and a few metres at the finish? Yes. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Well, we have 3 hours and 20 minutes to go, so there's still plenty of time for things to go wrong, and here we are with the Audi mechanics preparing for one of their cars to come in. Now, we can't see which one this might be. Those are definite slicks.
They are slicks. This is going to be so significant as to which car this is. I wonder if this is going to be the Werner car, because that is the one that you would take the gamble with, wouldn't you? That's a good point. Assuming it's running okay now, because as you said, it didn't look like it was running very well. That could have been a tyre thing more than.
Yeah, I don't think it really. No, I think he was out on cut slicks. I think when he went earlier on. But you know, even if the car's not running properly, Marco, he can go quick enough to get a good read on whether the slicks, I think, will work.
It's interesting now. I noticed the guys there with the fuel hose, and obviously we know about this diesel technology. I wonder if it's the same as when you or I might go and put diesel in your road car and you put those little plastic gloves over the top first to make sure that you don't get any mess on them.
Slightly different diesel, I think you'll find.
Very different pump as well, I think. But anyway, just aside from that. Now, once again, we've got some information down in the pit, and let's find out what's going on from our reporters down there.
Hello, David. It was a good night. Still leading the GT1.
Sorry?
You're still leading the GT1.
Yeah, we are. I mean, it's been a tough battle with Corvette, as normal. We predicted it would be a very strong fight the whole way, and it still is. And you know, there's still 3 hours to go. There's a lot of racing. Anything can happen. We just got to keep going like the way we have been.
And the choice of the tires are quite difficult.
It has, because we've seen a few people go on intermediates and really struggle to get any heat into them. But it now looks like slicks is the option, as it's sort of dried up a lot more, which has been very good for us, because we've been running a wet for most of it, and right when we needed to pit, we've then gone on to slicks. So Darren's out there now steaming ahead.
Do you think you're going to push until the end, or just be careful of the Corvette?
Well, I mean, we've got to keep pushing, because our opposition are pushing as well. We've got to make sure that we can maintain the advantage that we have. You also got to be careful in terms of other people passing you. I mean, the prototypes come up so quick, particularly the Peugeots. I mean, they're on you like I've never seen before. So it's put a different dimension into the racing for the GT drivers anyway.
Thank you, David, and good luck.
Now this is going to be very significant, because we were looking earlier when we saw the 7 car of Jacques Villeneuve go past the number 1 car of Marco Werner, and as we saw when that car came in, it had proper wets on as opposed to intermediate tyres, so that would explain why Werner was struggling. We thought perhaps it was still a knock-on effect from that clutch problem that he had earlier on, but clearly was completely the wrong tyres for those conditions. We've just seen Christian Klein do a 3-minute 30 lap on what we think are either intermediates or cut slicks. Now Peugeot, as we know, have been significantly faster in full dry conditions than Audi, like for like, over the race distance. Surely now, guys, this has got to be the time where Peugeot have got to bite the bullet. They've got to bring in, for example, the number 8 car of Wirtz as the guinea pig, shall we say, stick some slicks on and go for a time, go for almost like a qualifying lap. But what can we do? They can get that time back, no problem, if they've got that performance advantage.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's going to be fascinating now to see these next few laps. Here is Jos Verstappen into the pits in the LMP2 class, leading Van Merkstein car, and slick Michelin tyres going on to car number 34.
Well, that's going to be an interesting situation, because they've been the class of the field generally anyway. In fact, Verstappen by far has been the fastest LMP2 driver in one of the best cars, if not the best car out there. And these guys have been absolutely flying, and they've got to be so proud of the job that they've done so far, as we now see the 2 car, the leading car of Dindo Capello, thinking still on intermediates now. Peugeot are bringing someone in. Is that the number 8 board I see in the background, or is that just waiting there for someone else?
That is car number 8, so that will be the guinea pig for the Peugeot team. Audi has already done it with Marco Werner, who's not on the ultimate pace right now, but he is out on slick tyres, and we'll see monitor his lap times relative to what he was doing before. He wasn't on the same pace as the others, as I say, but he'll still get a good feel, and he will be able to feed that information back to the pits, and I know that his fellow drivers will trust him implicitly. If he says it's good enough for slicks it will be.
Yeah, bringing the car back into line now.
They keep on slightly missing their marks there in the Peugeot scene. They always have to push it back a metre or 2.
They're also putting Pedro Lamy in the car, which is interesting, because it's obviously, I mean, it's a relatively long stop, so they're obviously very confident of the advantage they're going to get back by putting slicks on in a car which clearly is the class of the field, as we've said, in terms of outright pace when you've got a dry or complete or nearly dry situation. 3:32 for Capello last time round, Villeneuve 3:34, so that could just be traffic. And now we're looking at what did Wirtz do last time. Well, it was a slowish lap. You can see the anxious faces on both. Well, it's like all good sporting contests. It's blue versus red, isn't it? It's going to be that way through to the end, I think.
Yeah, that car's still 11 laps down on the leader as it makes this pit stop, with Alex Wirtz handing over to Pedro Lamy. But that has been the guinea pig car for Peugeot. We saw Christian Klein put on What am I talking about? Alex Wirtz put on intermediate tyres, or cut slicks, I think, a little while ago. That is what Christian Klein is on in the third place car, and they seem to be working well. And the slicks now for car number 8.
Bernard, when you see him cross the line, this is going to be crucial. Join us after the break. It is getting so exciting here at Le Mans, and we'll see you soon on Eurosport. Welcome back to Le Mans, to the 76th running of the 24 Heures du Mans, and we are having probably the first, best, most entertaining race that we've seen for an awfully long time here at Le Mans. Now, with the conundrum that we've just been discussing during the break between myself and Jeremy Shaw and Chris Parsons that are with me, my name's Simon Hill, by the way, is that we've been looking at how quickly, in theory, could the Peugeots work their way to the front, based on the fact that we are saying that the 7 car, the Villeneuve car, is a lap behind. Is that the Villeneuve car coming in? We can't quite see the number of the car here. I think it actually may be the Klein car that's in. Looking at it, I think, yes, it is the grey car, so that would be the 9 car that's in, and yes, that is Christian Klein. So this is going to be very, very interesting to see with the slicks going on to Klein, whether they can then work themselves onto the same lap as Villeneuve, and then potentially both of those Peugeots could leapfrog the Audi on the pace that they're at. Chris, what do you think?
I don't think so, no. My little calculation shows me that if the number 7 car of Villeneuve is a lap behind Capello, and I reckon there's around about 55 laps to go, he's going to have to be at least 4 seconds a lap quicker to overtake the Audi, all other things being stable. And we know that Audi have got Tom Christensen up their sleeve, who will probably finish this car. So 4 seconds a lap, and if you look at the last lap, for example, there was only half a second in it. So that Peugeot really has to pile on the pace to do something, or try and force the Audi to make a mistake.
That's a very good point, because I think mistakes, traffic obviously are always going to be a factor, and let's never discount even the slightest little technical hitch could be just enough. We heard, as you mentioned earlier, that during the night when the Peugeots were coming in, there was clouds of steam and smoke coming from the back of the car, where an overheating problem seemed to be affecting them as Ricardo Zonta heads out onto the circuit. Well, we know how quick Ricardo is, but we also know that, based on the evidence of the practice sessions, that he can be prone to the odd mistake, and that car has had its sense of drama. Klein threw away all the work that Montagny had done in the night, putting the car in the gravel. So we just wonder if the strength of the driver lineup is going to be affected by the fact these guys perhaps are pushing so hard that mistakes can happen as the 72 Corvette gets back on its way after a minor spin, 5th position in class, that car.
Peugeot were very lucky to get away with that spin of Christian Klein. The car was pulled out very conveniently for them, but they did, and the car's still on the circuit.
As is Luc Alphon there, rejoining after a revolution. And just looking at if you look at carrying on for what you were saying there, Chris Parsons, looking at the ultimate pace of the leaders, if you look at their best lap that they've done in this race, the race leading car of Dindo Capello, the Audi, its best lap in the race at all is 3 minutes 24.1. The car number 7, driven currently by Jacques Villeneuve, who hasn't been quite as quick, I think, as Nicolas Menashin, its best is a 3:21.4, so 2.7 seconds the difference there, and by your calculations that probably wouldn't be enough. That, of course, is in dry weather conditions.
And the conditions are definitely still tricky. They're 12, 14 seconds off their optimum laps, as we see one of the Courage cars come in for its change.
Yeah, they look like cut slicks going on Sawyer Ayari's car. Interesting in the remaining Courage, after we saw that very, very heavy accident in the night for Marcel Fassler in the number 6 car that he was sharing with Olivier Panis this weekend. So Capello now, the gap, as you can see, it's come down a little bit, come down 3:15, 3:16, 3:14. It's not really a massive chunk, is it, at this stage?
You're right, and I've been monitoring that over the last 4 or 5 laps. It was really staying around about the same at, my notes, 3 minutes 16. It was 3 minutes 16.5 20 minutes ago, and it was 3:16.9 about 3 or 4 minutes ago. So it's not changed by very much at all. Just really traffic. There's a difference between those 2 cars,
and it has to be 4 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
Well, the only
less is another problem, of course.
Yes. Yeah. the only other obviously obvious potential thing is you don't have to have a half spin or go up an escape road and have to return the car, and suddenly you've just thrown the ball back into the court of the Peugeots. And you also could wonder if tactics come into play in terms of when the cars are maybe running together, they could perhaps shall we say, help each other away from the optimum racing line. That kind of thing happens occasionally, but I'm not to suggest there be anything untoward going on, but it's motorsport with so much at stake. But this has been a fan's delight. Just outside of the tribunes, when I was wandering around earlier this morning, you could just see that even though the weather was a little bit grim at that stage, they were absolutely glued to the side of the circuit watching what was going on, as we see on used tyres, used slicks going on. That's interesting, not new slicks.
And that looks like that's number 2 car, so presumably we could have Tom Christensen possibly getting into that car. I can't see, we didn't see whether the driver was prepared, but we have to look, we'll keep that an eye out on that one. The car is obviously coming in.
Just looking out of our commentary box window, we can just about see the Audi pit from our window. I can't quite see any drivers.
Yeah, I think Tom's on deck. It's about time. Dindo Capello's been at the wheel. He took over at 10:05 a.m. I reckon.
So he's only done
right. Double threat. That's
triple stint.
Yeah, 2.5 stints. Anyways, this will be the end. It would have been a 3rd stint. I think he's going for now, isn't it? If he was to stay on.
Yeah.
So as we can see, that the yellow topped car, which tells us from a distance that is the number 2 Audi of Dindo Capello, a 44-year-old Italian, already 3 times a winner of the Le Mans 24 Hours, including his first win, of course, for Bentley in 2003. And wow, shows you that you're in the right place at the right time career-wise, as Dindo clearly was. It's giving him the ability to shine and to prove that he has been one of the top sports prototype drivers the world's seen for a very long time, and it's really great to see that for who is a guy who's a really charming guy and a real asset to the to the sport. Oh no, that is the 35 car. The young guys, the youngest average age of Mathieu Lahaye, Pierre Rags and Frankie Cheng or Shen Kong Fu. It doesn't look like it's terminal though, chaps. It looks like maybe, that's what the big damage was, caused by a spin and then a big clatter into...
And was that one of the Astons?
No, I think
that was like a Ferrari.
It looked like one of the Ferraris. It looked like possibly the 99 car. This is going to be the significant bit. Dindo Capello brings the 2 car in. We look out of our window to see there is the familiar figure and the familiar crash helmet of Tom Christensen. Is it going to be 8? We've seen the adverts when I got across the channel the other morning. I saw an advert for Audi saying, can we do it 8 times? Can we get 8 victories? This is going to be the part of this race that's going to tell us one way or the other for sure, Chris.
The huge Danish contingent here will have a very large party in Le Mans tonight if Tom Christensen does win this race for the 8th time. There he is, getting into the car and being strapped in by Dindo Capello getting out. And the fuel's going in and the tyres are ready, and we can't quite see. I'm sure they're slicks.
Yeah, I'm sure they are slicks.
I think it was the set that we saw was a set of used slicks.
Yep.
So it looked like a set that maybe had been qualified on as opposed to done a race run on. They certainly didn't look like they'd done a lot of work, did they, guys?
And it was intermediate tyres that came off. They weren't cut slicks like they were on a couple of the other cars. That was definitely intermediates that came off Dindo Capello's car when he hopped out of it.
Now the question now, of course, is going to be when we've got a little bit of traffic from the Ben Alcott Ferrari, which had that big shunt the other day that's been running fairly solidly for the latter part of the race, and at the moment where are they sitting? 5th in their class, in the GT2 class. As we see now, Marc Genet is there, ready to take over. That's the question I was about to ask. When are we going to see the 7 Peugeot come in? Well, the answer to that clearly is going to be imminently. What tyres are going on? Well, look at the state of those intermediate tyres that have come off of the number 2 Audi. If ever you needed to see what happens to a wet weather tyre or a semi-wet weather tyre when it gets very, very hot on these dry conditions, well, that pretty much says it all. They just absolutely disintegrate, don't they, guys?
Just to show, I think, what a great job Dindo Capello did there. He's turned some consistent lap times, a little bit slower than Jacques Villeneuve, but he kept it all in one piece, and a very, very, very good stint by Dindo Capello.
We saw a Ferrari travelling slowly with some smoke coming from the back. I wonder if that was the car that made contact with the Sonia Pescarolo. So, well, first of all, let's hope that that car gets back, but also let's hope that that Sonia Pescarolo, rather, which was running third in class, looking like a podium for those young guys on their first ever Le Mans. That would have been outstanding. Still doable because they've still got quite a big gap over the 4th place car in that category, the LMP2 class. Look at the Peugeots making their way back round. We're watching to see Jacques Villeneuve bring the car back in and hand over to Marc Genet here at Le Mans. Just going to turn in on these slicks now. So Tom Christensen, the Dane, the man who has won 7 times at Le Mans already, is challenging for his 8th win. They currently have a lead over the challenging Peugeot, the number 7 car, which has now just been taken over by Marc Genet of around about a lap at the moment. And gentlemen, we really have got to watch to see what is going to happen in terms of strategy. Does the weather change? Are they getting problems? What's your thoughts, guys? What are we going to see for the last part of this race?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting indeed. There was a shot of Jacques Villeneuve just got out of the number 7 car. He's been at the wheel for about an hour and 40 minutes. A double stint for Jacques. It's now Marc Genet who takes the wheel, and Villeneuve was struggling a little bit towards the end of that stint, either cut slicks or it's only an intermediate tyre of some sort that he was running, as was Dindo Capello in the race leading Audi number 2 just before. We saw the state of Capello's tyres when he came in, and Villeneuve got the car back to the pit lane, and it's now slick tyres for Marc Genet.
We see some replays now of Capello in action, the end of the 7 car in action, and the rest of the cars come through the 9 Peugeot. A bit of a highlights of the cars having to deal with what were very, very difficult conditions.
The next 10 minutes could be very interesting, next 10 to 12 minutes. That both cars have been in, fresh drivers, very experienced drivers, new tyres on slicks, and these drivers can go with these tyres to the end of the race now. They probably check that if it doesn't rain again, they will stay on slicks. So the next 10 minutes, the lap times, will show us the true positions of the cars.
Well, this is where the drivers are just having to ramp everything up, every single move that they do. We've now just got just under 3 hours to go with the Le Mans 24 hours counting down. It really does seem like we've been commentating on a sprint race that's been a 10-lapper from a local club circuit. It's been that exciting and that close and that much action, and we've just not known where to look. Myself and Neville Hay were commentating for 6 hours through the night, and whilst it was it must have been a fairly tiring experience because of the lateness of the hour, it was so exciting. It really was. We just did not know where to look. We had rain, we had excitement, we had incidents. It was just superb. And guys, this is such an honour to be involved with this race today. It really is a great thing to be involved with, isn't it?
And the incredible thing is, 3 of the 4 classes, the first and second cars, are within a lap of each other. They're on separate laps, but virtually within 2 laps. Very close. It could go any way, this race, in almost any of the classes. The only person who has any real advantage is Jos Verstappen in the Porsche in LMP2.
Absolutely right, and good news that we just seen that the third car 35, the LMP2 Pescarolo, Sonia Pescarolo, that we saw Mathieu Lahaye have that spin and then contact with one of the GT2 Ferraris. That's got back to the pits, so it gives the team an opportunity to try to get that car repaired. And look at the way he picks up on that, Jeremy. Monster in the curves there was the Peugeot, and it's 009. We heard our pit reporter ask David Brabham the question, are you going to cruise to the end of the race? And I was really hoping that Brabham was going to keep his usual charming self and not give him the obvious answer, which was, of course, we're going to go for it.
It was great to see Marc Genet just clamping all over the curbs down in the Ford chicane, and he's got the gap down now to 3 minutes and 10 seconds. It was 3:16 the previous lap around. He pulled 6 seconds back, from just before the round of pit stops, I should say, but he's still on the lead. He's on the lead lap, is Marc Genet, because Jacques Villeneuve had done that job. He'd got that car back onto the lead lap with the number 2 Audi, and it's now Tom Christensen, who has an advantage of just over, as I say, 3 minutes and 10 seconds over Marc Genet. We'll see now whether those slick tyres on the Peugeot, what sort of pace he can get out of that car at this stage in the race.
As I said, 10 minutes, we'll know an awful lot more.
Well, it's also interesting to see these the Corvettes are still running as strongly as ever, even when they have the odd hiccup. Well, they don't seem to have ever got to themselves a situation where there's only been one of them, there's always been one of them in contention. This is the point I was trying to make. And same with the Astons. When Pacini car, the 007 car, had problems, still that 009 car was charging along at the front, and still only 3 laps away from the leader is the 3rd position car, and only 6 laps away from the leader is the 4th position, which at this stage it's still anything is absolutely possible with all of those classes. You say really it's only that LMP2 leader, the Verstappen Van Merkstein Porsche, that has a really significant lead.
But haven't Aston Martin been clever? Throughout qualifying, practice and qualifying, it looked as if Corvettes had it. They were consistently quicker, and come the race, we did wonder whether Astons were sandbagging. It does appear that they were.
Combination of that and having such a fantastic race pace inherently in those cars, that's what they've always been good at, and it's going to be testament to the organisation, ProDrive, the drivers, the team members, everybody, as we see one of the Audis charging past. You can see which one it was. I think that was the one car, the red-topped car of still Marco Werner on board at the moment. So what are we doing lap times wise at the moment of the top 6 cars? Well, 3:28. 2:35 is the quickest car, which was, we think, that car that we just saw there, the number 1 Marco Werner Audi, and second quickest of the top cars would be the Zonta car in 3rd position, I think.
So they got the Marco Werner car number 1 back up to speed, haven't they? Just going to take an issue. I don't think that Aston Martin was sandbagging, Chris Pass. I just think they weren't concentrating on qualifying. I think for Chevrolet Corvette, having been beaten here, they wanted to put a marker down. They wanted the pole position, I think, more than Aston wanted it. Aston wanted more of the victory, and I think Corvette's just put more of an emphasis perhaps on qualifying. I might be wrong there, but that was my take on it. But it's certainly been a fabulous battle, and it's just been fascinating from start to finish. And how the strategies have unfolded has been tremendous, hasn't it?
But it's like playing a game of chess.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is endurance racing.
Yeah,
that's what makes it so very interesting.
But endurance racing back in the day, I remember going to the 1,000-kilometre races at Brands Hatch back in the early 80s, and we saw races which were very much, of course, in the early 80s in the Group C era, it was a fuel economy formula, so it had to be driven a little bit more conservatively than the sprint races we see today in the great scale of things. But these are full-on mini Grand Prix. These are absolutely flat out every lap from every driver.
But then when we saw Jonathan Palmer and Jan Lammers win for Richard Lloyd in the Cannon car at Brands Hatch, they were playing strategy there. They beat the factory Porsches with their strategy. This is all about strategy.
Absolutely right, and that event, especially even the following year when the J. David car won with Derek Warwick and John Fitzpatrick on board, is similar sort of story. Lots of mix-ups going on. Anyway, anoraks away, chaps. Let's concentrate on what we're doing today. We're looking at an absolutely enthralling, but only a second in terms of lap times now between the top 2 cars. The Christensen Audi 3:30.4 and the Genet Peugeot 3:29.3. So all of the top 6 cars now lapping 3:29, 3:30s. It's a bit stalemate at the moment. You talk about chess, so it's checkmate at the moment, really, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's very interesting. Now the conditions are, it's almost fully dry. There's a couple of damp places on the racetrack. It's pretty slippery up at the Dunlop curves, but we saw in the early part of the race when it was fully dry, the Peugeots were definitely significantly quicker than the Audis, and that is emphatically not the case right now, as you just said, Simon. The cars, all of those top 6 cars running laps within a second of each other.
Well, we've just seen a shot of the Jamie Mello Risi Competizione Ferrari. That's been the class of that field really all day. Although it's very, very close, and an outstanding job by the British guys in the Virgo Ferrari, the 96 car, the yellow car with the Dunlop livery all over it. And that's a story in itself, the fact that most of the teams that run in the front of this category, as you can see the Michelin logos on the front of the Risi car, as we see now the spin for the 90 car. That's the Pierre Herret car, which is running in 4th position in class. Could be, I'm just looking to see whether he might be under some sort of pressure from the 5th place car of Alain Ferty. Not really, it's 6 laps between them, so probably going to be an issue. Well, there we see that 96 car just looking into the cockpit. I think And I'm guessing, I think that may be Tim Mullen on board, just looking at that. Let's have a look. No, it's Rob Bell. Couldn't quite see the crash helmet properly, but all three of the drivers on board there have done a sterling job. Had a few dramas earlier on in the race, but the car's been lapping consistently strongly, and it's still only 2 laps away from the Mello car, so that's still not done and dusted by any means, is it, chaps?
It is amazing, isn't it, to me, the top 6 cars are lapping. They've done the last 2 or 3 laps and all been within a second of each other. That is amazing.
Those guys are trying to. They're trying to break that chess situation and find one of them going quicker, but they can't. They're very, very close indeed.
Okay, so this is the question then, guys. How much of a risk do you now start to take? You're in charge of either Peugeot or Audi. Do we start to say, okay, just keep consistent lap times, and if you're doing 329s, 330s, they're not going to beat you. They're not going to come past you. You're in your comfort zone. We saw yesterday that the comfort zone for Stefan Sarrazin was a 319.3, and the comfort zone for Frank Montagny was a 320. So if those guys can run those times, if they're in a position where the circuit's considered significantly dry enough, are they going to take those sort of risks? Are they going to put the car, if you like, into a qualifying mode?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, says Jerry, emphatically.
I mean, the Audi isn't, because they've got the advantage now, 307.094, so about a second a lap. Genet has been pulling off Tom Christensen, but as Chris Parsons pointed out a little while ago, that is not enough. So Tom is in the comfort zone. If he can turn laps around there, 330, 331, 332, that's going to be good enough. Actually, as we say that, it was a good bit quicker, wasn't it? It was 328.4. Christensen held up a little bit on that lap, so it was a little bit slower. But the gap isn't coming down by enough for Audi to get too worried just yet. But for Peugeot, it's pedal to the metal.
It's all they can do.
Yeah.
Is just go for it. They have to. They got the ultimate speed. We know that they are quicker than the Audis in the dry. They just have to go for it and see what they can do. This race is still open. 2 hours and 48 to go. Plenty of time.
I mean, the other question, of course, is that the Peugeots seem to have had such an advantage generally over the weekend in terms of outright pace. Have they still had something in reserve? Have they still been trying to make sure they've got reliability on their side? All 3 cars, touch wood, apart from the gearbox glitch they had for the 8 car fairly early on, haven't really had any dramas. And I hope I'm not jinxing anybody out there, whether it's Peugeot or Audi. But is there some more to come technically, we wonder, from the car?
The other thing that we haven't talked about, and I'm sure that Peugeot are hoping for, is a yellow flag.
Yeah,
if there was a quick safety car period, all right, Marc Genet would be in a separate safety car zone from Tom Christensen, but he could still catch half a lap under a safety car.
Absolutely right, yeah. And we saw with the safety car situation during the night where there was a massive disparity, get the word out, between the 2 safety car paces. There was about a 20-second a lap difference between one safety car driver and the other one. Now, whether that was because of a miscommunication from race control, or whether that was because one safety car driver was just simply pushing hard and the other one was just cruising, maybe to allow the pack to concertina up, that could be a massively significant factor if it fell the right way for Peugeot.
If there was a safety car period, I'm sure that Audi would have people in the race control making sure that didn't happen.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because the significant thing that a lot of people don't realise is we see the 32 car, which has been fixed and is back on circuit, and Paparazzi is back at the wheel, so I'm hoping that he doesn't cause any more excitement for himself or for his team.
Or for anybody else.
For anybody else at that point. But the safety cars actually have transponders on them. They have a time transponder on them, the same as the race cars do. And that looked like there was contact perhaps there. And that was from one of the Audis. That looked like that was a 3 car. That looked to me like, just from a flash of the crash helmet there, that was Mike Rockenfeller that made contact there. Well, that's the sort of dangerous game that they could be playing.
And there are some very inexperienced drivers out there in some of the other cars, gentlemen drivers, very, very well-meaning, but they are not in the same class as the professionals in these top cars. A lot of these top cars are really being driven by Formula 1 drivers. I think there are 30 ex-Formula 1 drivers here. We've even got Gilles Villeneuve, world champion.
Or even Jack Villeneuve.
Jack Villeneuve.
That would be impressive if Peugeot got Gilles back. Sorry to take you to task on that one, but there, you can see the body language of that number 2 Audi is absolutely leaning on it all over the place. But the point you made there about the disparity with the driver's standards is a very good one, because we've been focusing on how tight the fight has been at the front of each of the various categories here at Le Mans. But once you get outside of that top 4 or 5, it does start to spread out. The quality starts to get thinner and thinner. And if you think with a car that's done a lap time, say for example is within a couple of seconds of a good time, that's set by their fastest driver. There can be sometimes 3-4 seconds a lap difference between your number 1 star driver and the guy that's paying for it, for example, in some of the GT2 cars. So they're getting tired physically and mentally. They're just cruising for a result, and that could be significant, couldn't it?
It's their inconsistency which is the real worry for the teams.
That is going to be a factor. Well, we watch with interest. The 2 leaders are lapping at more or less the same pace. Let's see how this unfolds after the break here on Eurosport. Welcome back to Le Mans, to the race for the overall victory. Is going at the moment between either Tom Christensen in the Audi R10 TDI car number 2 or to Marc Genet in the number 7 Peugeot 908 HDI FAP. It's going to be absolutely enthralling. Jeremy Shaw and Chris Parsons join me here in the commentary box. We've been watching a couple of things that have made us wonder, really, how is this going to work out? And firstly, we saw a big spin from Johannes van Overbeek in the Flying Lizards car. Most uncharacteristic, Jeremy. You follow Johannes quite regularly in the race series in the States, and perhaps that's indicative of where everybody's at in terms of how hard they're pushing.
Yeah, I mean, he's many laps down in that Flying Lizard car. He's 7th and last in the GT2 category, but he just carried a lot too much speed, much too much speed up into the Dunlop curves. He was in a whole bunch of cars around him, faster and slower, and I think he just missed his braking point, had gone a bit hot and spun it around, and fortunately did not take out anybody else. Looking at this gap from first to second, if you look at the timing scoring charts for most of the lap, it shows that it would indicate, suggest that they're a lap apart. In actual fact, they are not, and Marc Genet is on the same lap as our race leader, with whom we now ride on board, and the gap over the last 5 laps has come down by only 6 seconds. It was on lap 334, it was 3 minutes 09.1. Last time around, lap 337 was 3:03.3. So that is not enough of ground that Marc Genet is making up to trouble our race leader, Tom Christensen.
Yeah, that is significant, isn't it? Because I mean, the last lap was only 0.8 of a second quicker than Christensen Genet was. And which is, you know, basically that's where the experience of a driver like Christensen is going to come in. He's going to be able to lap at the pace that's being set by Genet. He'll just match it.
He could do that all day long.
Yeah, and I don't think it would appear at this stage that, whereas earlier on in the race, certainly in the pre-night time section of the race, from 3 p.m. yesterday afternoon up till about 9 p.m, the Peugeots were just blisteringly fast, and not just with one car but with all 3 cars. At this stage it does look like they've just evened out. It looks like they've just completely hit a stalemate in terms of lap times.
I'm very surprised. I'm surprised the Peugeots aren't quicker. The track really is looking fairly dry. They've been on slicks now for some period of time. The tracks must be warming up. You know, we're after midday, and I'm surprised the Peugeots aren't in the low 20s rather than the high 20s.
I agree with you there, Chris, and I think the bad news for Peugeot is it's generally been the slowest of the 3 cars that is the best place of the 3 Peugeots. If you look at the best lap times in each of the cars, car number 8, Stefan Sarrazin did a 3:19 yesterday evening. The car number 9 has done a 3 minutes 20.6, and the car number 7, its best lap, a 3:21.438. So not within a couple of seconds of the fastest time that Peugeot has done during this race.
And I can't believe that with only 1 lap apart, that Peugeot aren't really going for it. They can't have eased up yet.
No. The only possible thing I've just been thinking about is that we saw some problems during the night when they had made stops with Peugeots. In fact, I think all 3 of them at various points, they would routinely push the cars into the garage. There'd be clouds of what looked like steam or possibly smoke coming from the vents just behind the engine area. I wonder if maybe that overheating issue has perhaps forced them to perhaps wind the boost down on the cars a tiny bit, just to make sure that they get to the finish, because it's going to be a really embarrassing situation. If they're looking at their real-time telemetry, they know, only they will know for sure how close these cars are running to potentially having some sort of a technical failure. So maybe they're just hoping on the basis that there'd be enough performance in the chassis and the drivers, if you like, that they could perhaps overcome that. It's only a maybe, but it does surprise us all that they're not that much quicker.
I think it's a good point, Simon, I think it's a good point, Simon, but then again, second place means nothing in a Le Mans 24-hour race. It's not as if it's part of a championship. It's a race on its own, and it's a big deal. So, you know, it's one would have thought, Chris Parsons, it's win or nothing, is it, for Peugeot? If the car blows up, going for the Gloire de la France, what the heck?
Yes, they will have been seen to have gone for it, which is always good. But no, they are matching times. Last lap, 1 second in it, not enough.
Well, it's fascinating, isn't it? Because you look, they're all paired up neatly together, if you like. There's obviously the leading two that are lapping within 0.4 of a second of each other, Christensen and Genet. You then got Zonta and Rockenfeller that are lapping within 3 and a bit tenths of each other. Then there's a bit more of a disparity between the Lamy and the Werner car. That could well be traffic, for example. But other than that, it's just like nip and tuck, as they always say.
That's right, and those two pairs of cars, Christensen and Genet, and then Zonta and Rockenfeller, respectively in Audis and Peugeots, they are both on the same lap as each other. So Rockenfeller is a bit over a minute, I think it is, behind Ricardo Zonta. Maybe it's about almost a minute and a half now, perhaps.
That's a good point you made about going for victory is really the only thing that matters to them, because they've already done it in their first year. They've been awesome. They've had a second position already, first time out. They've had pole positions. They've been consistently the fastest team out there. There is only one other thing that matters, and that is to win the Le Mans 24 hours, especially when they've clearly put so much commitment into making these cars so ridiculously fast. I mean, they're 7-8 seconds a lap faster than last year's race pace, and that shows you the investment in time, effort and development that's been put into these cars.
And Mike Rockenfeller just crossed the start-finish line in the 4th placed car number 3 Audi, and he was indeed 1 minute 10 seconds behind the 3rd place car number 9 Peugeot, with Ricardo Zonta at the wheel.
We can, if I can just drag us away for a minute off the Audi Peugeot battle. Let's just go back to that Lola Aston Martin in 10th place. Just talk about that for a minute. What a pity that car had those problems yesterday. They are, let's have a quick look, they are lying, I think it's 4th or 5th in the 4th, I think, in the unofficial petrol class, and they are but 12 laps behind the leader, and if only they hadn't had that problem, they would be in the lead of the petrol class. Both ProDrive and Lola are to be congratulated for that car. New car this year, and it really has been a revelation. Both that and the Dome have been really good additions to this series.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were all stunned by the pace and by the initial reliability of the Dome that we saw early on in the race, and really did. Oh, hang on, what we've got here? It looks like is that Rockenfeller coming in, or is that that's Werner coming in? I think, isn't it? It is. Marco Werner is in the pits now. Is that significant? Let's have a little look. They lapping around about the 3:29. Could just be fuel, perhaps. Could it be?
Yes. Looking down at the pit, it looks like the number 1 pit are prepared for fuel. There are tyres out, but we think this car's on slicks anyway, and they'll have a look. And if necessary, they'll change. But there is the car stopping at its box.
Yeah, this is a signal. No, Werner waves away the drinks bottom there, and he's just focusing. He's got his head down. He's really thinking very, very hard about what he's got to do in the remaining part of this race to try to work his way back onto the lap that Pedro Lamy has got. I think he's obviously, they're all feeling in the number 1 car pretty frustrated, I would imagine, at this stage. They've had the brunt of the dramas from Audi's perspective, but let's be honest, they've had it good the last couple of years. I don't feel too much sympathy for them.
Quite, not too bad. It is amazing though, isn't it? I mean, we've got one each of the Audis and Peugeots, each in their own little battle. Christensen and Genet in the numbers 2 and 7 battling for the lead on the same lap. Car numbers 9 and 3, Zonta and Rockenfeller on the same lap battling for 3rd place, and Pedro Lamy in car number 8 and Marco Werner in car number 1 battling over 5th place, and separated by just 1 lap.
But it's interesting you mentioned earlier about the Lolo Aston Martin, and rightly so, Chris, because it has been a fantastic performance by the team and the drivers there. But another great performance has been the consistency of the 17 Pescarolo, the Christophe Tanso driven car at the moment. It's only 2 laps behind that Audi that we just saw in the pits there, and for a petrol engine car, I mean, goodness me, I mean, there wasn't that long ago when you'd see manufacturers saying we have the best diesel, it finished really close to all the petrol engine cars and things like the Nürburgring 24 hours and so on. Now it's round the other way. It is quite amazing how technology changes so quickly in motorsport, especially when the investment is there to push the development along.
If I can just put my plug in for sports car racing and the ANORAC department, Simon, disc brakes made their introduction here. In the 80s, fuel consumption and real gains in fuel consumption were gained through electronic fuel injection, and here we are with diesels for the past few years, and this is really sports car racing showing the way of development.
It's interesting you said it about technology, because as we see Nicolas Manassian looking very, very pensive, is that Audi and the Volkswagen Group have had tremendous praise heaped upon a technology they have called DSG, direct shift gearbox, which is a twin clutch system that they use in their road cars, even in things like a development of it, or an evolution of it, is used in the Bugatti Veyron, and that harks back to a Porsche designed and developed system from the 80s, the PDK system, the Porsche double clutch system, which I believe, if I've read my info right, was actually then kind of like sold off, kind of, we're not going to invest in it because we think it worked really well for sports cars because it's a really good fuel saving device. And how far thinking was that system when you look, that's 20 odd years before those systems have been introduced, as we see that Lola you were talking about, Chris.
Yep, I remember that car coming to Mount Fuji in Japan, and yes, another first for sports car racing.
Well, we look now at the remaining, what are we, 2.5 hours of possibly the most thrilling and interesting Le Mans 24-hour race that certainly I can remember for a very, very long time. And what it does really reiterate is that we've been privileged to be involved as part of the broadcasting crew for Eurosport, but anybody that's sitting at home who's got any kind of interest in motorsport that doesn't really perhaps follow motorsport and sports car racing that closely, you don't really need to understand rules and the ins and outs and what tyres and what fuel regs and this and that. You just want to see some racing, and that's what we've seen. Racing has been pure, hasn't it? Now we're going to hear from Thomas Leutsch, who's one of the Audi mechanics on car 2, see what's happening with his car.
Go so far, because we've seen a lot of action during the night. How was it?
We had plenty of pit stop. It was 29 now on the number 2 car. Depends on the weather situation. The rainy night we had, it was really a disaster. We changed tires. It was unbelievable, but everything was good sorted out, and mostly we found the best solution that gave us a little average against Peugeot, so now we are in a good situation.
The race is not over, but it looks like maybe your car has a chance to win. Do you already have an idea how you might celebrate?
The chance is there since the green flag dropped down, and is still 2.5 hours left, so we'll see what's happening.
Okay, all the best. Thank you very much.
Well, there is the drama for the 8 car. That's really been the one Peugeot that's had the majority of the problems, was looking so strong. Of course, the pole position car for Stefan Sarrazin as Rockenfeller brings the car in, the number 3 Audi from 4th position. That is potentially going to mean that the 3rd position, number 9 Peugeot of Ricardo Zonta may edge a little bit further away. Now let's watch to see whether there's that overheating that we saw. We saw something along these lines last night from the Peugeots, and I wonder if this is what perhaps is affecting the pace that they're having to allow for this eventuality, and this is going to ring alarm bells with the top 2 runners, surely.
Absolutely. If this car's overheating, the other one will be. Although it is eating away at the lead very slightly, 2 seconds the last lap, not enough, and as you say, very cleverly saw Simon some time ago, if they push that car too hard, maybe this will be the outcome.
Yeah. That gap between the first and second place cars is now down under 3 minutes for the first time in a long, long time, but he's still got a long way to go, as Marc Genet, if he's got any hope of catching Tom Christensen and denying the Dane yet another victory at Le Mans.
Well, and again, this is where experience is going to count. The experience of the Audi team, of the engineers, but also Tom Christensen, because he's been in situations like this at Sebring, at Le Mans, and all sorts of different places. He knows that Genet simply can't match him for pace overall, so we'll just keep it cool.
It's a long stop for car number 3. They had a side panel off the car. I fancy they might have been just cleaning out the radiators there as well, Chris.
Looks like it's cleared, off it goes. Yeah. And at the same time, that Peugeot's now rumbling down the pit road to go back onto the circuit. So they both had a little bit of a blip there, and interesting. This could still go either way.
For sure, this is absolutely, you know, the zenith of motorsport, really, in terms of excitement. We've really been just stunned by how much this has changed throughout the year. So we're going to have a moment's pause to take on board what's going on. We're going to go for a quick break here on Eurosport. When you come back, we'll watch to see how the Peugeot-Audi battle unfolds. Welcome back to Le Mans, welcome back to the battle which is still unfolding between Audi and Peugeot, specifically between that car, the number 2 Audi, currently being driven by Tom Christensen. He is in a position with less than 2.5 hours to go in this race to possibly, and it is a possibly still, because 2.5 hours is an awfully long time in any kind of motorsport, possibly take his 8th win in the Le Mans 24-hour race. Now, Jeremy Shaw, you followed Tom's career not only in Europe in Le Mans, but also in the American Le Mans Series and at Sebring especially. What's your take on what makes this guy so special?
Yeah, in Formula 3 before that, you know, he's a star. He's just super cool, calm and collected. He's a very focused young man. He's you know, he's the package. You know, he's capable of driving anything at speed, and is just the ultimate professional, really. And all good things come to good people, don't they? And it certainly is the case for Tom Christensen.
Well, I remember when he was trying to still get himself into Formula 1, and he did some F3000 with the Edenbridge team, which was Peter Briggs's team, and a company called Metzlin used to sponsor him, and they said, we've got this guy, this Danish bloke, nobody's really spoken much about him. He said, but we blonked him in the car and he put it on the front row at Spa. I mean, where did we get him from? And only, I think it was only a month later that he turned up and rocked up into the TWR Yost Porsche and went away and won Le Mans. So clearly the guy was a bit of a mega from the outset. This guy's going to have to push like crazy though, as Genet has driven a really strong latter part of the race, but he's got the gap down a little bit further, but I don't think at the moment Christensen is going to be allowing that pressure to get to him.
No, it's down to 2 minutes 53 now last time around, so he's pulled about 17 seconds, but it's taken him 10 laps to do that, so that certainly is not enough to be able to get close enough to challenge, I don't think, for the victory, unless there's some sort of a problem for car number 2. But there's all sorts of things going on down the field. I think the Mike Rockenfeller car has been in the pits fairly recently. It's now shown us 2 minutes 47 seconds behind the car number 9 of Ricardo Zonta. That the battle for 3rd and 4th places. So you can see here there's been a huge crowd here all week long. I think there were 45,000 people here for qualifying on Wednesday, which I believe was a record, and the crowds have been here all night. They're partying away in the infield. It's been a fantastic spectacle. And it's they've had just a magnificent race to watch. It's been Audi versus Peugeot at the front. And let's get down to the pit lane. Luc Alfond had run a couple of cars here in the Chevrolet Corvettes in the GT1 category, and his cars have had some problems, but they are still running.
Luc, 2 semaines pendant le test, vous avez donné un pronostic. Maintenant, vous êtes 5e. Derrière les voitures, vous avez, c'est imbattable, c'est ça?
Il y a les 4 voitures usines qui sont devant nous et ils ont fait un super match.
They had a good test here with the cars. They run 2 cars, of course, this weekend. They ran fairly well in a test a couple of weeks ago.
On est la première équipe privée pour l'instant, parce que bon, il faut encore.
The first private teams here. They're running in 5th place in the class, 5th and 6th in class, behind only the factory cars from Corvette and Aston Martin. So
Luc Alphonse is delighted with what his small team has achieved. And looking after the cars, that's their main focus, is to make sure the cars reach the finish of the race. As we said, they've had a few problems, but they certainly are running well.
Collaboration avec l'usine. Mais c'est les voitures qui sont faciles à conduire, enfin, généralement, mais en plus solides, parce que ça peut prendre des coups et en même temps c'est très fiable. Donc c'est vraiment fantastique pour nous.
Happy with the way his two Corvettes have been running, and his drivers doing a consistent job. It's exactly what was required of them. In the meantime, here is the race leader onto pit lane, and also in the pits is the Peugeot car number 7. So the first two cars on pit lane at the same time. Sorry to interrupt Luc Alphonse's interview, but I think this is more important to us in the race right now. The Peugeot stop has almost been completed. There it goes. So the second place car is back underway. Marc Genet still at the wheel, and Tom Christensen pulls to a halt in the Audi pit, and the service is being done on that car. I think it's going to be fuel and tyres only. Sorry to interrupt that interview. Luc Alphonse just going to have to come at the wrong moment. This is much more important. I think the first two cars in the race on pit lane at the same time. There goes Marc Genet. He's on the lead lap, and as you can see now, he's able to inch a little bit closer. He's certainly got that gap down somewhat, but there goes Tom Christensen. I didn't actually see whether they did put fresh tyres on that car at the end of the day. I don't think they did. I think it was just fuel only. They had the tyres ready to put on the car, but I think they elected not to do so. Get Tom back out in the fray. He's certainly been running very consistent lap times, and they've been pretty comparable with Marc Genet in that number 7 Peugeot. So we're inside 2 hours and 20 minutes to go in this race. Marc Genet certainly is catching Christensen, but not quite, it would appear, by enough to be able to reach him unless there is problems for that car number 2. We've been joined by a guest from the United States, John Doonan, who's the motorsports manager for Mazda in North America, and of course he runs a Mazda supported car in the LM2 category in the American Le Mans series. And John, you've got a lot of involvement also in the Cruz Schiller car that was had all sorts of problems this weekend. Finally the car's been out of the race, put out of the race early this morning, but boy, those guys just did a magnificent job. Just tell us about the engine program and what the plans are for Mazda Motorsports.
Well, first for the Cruz Schiller team, the Lola Mazda, a valiant effort, heroic effort after the big wreck on Wednesday night. We did lose a gearbox at 3 a.m. this morning, but frankly we started the engine program similar to the way we do a lot of our North American motorsports efforts, and that's through a customer program. And so we tried to develop it in the ALMS with BK Motorsports over the last 18 months, and Cruz was the first team here in the European series to adopt the engine. They've had some good finishes here as of late. Had high hopes for this weekend, but unfortunately I was able to go back and freshen up at 3 a.m. My hope was not to have to do that.
Yeah, that's right. It certainly was I mean, they've had all sorts of problems with that car, as you say. They're brought about primarily by that huge crash that Hideki Noda had, in a valiant effort to get that car not only back into the race, but for it to run as long as it did, as well as it did, because it certainly turned in some pretty respectable lap times.
Absolutely. For the first 5-6 hours it just ran like a top, and the boys just stayed on it, and again, unfortunately some bum luck, but you know, the engine itself represents a high volume of engines in our street cars. The MZR family of engines, the Mazda 5, the Mazda 6, the Mazda 3, the CX-7, all those vehicles carry that family, that construction of engine. And for us, it's Scott Atherton uses the word relevance an awful lot, but for us that's exactly what it's about, is we race what we sell, or we sell what we race.
And there's an awful lot of Mazdas competing on a regular basis in North America in all sorts of different series. You've got a couple of series for the MX-5 or the Miata, depending on where you're based, and you of course support the Skip Barber series. You support karting ranks below that, then the Skip Barber Racing School series, and then Star Mazda, Formula Star Mazda, and then the Atlantic series as well. So you've got a real progression for young drivers to come through in motorsports.
No, you're absolutely right. My colleague Jim Jordan and I are here this weekend, and I think that's 75% of the motorsports department at Mazda. But we do have a pretty vast program. We're excited about it. Again, it starts with the grassroots racers, both in karting and club racing, and then allows people to grow up the motorsports ladder.
Now Mazda's got a rich history here at Le Mans, the first Japanese manufacturer to win the Le Mans 24 Hours. Are we going to see a Mazda prototype back in the LMP1 ranks in the near future, perhaps?
Well, I don't know. I got to shake my piggy bank a little harder for that kind of an effort, Jeremy. But at the moment, we're partnered very strongly with Lola, with AER on this package, and we're going to continue to develop that and make it stronger. So we may have some things up our sleeve for LMP2 to surprise some folks here in the next handful of months. But at the moment, we're just proud to be here, and this place does mean a great deal to our company and to all the Mazda fans globally.
And this development program of this MCR engine in conjunction with AER will continue on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean.
No, you're exactly right. Fortunately, before I arrived here in La Sarthe, I was able to go to the UK and have some great meetings with our partners at Lola celebrating their 50th anniversary and our partners at AER. So the goal is to continue to develop the package. We've proven it can go 12 hours very strong. We'll see what happens next.
Very good. John Dooner, thanks so much for joining us, and it's good to see you over here. And it's sorry to hear that your car was out of the race, but at least it put up a tremendous effort along the way. There's more problems for Juan Barazzi in the Barazzi Epsilon Zytek 07S. That car has been in and out of, well, behind the barriers, both in pit lane and out on the racetrack actually, but it's made it this far, and with just over 2 hours to go, they've got to hope they can get that car back out on track and finish the race. There's not very many LMP2 cars that's still running actually at the moment. We've got the Van Merkstein Motorsport car still is well out in front. Jeroen Blekemolen driving that car number 34 at the moment. 9th place overall. The Team Essex, similar Porsche RS Spider, still 8 laps down in 2nd place. And that Saunier Pescarolo that we saw Matthew Lahaye had a problem an hour or so ago. I think they finally got that car back out on track. It's now shown as 12 laps behind the 2nd place car of Casper Elgaard, but it's still comfortably clear of the 4th place car in LMP2, which is the Kufel Portuguese entered car with Miguel Amaral at the wheel at the moment. So looks like I think those are the only 4. No, plus the Zytek is running. The Radical of Mark Rostan, that's been had various dramas along the way. That might be running as well, but certainly a long way back down the order. Back at the front, meanwhile, Tom Christensen still leads. Last lap around. Ooh, a Peugeot in the tire wall. That is Pedro Lamy. It's not it's not the lead car. It is the number 8 car. It was running in 5th place. We saw that car was in the pit lane with overheating not too long ago. It's now buried itself in the tire wall, and Pedro Lamy is at the wheel, and that is a major development. Thankfully, it's not the Peugeot's lead car, because that is still running comfortably with Marc Genet. But the last lap around, Tom Christensen was able to pull out 8 seconds over Marc Genet in that battle for the lead.
Well, what do you think the factors was of that one then? Sarazan looking very, very sulkily on, and who can blame him really? A man who's been so fast all weekend as they bring in a rear section. This is where you see the top teams. It's just absolutely, look about, unclip one and clip on another one. It was always great with the R8s in the early days of the R8s, when it literally almost like pop off. It's like metaphorically like a Lego kit. They just unclip the whole rear end of the car, gearbox, rear suspension, chuck it away, put a new one, and off they went. And that was even quicker than changing race. It was 3 minutes for a rear end gearbox.
Ridiculous. Like not allowed to do that anymore, are they? But no. It was great to watch. Tremendous technology. I'm going to try and have an interview with Stefan Sarazan down in the pit lane. He's got to be so frustrated, because he has been, as you said, Simon, he's been the class of the field all week long. He was fastest in qualifying. He led the early part of the race very, very comfortably indeed. And then it's a couple of niggly problems, mechanical problems, and now the car is in the tyre fence. Well, it's out of the tyre fence now and coming into pit lane, but it's just dropping farther and farther behind the leaders.
It was interesting that we saw the Peugeot team preparing a rear section, a rear wing, and it looked like the area that bolts onto the back of the gearbox perhaps, but it was obviously clearly the front end that took the brunt of it. It looks like that nose section is broken on the left hand side as we look at it, driver's right effectively, and that looked to be like the bigger problem, but didn't seem to be rushing around too much. And I think what this is really going to do is it's almost certainly going to allow the number 1 Audi to take that position, to take 5th from the 8th Peugeot, which is going to be hugely disappointing. And last bit of fuel, well, not the last bit of fuel, but another section of fuel going in, and it looks to me like that's Lamy getting out of the car now, and is that going to be Sarrazin getting in? Because we were Sarrazin standing there, helmet off, looking very calm, but that is Sarrazin. That is definitely Stefan Sarrazin in the car. Well, he's obviously said, right, zoot the law, I'm getting in this thing. I'm the fastest bloke here.
That's exactly the point. He is the fastest man there. They don't want to lose that 5th place to Marco Werner. They were a lap ahead of Werner, I think. But yeah, they were a lap ahead of Werner before this incident by Pedro Lamy, but they don't want to lose any more time than they have to. They're going to try and get it back out now ahead of Marco and hold on to that 5th place. Everything counts, doesn't it?
One question that we need to ask ourselves on this one: is this the portent of some braking problems? Could their Peugeot have that? Jeremy, you will remember very well that Audi had very unexpected brake problems at Sebring.
Yeah, I mean, no idea. Basically, we didn't see what caused that. So unfortunately, we didn't see that clip of how he managed to get himself in the tyre wall.
But the Audi did have brake problems, although Le Mans is not a particularly hard circuit on brakes.
But again, we're obviously now we're almost 22 hours into a 24-hour race. We said earlier on that most of the teams are running one set of discs and pads for the duration of a 24-hour race, and interesting to see that could be an issue. But
they are changing the tail as well then.
Rain, we have rain, we have rain.
Just what Audi wanted.
Oh.
Just what Audi wanted.
Well, Dankeschön, they're saying.
I don't think I completely disagree with you there, Chris. I mean, they were comfortable out in front. They just needed a status quo, which they had there with a dry track. Yes, Genet was closing in, but not particularly, not by enough. It would have appeared to make a difference. Well, now if the rain starts to come down, a little bit of rain, that's going to make the track very, very treacherous and difficult, not only for Tom Christensen, but then the worry comes into some of these slower cars as well, doesn't it?
But Sarrazin waving his arms, he's getting very animated about something. Shut the door, come on, I want to get out there, I want to do some driving, what's going on? We saw that there was a big drop in lap time, or gap rather, between Christensen and Genet. That's reassessed itself a little bit on the following lap, and 3:38 for Genet, 3:40 for Christensen, 3:42. Well, the times have dropped significantly. That rain must be coming down quite hard. These guys are out on slicks on what would appear to be an incredibly greasy circuit now. All of a sudden, this is going to throw a spanner in the works. Chris Parsons, you made a very good point not that long ago. What about a safety car? That could much more likely to happen with these sort of conditions. Imagine, for example, how ironic would it have been if Pedro Lamy had crashed hard enough to put significant debris onto the circuit, causing a safety car, causing his teammate Marc Genet to actually be able to be on the back of Tom Christensen and race him hard. And Christensen has a problem. Is that a spin, or was that
that was wheel spin? But look here. There it is, there it is.
Oh, that is significant contact. That is exactly the sort of thing we're talking about. Now we've got to wait to see if there is damage to that right rear corner of the Audi. That is why the Audi drivers, Rockenfeller there, and Löhr was looking so concerned. And that is exactly how this can turn around.
Absolutely right. He just turned into the corner there, and the Barazzi car was there, and he just turned across its bows. I think he thought the Barazzi car was going to get on the brakes and let him take the line into the corner. He didn't, and that is exactly the problem you have with gentleman drivers.
Well, Barassi is a reasonably sensible gentleman driver. I take your point entirely, but that is a fairly significant drama that's happened. Now, this is it. This is really it. This could be the difference in the race. If the conditions are getting as greasy as we think they might be, and if there is damage to the Christensen car, well, this really is going to hand the initiative to not just the 7 car, but possibly to the 9 car as well. It could turn around as a Peugeot 1-2. I mean, we're getting ahead of ourselves a bit, but they're getting out the is that cut slicks, or is that inters? That looks like cut slicks to me rather than inters.
Wow, that was a massive development. Has he got away with it? He's had good luck here in the past, no doubt about that. Tom Christensen, that's what you need to win a 24-hour race. You need a slice of good fortune. Has he got away with that? It was a pretty hard impact, wasn't it, Simon?
It was indeed, and we're going to hear from Pedro Lamy, one of the top Peugeot drivers. He's going to tell us his view on what's happening at this stage in the race. Let's hear from Pedro now.
Pedro, we just saw your car spinning off into the gravel. What happened exactly?
I was running in Arnage and I went just off into the tires, but I managed to come back.
The conditions seem to be very tricky because it changes a lot all over the track.
Yeah, because the track is dry and sometimes raining in some parts of the circuit, and that corners are very slippery, so we arrive without knowing if it's dry or wet.
We just saw the leading Audi with Tom Christensen spinning into another car. You still believe that the Peugeot can win this race?
Well, until the end is possible, but they have a quite big leads to give away, but we will see.
How tired are you after all the stints you did?
A bit tired, but I'm just upset with the problems we had with the car, but okay.
Muito obrigado.
Well, Pedro Lamy, very, very calm, very professional, very realistic, you know. How confident are you that you could still win this race? Well, maybe. It's not over till it's over. It isn't over till it's over, guys. We've been saying this for 22 and a half hours now, nearly 23 hours. And, well, it's just that sort of development doesn't look like the way that Christensen's driving the car, that he's got any concerns about the right rear. As we looked at it, it seems like that Audi is typically strong. And
they do seem to be bulletproof, and he certainly hit a bullet there up at the Dunlop curves. Juan Barrazzi just appeared to leave his braking too late for the left-hander in that part of the chicane there, and I think Tom Christensen saw the car going wide, and he just presumed, quite rightly, quite frankly, that the guy would cede the line going into the right-hander. He didn't. There was contact, and the gap was 2 minutes 58 seconds last time around. That was, of course, before Christensen had his incident. We have to wait now to see what the gap is this time around, but that was a 3 minutes 44 second lap for Tom Christensen, so he's lost at least 10 seconds in that impact and the spin with the contact with the Barrazzi car.
Well, interesting there. We're going to take there. You see reaction from Nish. Christensen was waving his hand. We're going to find out exactly what's happening. How's it going to unfold? Join us on Eurosport after the break. Welcome back to the Le Mans 24 Hours with an event that is starting to unfold with increasing amounts of drama. We've just seen the leading car of Tom Christensen contact with one of the back markers and potentially could have damaged the car quite significantly. We see now wipers on, or wiper on, for the 7 car as it runs a little bit wide. That is the car currently being driven by Marc Genet, and Christensen is looking like it didn't have any major dramas. Now we're going to hear in a moment from Alexander Premat, who has been the fastest of the Audi drivers so far this weekend. He's going to talk to us and let us know his thoughts on the latter part of the race. Let's hear from Alexander Premat.
Du Dunlop, il y a eu un accrochage avec Tom Christensen. C'est vrai qu'il avait pris l'avantage sur la Mazda, je crois, et la Mazda n'a pas freiné. Donc suite à ça, elle l'a percuté sur l'arrière droit. Heureusement, la voiture derrière, il peut rouler, donc on croise les doigts. Là, il va faire juste un arrêt au stand. De toute façon, il fallait qu'il en fasse un.
Yeah, Premat saying they were asking him about the Mazda, the car that made contact with Christensen. Well, the Mazda just didn't brake for the second part. Hasn't really changed anything, though. They're not that worried. It won't change things in terms of the standings. They feel confident that the car hasn't really been damaged, so as long as they don't have any other. And it's starting to rain a little bit now, and it's going to be interesting to see how, if it gets a little bit worse, whether that's going to play into their hands. Well, we think so. We think we're pretty confident that we can take what we've got and just continue the lead. Question is now, is fatigue affecting you? You've done 3 stints. Yeah, everyone's getting a bit tired, but you know, we're running on adrenaline now. We know we can win this race, so we're all going to be firing all the way to the end of the race.
Surtout cette année où il y a eu énormément de concentration la nuit et le petit matin, parce qu'en fin de compte il pleuvait un petit peu, donc il fallait être vraiment concentré.
It was particularly hard through the night when we had to concentrate so hard. It was such difficult conditions. We were all pushing hard, and it's everybody's been absolutely on the maximum. I think every driver in all of the 6 cars, the 6 diesel cars, has been pushing as hard as they can. And we're really, really proud to be driving for Audi and to be such a great team. All my co-drivers have been superb, but it's been an honour to be part of the of this great team. We're running fourth, but it's still possible for us to get onto the podium, and that's our challenge, that's our mission for the remainder of the race. So that was Alexander Premat, and that was a driver who is very, very confident that these guys can push hard enough to get themselves onto the podium. Now, as we run down with almost exactly 2 hours to go of this fantastic race, I'm going to hand over to my colleague Jeremy Shaw. What's your thoughts?
Oh, it's great stuff, isn't it? There's 2 minutes 44 seconds now between the two lead cars, down by about 11 seconds. That incident cost Tom Christensen, but he seems to have got away with it. Last lap around was a 3 minutes 31.391, which was is within a second of the lap time that Marc Gené did. So again, Gené not closing that gap by enough. The battle for third and fourth is still raging, a bit over a minute between Zonta and Rockenfeller, and now the battle for fifth and sixth also is raging, because Marco Werner is in fifth place after that long pit stop for the car number 8, but Stefan Zarazin has got behind the wheel of the Peugeot number 8, is now only 7 seconds behind Marco Werner and is flying a 3:25.774, significantly quicker than anybody else last time around.
Well, we thought that would be the case with Zarazin. We saw him getting in the car. It was almost like a gunfighter going out for battle, and he had that real intense body language. He's angrily slamming the door and getting out of the pit lane. And now, with under 2 hours to go, it's really is hotting up now. Chris Parsons, you've been keeping an eye on what's happening in the other categories.
Yes, it appears that the Aston is asserting itself over the Corvette. At one point there were 2 laps between the cars. Don't know about the pit stop situation, but if there are 2 laps, that would help a lot.
Well, the GT2 class has also seen a significant change. We saw the British-run Burgo car with the 3 British drivers of Bell, Sugden and Mullen looking good for a podium, and they've had some problems and dropped out of the top 3. It's now the Ferraris of Malucelli and Eret that are the top 3, despite Eret's various problems he's had. Seem to have still dragged the car around to a sensible position. In LMP2, we haven't really spoken about them for a while. Blake Mullen now has a lead of 8 laps over the other Porsche RS Spider of Kaspar Elgard, the Essex racing car, who in turn is, 12 laps ahead of the 35 LMP2 car, the Pescarolo of Mathieu Lehay. And good to see that those guys got the car out running again after some big dramas. So, with the classifications rolling across in front of us, I'm going to hand you over to my colleagues Carlton Kirby, Liz Halliday and Mark Cole, who are going to have the honour of bringing this race to its conclusion. It's been an absolute pleasure being involved. To my co-commentators Chris Parsons and Jeremy Shaw, thank you so much for an exciting time, and we are going to be watching with a lot of interest and a lot of passion as this race runs down to its conclusion, as we see the number 7 car charging down towards the end of the race. I've been Simon Hill. Thanks for listening, and enjoy the remainder of the race as we hand over to Carlton Kirby, Liz Halliday and Mark Cole.
Yes, Jeremy Shaw signing off as well. It's just been tremendous fun. I've had a lot of fun working with you guys, and it just has been a magnificent motor race. And of course, it isn't over yet, is it, Carlton Kirby?
By all means, Jerry, it's been lovely working with you. It sounds like a big love in here, but we've had our own travails here. It's never an easy thing to have this sort of task, and it's always a pleasure to be part of such a great team. And thanks to all of you at home as well, who've shown your appreciation on the websites. We've appreciated knowing that you're out there and supporting us as you do. So it is indeed the run for home. Liz and Mark just getting themselves into position. Thanks to Chris Parsons as well. Little handshakes going all round. Now settled, and well, talk about settled. Peugeot settling into a groove here. Tom Christensen looked moderately rattled when he got into that glorious, what was previously glorious tangerine and silver machine. Unfortunately, or fortunately for him, no sanctions handed down, and we were expecting that he may well get called for it being an LMP2 car. I think if it had been a GT, Liz, I think they would have had some kind of penalty imposed on them.
Well, I think so, absolutely. I mean, he's such an experienced driver, but, you know, you're getting really late into this race. Everybody's a bit tired. He'd been in the car for quite a while, and it's just, in my opinion, it's just a bit of a mistake. You know, he knew the car was there. He chose a decision to cut into the turn. I think what he actually hoped was that that car had braked and made room for him. I think that's sort of what was possibly going through his head, being that he was, you know, a much quicker car. But just the same, perhaps a bit of bad decision making there. But yeah, I agree with you. If it had been a GT car, we may have seen some penalties going in there.
I think so. This stage of the race as well, it would have been a very, very tough call for those judging whether or not he had made some kind of infringement to call him for it, because effectively it would have ended Audi's challenge, and you can bet your boots they would have been annoyed about that. Hey, a little bit of a treat for you. We've got Heinz Harold Frentzen just waiting for a chat down pit side. Congratulations as well to our pit crew who've been zipping up and down and working so hard to just keep you informed and in touch with everybody who's a part of this glorious event, the 76th running, of course, of Le Mans here on Eurosport, Eurosport International, Eurosport World, British and the rest, all over Europe. It's a tremendous thing to be able to stay in touch with, and 24 hours live. Well, we've been on duty a long, long time, but it has absolutely flown by. And in a few moments' time, we're going to be having a word about our favourite cars and drivers out there, and wouldn't mind having your thoughts as well. So we may well just get an independent thread, which will be called the Run for Home. The Run for Home is what we're going to call it, and then we'll have a chat with you on the message boards as well.
Well, it looks like Heinz Harold Frentzen is possibly about to get into his car, but if we can grab him before, we will get that interview. But it looks like the car might win on that one, but hopefully we'll get hold of him when he gets out.
Carden, with opening off with a guest here, young Hugh Chamberlain. He's already arrived. Liz, could you just let him have the mic for a second? And,
I suppose. Just for Hugh, we can.
Just for Hugh, and we'll have a quick chat with him while we're waiting to see if we're going to hear from Frentzen or not. So
while Heinz Harold decides whether to get into a car or come and have a chat with Eurosport, Hugh's got no such problems. He knows he wants to have a word. Hugh, settle yourself in.
Small, if you're watching, he's in a very fetching pair of shorts this morning, and he looks very, very good. Hugh, you've been, we think, you're probably the longest serving team owner here at Le Mans.
Yeah, I think it's possible. Yes, I think it is possible. 23,
it certainly looks like
23. Yes, it looks as though I am. Actually, before we do that, I've got to mention Small, because you just did.
Yeah.
The poor girl had a fire at home yesterday.
No.
And she's lost so much kit you wouldn't believe it. It's just horrendous. And where am I? Playing with my toys at Le Mans.
Oh dear.
But poor old Small. Anyway, there we are.
Hugh, very brave effort this year, running the first ever husband and wife team at Le Mans. Amanda coming here as the first Brit girl for 30 years since Juliet Slaughter, and hasn't been the dream debut for her, has it?
No, not really. It was a very, very sad day. I mean, the whole thing, we started going downhill shortly after the flag, and it just didn't help very much. We started with punctures, and then we had problems with the engine, and then we had problems with poor old Amanda going off, and we really honestly do not know why that happened.
Can you tell us about that, because that is probably one of the iconic images of the race, of Amanda trying to get this car with obviously a broken front suspension, crawling down, smoke pouring out, presumably turbo. We don't know. What was all that?
Well, it's actually.
Yeah, just before we come to that, Hugh, we're just going to do a fond welcome to those joining us around the world. So a bigger audience for you in a second. And a very warm welcome to Eurosport World, who finally switched in yet again. We've been switching all over the place, but I hope you've been staying in touch largely wherever you happen to be in Europe. Eurosport World, you're very welcome. We have Hugh Chamberlain here, who is about to spare us a few words. Heinz Harold Frentzen might well get in the way. In fact, he is doing. Hugh, this is no testament to you. We know, we love you, and we're back as soon as we've spoken to Heinz Harold. We've got to go down. The Germans are insisting. Here he comes.
You're seemingly enjoying running here in Le Mans.
Yes, true. I have great fun here racing in Le Mans. 24 hours is awesome. I did it 16 years ago. I did like it there very much. I never had a chance to do it unless now with Aston Martin I got another opportunity to do it, and I'm really happy to do it.
How did this opportunity come up?
Well, just by watching the car in the magazine, I said, that's a nice car. And knowing the team of Dave Richards, ProDrive. We just contact each other and then asked if there's a chance to drive here, and here we are. Yeah.
You're a fourth now. Is that something very happy with?
Well, we had, unfortunately, at 4:30 in the morning, we had an alternator problem. We had to change the car, the alternator here in the morning. We lost 25 minutes for that. And now we are just finishing the race.
You're a fourth now, but you're definitely running the most beautiful car in the whole lineup. You agree?
Yes, I'm feeling proud of it to run it around to show it to the people.
Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the race.
So, Hugh, that's Heinz Harald Frentzen doing the job for Aston Martin. But just going, we're just going to ask you about Amanda's excellent picture of the race. Yeah, you're not sure of the cause of it yet, but what was all this smoke because she was going down?
Well, the smoke was simple. The turbo oil system works at high RPM, and when you tickle along at 20 miles an hour, then there's too much oil and it isn't scavenged out the bottom of the turbos. Right. So we actually changed that system whilst we were repairing the damage.
But Hugh, the main thing is she got the car back, and that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but that's a remarkable thing done by Amanda actually on the ground, but by the engineer Dave Lampitt, who has fooled me completely by being bright, and he sat and thought about it for a few moments, and he said, if we can get her to change the damper settings, we can get it home. I thought, what?
Lateral thinking.
Yeah. And the fact is that the wheel was pointing out because it had been damaged when she hit the wall. So what we did was we'd actually been sensible enough to give her a long radio lead in the toolbox in the car, so she could get out and walk around the car and still talk to us. So yes, this is what's happened and that's what's happened. So she plugged in, and we said go to the front of the car, and the damper hatch is a thing about 18 inches square. Undo the clips, which are dead easy. You can do those. You've got little handles on. Take those off, and then take the left-hand damper as you're looking, or the right-hand damper as you're looking at it, over the front, and wind the spring platform right up as far as because you'll be able to move it. Okay, so is the spring the thing that wound you? Yeah, that's the bit. The damper's that's the bit. And she wound this off, and of course that had the effect of taking the left front wheel off the ground.
Clever.
Sneaky, huh?
Oh, well done.
So it was then a three-wheeler. Right. She then was told to put the damper hatch back and get back in the car, nail herself in, fire the motor, and which she did, and drive back at 55 miles an hour because that was enough to keep the engine cool with enough air, and that was what it did. She got it back.
She got it back. That's all you can ask.
Really good deal.
Good girl.
Good
Spangly, if you're listening at the moment, Hugh is actually says he loves what you did. Thank you very much. And Carlton, something you spotted?
Yeah, quite a few things actually. The big one, driver change on the Audi number 1, but the Audi number 3 has been pushed back in, and there is consternation down there. Still not sure what the problem is. I don't know whether it was anything reported by our college just beforehand. Been a bit of a kerfuffle as we just changed over, but they're clearing everybody now. Cameron's been told to get out. The front has been off, and suggests suspension. Don't know what. But well, it's back out now, rolled out, and all of these cars, as we get towards the business end of the race, it's where the real test begins. We're just seeing as well that the Lamborghini 55, which has had something of a trial as well, is also about to be fired up. They've let the number 3 go, which is good news. The best news for Audi, of course, is that Tom Christensen hasn't faced a sanction
not yet
after his collision. I don't know whether they're going to be looking at it. Did you see the incident, Hugh?
I did. I think that it was just one of those things that happens. I think that he was going around the outside and doing what he had to do, and he probably misjudged it a bit. But I don't think it's a sanctionable thing.
I think if it had been a GT car, we were speculating, he may well have had his wrist slapped and possibly a stop-go. Would have been a big call, wouldn't it? Because it would have been a huge call.
The thing is, if you're on tippy-toe like that, going around the outside of somebody when you're actually offline, trying to get back to the right-hand side, it's you only need somebody to lean on it and the thing would fall off. So the tap wasn't nearly as bad as it might have sounded or seemed. It's arguable, but if you're travelling at, and this is one of the things you're going to have at Le Mans because the speed differential is so great, and the guy that was in the LMP2 car is no fool, but he's going much more slowly. So what do you do?
Hugh, the Lola. Are we going to see this car again at Le Mans, or are you starting to look at the coupe route, or?
Well, we wouldn't be doing our job. We didn't look at everything.
Yeah.
I suspect that This is the third Le Mans for that car. And it's very sad it didn't complete with all three. It finished and was classified in both the last two. I don't think it's very likely that will come out in that guise again. It's possible we might look at certainly one of the options is to sell it to the deserving poor somewhere, or perhaps make it into a coupe, because you can actually, a lot of the bits are interchangeable.
But will we see this car again this year at Le Mans Series?
You should see this car again at the Le Mans Series, yes.
Excellent view.
Almost certainly going to the States.
Great news. You need to get both sides of the pond. We love having you around. It's been a pleasure to have you on board.
Very kind.
Go and get some long trousers. It is getting cold and a bit damp.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes, I think that perhaps I had a couple of beers too many after I left here last night at 1:30, and thought that was just on.
You got adrenaline-covered knees.
I think actually I did take the shorts off when I got into bed, but I might not have done. That could be why they're still there.
Thank you, Hugh Chamberlain.
Tremendous stuff, Hugh. A massive part of Le Mans racing. Always a pleasure. Never a chore. Now we're just taking a look through the GT1 class. A moment ago we saw the 90 car. The 90 car has its full door back on at the moment. We're just looking at the car in second place. It's Ferraris 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. And that's, in case you're just joining us very, very late, that's because the lead two Porsches took each other off, including, of course, the Flying Lizards that so many people thought so much of, particularly in qualifying. Looking at the 97 car at the moment, Pierre Caffer's car, the white car that you saw just a moment ago that's running in third place, it now again is all white. I was speculating earlier on that as it borrowed a door from a sister car, which was all green, if it had gone on to form a podium or maybe even win the class, they were going to have to produce a model with sort of the wrong door, which wouldn't have suited the sponsors at all, but it would have been true to the result. And as a result, what they've done is they've repainted or rebadged up that good door in their sponsors' colour. So if they do come good, then my little fantasy about having a door that looks like a Barnsley taxi is not going to happen.
Yeah, we have lost 20 cars now. That's the total. The last one going out, the 96 Virgo car I just mentioned with Rob Bell. But yeah, Ferrari, Liz, they've been dominating, but only because Porsche self-destructed.
Well, yeah, this is the thing, is that this type of circuit should have suited Porsche a bit, because, you know, they are very quick in a straight line. The Ferrari is very, very well balanced, so brilliant on the corners, of course, but this was sort of a circuit where Porsche can pull away a little bit, because they've got a nice long straight to stretch their legs, and obviously, you know, Porsche was on pole, so I think they were looking at it saying, well, maybe this is our chance to get one over on Ferrari again, and unfortunately, you know, some of the front runners took each other out early on, and now we're looking at a grid that is dominated completely by Ferrari. We've got the top 5 all Ferrari, so obviously this is brilliant for them. This is exactly what they want to see with the 430, which is such a strong car, but really quite a heartbreak for Porsche.
Interesting, the only car that's broken but into the 4-minute barrier since the start of the race was Jörg Bergmeister in the Lizards car, 3:59. Nobody else able to get below 4 minutes, but it's been close, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, and I mean, Jörg's such a force in a Porsche. He's been a Porsche works driver for so long now. I can't even remember how long he has, but and he knows this car inside and out, and you know, he's always going to get in the car and push as hard as he can. So it was nice that we could see that early on, and he was leading for quite a while, I believe, and pushing and doing those times.
Only 2 pit stops now, the difference between our leader Tom Christensen and Marc Genet, who we're on board with at the moment. Incidentally, the 9 car is now in the hands of Montagny. He's come out. They've had 36 pit stops. The leaders only had 30, so that is essentially the difference on the timing screens between what is a lead and potential winning car and those who have lost out. And the big losers will be Peugeot if they don't win it here. So much was expected that they may even be looking at a 1-2-3. Mark, you were tipping Peugeot as likely winners here, but it's just been the fuel run essentially, and the rain as well, playing into Audi's hands.
Well, of course, one of the Peugeots had the Genet car had those persistent gear shift problems, hydraulics problems at the back there, and then again Frank Bieler, clutch problems in that Audi, so that's why that one's dropped down. 1 each at the moment, but at the end of the day, the top 6 cars are all diesel Peugeots or Audis. They are. Tom Christensen at the top. Carlton, when we get a moment, Janus Winsman from Daily Sports Cars joining us. He's the #1 archivist of sports car racing in the world, so we'll get him on in a minute. So anything you want to sort out before that, or?
No, I'm happy to go and have a cup of coffee. I'll be back in a second.
So Janus Wimpfen about to join us, and just getting a message here. Oh, what's that one? Xavier Pompidou? No, no. Oh, that's coming from Sam. Xavier Pompidou in the speed load. It was an accident that caused his exit. So, Janus Wimpfen, we go back a long time, don't we? Many years. And let's just tell everyone who you are exactly. You're American who is probably now the world's premier archivist. Your books, your famous books, Time in Two Seats, the 2-volume history of sports car racing, which of course it's a work in progress all the time.
Right. Well, thank you. I'm honored, I guess, to be. I'm honored to be something of the arch anorak of sports car racing, and I've turned it into a bit of a profession, and enjoy every bit of that. I have written several books on the history of sports car racing. It goes back to 1953 and continues up to the present. And I'm working now on a current decade book that, among other people, include Liz's exploits, and I've also written several books on sort of photographic history of the same decades.
Right, we're just going to interrupt for a second, Jans. We can take a break, but when we come back, we'll hear more about that. So stay with us here on Eurosport Live from Le Mans.
Welcome back to the Le Mans 24 Hours. We're live on Eurosport. We're about to go down to the pits and have an interview with Jamie Mello, who's recently gotten out of the Risi Ferrari car. So we're going to look forward to that coming up. And until then, we're going to carry on our interview. Mark?
Yeah, they're down there, as you say. Jamie just about to get the microphone shoved. That car is, of course, leading GT2. We've lost its main rival, which is the Bergo Motorsport car. But Jamie Mello on board the Risi Competizione Ferrari.
You're leading the GT2 category. Are you taking it a bit more easy now out there?
Yeah, for sure, a lot more easy. We're a few hours to go, so we start saving gearbox and engine as well. We are just driving very, very carefully just to get the end of the race in the first position.
We just saw another accident of Tom Christensen, like slightly before. Is there still a lot of traffic? Is it still difficult because maybe the tiredness kicks in?
No, actually it's better because there is less prototype. So, but it's still, I mean, we need to be very careful because the speed difference it's quite big. So, fortunately, we didn't have any problem until now, and I hope we can get to the end of the race without any problem.
Is it surprising for you that you're leading the category?
No, it's not surprise. We came here to win the race, and until now we are leading the race. So hopefully we can finish it like this. The car it's really good. Risi Competizione, it's a great team. So Michelin tires also it's very consistent. We can double stint, triple stint the tires. So it's really good for us.
Thank you very much. Obrigado.
So Jimmy Sallow, GT2 leader, and Liz, that car has been carried a lot during the night by Jimmy Bruni. Everyone has been mightily impressed by him.
Yeah, I mean, the Risi Ferrari is such a huge force in America. They've really come through and won such, big races over there. They've done very well in the Sebring 12 Hours, and I think they really wanted to come out here to Le Mans and win. So it's exactly, well, you heard Jamie say, no, we're not surprised. We came here to win. And I think that's exactly the kind of attitude you need to have.
Well, sitting with us still is Janus Wimpfen, and Janus, we're just starting to talk about your book, Time in Two Seats, probably the most expensive motor racing tome I've ever bought. Certainly, I had to buy it because I mentioned in it as well. My drive in the 1974 British Airways 1,000 kilometres at Brands Hatch. Liz is in it as well, as you said.
I don't have one, so...
And then you just showed me a draft, and there's my picture again in the new one that's coming out.
Right, there's a shot of you, a svelte and somewhat darker Mark from 20-some years ago, interviewing Jochen Maas in one of your earlier projects at Brands Hatch, and I'm happy to say that that's going to be published in the new book that's coming out in August.
When's the book coming out? August?
The book is coming out in August.
And will be called?
It's called Monocoques and Ground Effects. It's published by Bull Publishing, and will be actually released in the United States at the Monterey Historics.
And of course, it'll be available in Britain through Chater and Scott.
Through Chater's, all the usual outlets in Britain and throughout Europe.
Excellent. Now, Janus, You've been coming to Le Mans for a long time now, haven't you?
I have for a couple decades myself.
And your take on this year's race?
I'm very impressed. I mean, endurance racing at its best should always have a sort of poetry, drama, symphonic nature to it, made up of movements or acts, whatever metaphor you want to use. And I think we see that here today in the last 24 hours very, very effectively. We've seen sort of the build-up of the two sides, the two great sides kind of facing off, and the overture kind of, and we had this long period of stalemate where nothing seemed to be moving, and then the rains came and the stalemate was broken, and here we are 90 minutes away and we still have no idea what the outcome will be. It's drama at its best. It's only endurance racing.
That's the beauty, isn't it?
Yes.
I know there's been a bit of a controversy in the one of the New York papers. They interviewed Formula One team owners and asked them about Le Mans. They all said, no, it's nothing. It's three drivers just pootling around. But
how many of them have actually gotten in and done a sports car race? That's my first question for you.
And Liz, you're the first to say the other night, Le Mans is no longer an endurance race. It's a sprint race. It has been the last few years.
It is. It's flat out, and I mean, it's a lot harder than racing just one class of racing. You've got to deal with traffic all the time and run your own race, and I think that's what a lot of people forget. They say, oh, well, yeah, long endurance, boring, but, you know, we're in traffic all the time going flat out, and that is a skill in itself.
And not only that, but you have the physical aspects of this, endurance physical aspects. You have the mental aspects to work with. You're dealing not only with traffic, but you're dealing with a large variety of cars and different qualities, a large variety of different drivers as well. And to constantly process all that is quite a task. And not taking anything away from Formula One, that has its place.
And then you add sleep deprivation into it, and it all gets a bit exciting.
Absolutely.
Yannis, we're going to have to wind you up there because we've got other guests, but you work for Daily Sports Car as well. Thank you to you, all the team, Graham Goodwin, everyone. You're so helpful to us with the American Le Mans series. You know, we do use all this stuff, so everybody do log on, dailysportscar.com, and read Yannis, read Graham, all the guys. And
book comes out in August. Everybody get yourself a copy. Yeah. Looking forward to it myself.
Thank you for coming up.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Okay. So Liz, Carlton about to get back in the hot seat.
Yeah, we're just shuffling our way around here, and
we'll just give him a baby wipe, he likes it.
Yeah. Carlton's had a cup of coffee, he's fired up, caffeined up, ready to rock and roll to the finish.
Right, well, while you were all having a little bit of a love in there was quite a lot going on screen. So just to catch up with everything that you've seen at home, the 17 car, the Elite petrol car, having what seemed to be a slightly laboured time in the pits, no longer than the dome here. That's had more than its fair share of difficulties, and the poor old 5 car as well. You saw that too, the Matmut machine. It's rough out there. It was never pretended to be easy, this, but you can see as well here. Look at that. There is the Pescarolo finally back and out and racing, but the performance difference between itself and the Peugeot there for all to see. Minassian back in with it, and we're just about to be joined, I believe, by another guest. We've got Xavier Pompidou coming in, which is fantastic. He'll be having a chat with us about the Speedy Racing, the Anglo-Swiss outfit, the number 33 car. Zav, very warm welcome to you. It's terrific to have you on board. This race, it's a heartbreaker, isn't it? It's more difficult than anyone can imagine, this 24 hours.
That's why it's magic.
Yeah.
It's the most difficult race in the world, I think. So yeah, it's just great because it's difficult and you never know the result before the last two seconds.
We're going to come back to Xavier in just a moment. We've got Alan McNish. Xav will be with you in a second.
We heard some rumors that you had some animals in your room tonight. Was that true? Some squirrels or something?
No, that's actually not quite true, but on Friday night, the night before the race, there's 2 pigeons had managed to get in between the double glazing, the 2 windows in my hotel room, and they seemed to be having a lot more fun than I was having when I was sleeping.
So you could actually relax a little bit. You slept fine. You're ready.
Yeah, no. Last night I got probably about 2 hours sleep. Tom came out the car a little early on one stint, and that meant that I had quite a wake-up call to go into 4 stints in the wet in the morning, which certainly shakes you up a little bit.
Thanks a lot. That's it.
Alan McNish saying that he has to contend with cars. Of course, the weather, mechanical stuff, and of course pigeons as well. He arrived angry, had a good race nonetheless, and I suspect he may well be part of what would be some serious podium celebrations later on. Whether it wins or not, Peugeot will have something to say about that. Xavier, tell me about this car. It's a particularly, in my opinion, a lovely looking car. It's one of the most attractive out there. Is it as strong as perhaps it could be?
Yeah, the car is amazing. Every lap you do, you push a little bit more, and every lap the car is okay. So, as an example, my first go with the car in Le Mans during the race, I started in 43, and every lap I did a little bit more, and I finished in 37. With a triple stint tires.
Fantastic.
So it's amazing.
Awesome. Yeah. And that use of the tires you're talking about, that stinting of the tires, we're hearing that Audi are going as well, triple stinting. Peugeot, last year it was only single stints, they had to change every time. They're managing doubles this time, but Audi have gone ahead again. Do you think that's going to be a big factor here?
Yeah, it could be, especially if there's movement in the race, like rain and things like this. Less time you spend in the pits, it's quicker you are. So for sure it can help, and that's why we did triple stint during the night, but we should also do it during the day. In fact, when we have a puncture, my teammate changed tires for the end of his second stint, so I start with the same tire than he drove, and I did a double with the same tires, and it was just perfect. As I told you, my last lap was my quickest, so
that's really impressive.
Yeah, impressive, and the car is just fabulous. We missed some development and time because we have to compare the Porsche, which were the best car in the LMP2 over the world, and everybody was afraid to see the car coming in Europe. And in fact, Lola did a great job, and I think that with some more work on the car, we are already quite close here in Le Mans, but we were quicker in Spa. So I'm really optimistic. Yeah, good confidence, and really optimistic to win at least one before the end of the year.
Fantastic.
Now you're at Le Mans. You've been to Le Mans quite a few times in a Porsche. So what's it like being an LMP2 car versus a GT2 car?
Yeah, I did it only. I race a lot in GT cars with Porsche for years now. But in fact, in Le Mans, I did it more with prototype than Porsche.
Yeah, but just the last few years you've done.
Yeah,
so to swap back, what's that like?
It's just fabulous.
Yeah, I'm sure you missed it, didn't you?
Yeah.
That was more my question. Was, are you really happy to be back in a prototype?
It's just amazing that the Porsche corners are nice also with the GT2 because it's challenging. But here it's challenging, and it's 250, 260k. So it's just great.
Just one last question. Just tell us about the approach speeds that you've been experiencing with the LMP1s, particularly the Peugeots. At night, that must be terrifying.
Yeah, night and day.
Yeah.
They are just in another planet than us.
Yeah.
For example, in the Porsche corner, we have, maybe because of the weight also, but we are at least at the same pace, but as soon as they put the gas on, we cannot follow for more than 2 seconds. They disappear.
Absolutely.
And that's true that during the night it's difficult because when they are flashing behind, you have a lot of difficulty to evaluate how many seconds they will be
of course
at your side, so it's quite difficult.
Yeah, no wonder they have these rules whereby if there is contact, it tends to be the fault of the higher series because they are the danger and they just have to respect you. Tell us about what happened to the car then. What's happened with the 33? Why is it not running?
The car, they're just here where the Peugeot is in Indianapolis corner. I was driving normal, good pace, but not really pushing because it was not the right moment for that. And in fact, the marshal didn't put the flags that it was already wet. A little bit like Pescarolo during the practice with the whole of the Aston Martin, the same. And I arrived, the entry of the corner was dry, and when I was in, it was wet. So nothing to do. I touched the barrier with the front left. But the car was still quite okay, so I managed to bring it back to the pit. And the shame is that when I was in the pit lane already, just before the last chicane before the speed limit, a Corvette arrived like crazy, and he pushed me on my back.
Oh no.
So he pushed me on the curbs, and the time with the first gear reward and like this, I have an overheat of the engine, so we have to stop because of the engine, in fact.
Okay, so just preserving it to fight another day. Well, it's been great to have you, Zav. Best of luck for next time.
Thank you very much.
You know,
and I was really happy to see Liz also, because there's
I haven't seen you all weekend, so nice to see you up in the studio, and we enjoyed watching you on the screen. You were very impressive.
The finger also for the horses.
Yeah, thank you.
See you. Bye.
Cheers. Thank you, Xavier. Well, Xavier Pompidou, starter.
Yeah.
And we're going to take ourselves a short commercial break, and we'll be back in just a few moments' time, live here on Eurosport at Le Mans. Welcome back here live on Eurosport for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and we have an hour and 23 left. Tom Christensen has avoided any kind of sanctions after getting into the Brasi Epsilon. It was his fault. Peugeot, well, they're in dreamland at the moment, dreaming of success perhaps. Well, they may have to dream on, although 2 minutes 16 is the gap between Tom Christensen and Minassian in the Peugeot and that number 7 car. It's going to be tight, and people are asking, is there going to be a grandstand finish? It might well happen. The difference between them is 2 pit stops at the moment. They account for those 2 minutes. It's about a minute per pit stop. That's what it's going to eat into your time. Tremendous, the race for the line here. 360 laps. Don't think we're going to get anywhere near 400, not at this pace. It's going to be around about the late 70s, we assume. Don't worry too much about the fog that's on these onboard cameras. We haven't been able to clean them after all of the rain, picking up all of the mess throughout the night. There was rain out there. Tyre choice became an essential issue. Audi, well, they seem to just guess right. They had the luxury of having 2 cars to sort of test intermediates and wets on before they ever made the decision with the 2 car. The 2 car, can it go all the way this time? We think it possibly can, but Alec McNish is not counting his chickens. And is he counting on Tom Christensen? Well, it was a big ask earlier on as to whether Tom had made yet another classic mistake. He made one in the DTM last year. It almost meant that he couldn't take part in Le Mans. He just about got fit and racing again with this event last year. Ever since then, he's been right back on it, but ever so slightly, occasionally fallible. We all are, of course.
Carlton, he is an aggressive driver. There's no question about this. He is one of the most aggressive drivers out there, whether it's the DTM or Le Mans. But one thing he has learned over the years is at Le Mans, you do have to have this built-in sense of safety, that you don't hurt the car at the end of the day. And Liz, I think we're all taken back a bit by that collision, because okay, they're still racing, but you've just got to make space, haven't you? Well,
they were very lucky, but Tom Christensen, you don't become the driver with the most wins at Le Mans by doing something wrong all the time. So he's obviously been a serious force in this sport, and he's a very, very talented driver. 11 wins, I think. So anyway, yeah, I think these kind of things happen. Definitely mistakes happen, especially this late into the race. I personally have had similar incidents where you feel you've made that pass. But anyway, we'll be back with you shortly on Eurosport Live.
Very warm welcome back. Now, as we run towards the end of the race here, an hour and 18 minutes do remain. Just be aware that there may be some chops and changes due to other scheduling on Eurosport, and if it does suddenly disappear from your screens, it's probably somewhere else within our organisation. So we're on Eurosport 2 at the moment. We're about to switch over to International, so you may have been hoping to be here a little bit longer, but it's just a case of going to the menu and heading off to one of our other channels, because being a multi-sports channel, naturally enough, we do know that you love your motorsport, and we're going to be going over switching to International if you happen to be on Eurosport 2 in just a few moments time. That will be British in the United Kingdom. As for Eurosport World and Eurosport Asia, I'm not quite sure. You're going to have to check your menu. Mark, it's getting busy out there, and are we in for a grandstand finish?
Well, we've had this one lap gap for the last 4 hours, certainly between Christensen and Manassi, and fantastic drive during the night by Christensen, by Capello, to push that car back into the lead, and they've stayed there ever since. They've had their rock and rolls at the moment, as we've seen that collision. Manassian, though, is doing all he can. He's the fastest man on the track at the moment by 4 seconds, and but he's not going to call that lap in, is he? 4 seconds a lap over the next 90 minutes. He's just not going to be able to do that unless Christensen has a problem.
it's a big haul, isn't it, Liz?
It is, absolutely. I mean, at the moment on screen what we're watching is Tom Christensen up behind Stefan Sarazen's Peugeot. Really a push there, even though I do believe that car's quite a long way down. But I don't think these guys can resist racing and pushing it all the time. I just don't think it's actually built in.
You can't take the racer out of a racer.
Because you can see Tom really pushing up the backside of him. You know, Stefan Sarazen down a couple laps, but doesn't matter, still pushing hard.
Yeah. You cannot resist. We're going to be making that switch on channels in just a few moments' time, and you better stay with us because this action is going to go right until the very end. Then, Mark, we're going to be having a word with everybody about their favourite cars and favourite drivers, kind of the best of all elements out there.
Yeah, at this moment I'm saying Frank Montani for the driver, Dome for the car, but you might not agree, you two, and certainly out there you forum people won't agree. So stay with us here on Eurosport Live. We're going for a break. We'll be back. Lots to come.
Off to international.
We're back with Eurosport Live at Le Mans. Now going into the final 90 minutes, 75 minutes rather, of this great race. It's 1:45 here in France, and 3 o'clock is when the checkered flag goes out. There's the Aston Martin Team Modena car still in the running. That car, though, has had all sorts of problems during the night. It is probably going to get there, like most of the Astons here, and in fact, even the Charouz Lola Aston Martin is still running. So ProDrive are in the position of having all 3 cars that they started finishing this race.
Absolutely, and this would be a big treat for ProDrive because, you know, having their engine in a prototype car to finish Le Mans, I think it's the first time that's happened, certainly for a long time. So that would be very exciting for them. Team Modena that we're looking at here, they've had a tough race. They've had a lot of problems in practice, a lot of trouble in the race. They're currently running last in class, but at least they're still running. So Christian Fittipaldi at the wheel, very experienced driver, XF1 again. We've got lots of those in the race today,
yeah.
But good to see them still running. They're going to keep pushing onto the flag, all by in 8th place.
Yeah, he's in 8th overall. David Brabham leads.
8th in class.
Yeah, sorry, 8th in overall in GT1 is what I was going to say. Yes, class. Okay, right. David Brabham then at the wheel at the moment of the 009 Aston Martin. Jan Magnussen still chasing him, and that gap between him and Mags mirroring the gap between Christensen and Manassin at the top of the field. As we look at all that going on, just looking further down, talking about the Astons and the engines, they're more and more engines hopefully going into prototypes from production cars. We're aware, aren't we, Corvette has been looking very, very strongly now, doing the same thing.
Yeah, I think all these big manufacturers would love to have a winning car in every class. I mean, that's got to be every big sports car manufacturer's dream, is to be able to win all 4 classes in a race like Le Mans. So certainly, you know, Aston Martin has basically got something, has got a foot in almost every class now. So I think Corvette would like to be a part of that a bit more.
So what Liz and I are talking about is the fact that the ACO last year mandated production engines can now be used in prototype cars, which is the Charouz Lola with the Aston Martin engine, which came out of one of last year's winning cars.
Now, certainly the Corvette engine has actually been used in prototypes before. It was in the Lister, I believe it was, at one point. But definitely they'd like to have a stronger showing and be in there a bit more and sort of get their foot back into that pond a bit more.
I think what's happened, the ACO has given all sorts of breaks if you use a production engine, haven't they? So you're not going to suffer against a thoroughbred racing engine.
Yeah.
The Celine still going strong. That's an impressive showing as well. This is the car that Christophe Bouchou put on the front row of the GT1 grid. That's still going strong. Christophe, in fact, on board this car at the moment, the 50 car run by Libre Competition, Jacques Lecomte's eponymous outfit.
Again, they've had a tough race as well. Lots of problems. Lost a wheel very early on. Not the way you want to start your race. But they've kept on pushing. They've kept on going. Celine hasn't always had the best, you know, endurance record, so it's nice to see them still in the mix. Bouchou's pushing the car pretty hard right now. He's doing decent times. He's doing some of the quickest times in that class. So it's good to see that it's still running strong at this point in the race.
The Celine is obviously based on a Ford Mustang under all that, isn't it? The Ford V8 engine. Are Ford showing an interest in this sort of project?
Oh, I don't know that much about that, but certainly the Celine has always been a car that I've been a fan of. I think it sounds wonderful. It's very, very quick in a straight line. Having raced against them, they're just a rocket in a straight line, and they look fantastic and been very, very strong in LMS.
As there goes the Charouz's car going past the 55 Lamborghini, and that just brings us further down on the diversity of cars. I don't think any of us expected to see the Lamborghini still running this morning. It's had 3 differential failures.
No, I think this is a miracle, actually. They've really worked hard. And when was the last time we had a Lamborghini finish Le Mans? I mean, I can't remember, unless it's happened and I'm just completely off base, which is possible. But certainly they have struggled here historically.
You're quite right. One has never finished Le Mans. They started Le Mans last year, and that unfortunately ended after Marco Appicelli's qualifying accident. The car was sent back to Ritter Engineering in Germany, rebuilt, brought back here, but unfortunately there was things.
So really, this would be a huge, exciting feat for them to finish, and they're not far off. We are on the home stretch to the finish of the Le Mans 24 Hours 2008. So hopefully that Lamborghini is going to make it through the checkered flag.
I mean, as a driver, Liz, just finishing Le Mans is already something, isn't it? That's such a big buzz in itself. Better to be on the podium or at the top of the podium, but to finish is already an achievement for any driver.
To finish the Le Mans 24 Hours is huge, I finished in 2006. It was a really big moment for our team. We had a lot of problems that year, as a lot of teams have. And it is a big accomplishment to finish. One thing that's very important at Le Mans is that you must cross the flag. You must cross the checkered flag and finish line, which in many races you just have to complete the 70% of the actual race. You don't actually have to cross the finish line, but at Le Mans you have to do it. So that actually makes things a bit trickier. You've got to keep the car moving.
And not only that, but you have to do it within 6 minutes.
Exactly.
The final lap.
I had a very exciting drama in 2006, which I won't go on about, but
it's raining again.
There we go, it's raining. It's raining. Oh, it's going to make things tricky. No, I was just going to say we had a blowout on the last lap in 2006, and it was very exciting. We were all in tears, and thankfully we managed to bring it in on 3 wheels.
Well, last year this man, Michel Barge, the guy who's running the Peugeot operation, he saw his surviving car with Sébastien Bourdais stop short of the finish line. Car was there for 18 minutes and then crossed the line.
Exactly.
But the ACO said, oh, force majeure, it was raining.
Yeah, tricky, isn't it?
Another break coming up. Mark Cole, Liz Halliday, Carlton Kirby. Be back with you in a second.
Yeah, when rain pops along, it really does help the Audis. It mutes any kind of performance advantage that the Peugeots might have. It seems that particularly the 2 car, which is on its way, this is the red top, this is the number 1 car, the 2 car, which is our leader. In the hands of Alan McNish, it's fantastic. Tom Christensen, very aggressive driver, and I suppose that this is going to be the test. They did this earlier on when they weren't sure whether to go to intermediates or full wets. Let's see what they bring out this time. They're going for intermediates here. Now, this will be a test. See how they go out there on the wet track, and see whether Tom will go for the performance difference. That surely will matter.
Liz, explain please what to view as the intermediates wets.
Well, it's a tough call, really. I mean, certainly on slicks, with any bit of rain on the circuit, they become absolutely gripless. I mean, it is really a treacherous drive. So I don't think this close to the end of the race that anybody wants to take that risk. So maybe on some other parts of the circuit that we can't see, it's raining even more. But I can certainly see the rain through the window here. So I think teams are saying, let's be safe, let's put something on that gives just a little bit more grip. But I don't think it's ready for wets yet. So that's the decision on the intermediates.
Interestingly, this morning, after the rain, which came about 4 o'clock, finished about 8 o'clock this morning, Dindo Capello tried to get a full stint out of his last set of wet tyres, but by the time he did it, but by the time he came in, there was absolutely no tread on the shoulders on the right-hand side of the car.
Well, this is the tricky bit, is that once you get into that situation, you have to be looking for wet patches on the circuit, because you must cool your tyres down. If you're on a drying circuit on wet tyres, especially a soft compound of wet tyres, it can be very, very difficult, and you've got to use them, because it actually reverses the effect. You end up having more grip in the wet and having less and less grip as if you were on slicks in the wet the other way around. Does that make sense?
They just showed us the number 2 is in, our race leader. Tom's in coming in for those inters. We saw them ready. They're still slicks, those intermediates, aren't they? But they've just got hand-cut grooves in them.
They do. It's just enough to sort of cut through the water a little bit. So it'll be slippy on the wet, but certainly in this condition, we had a dry track. We're only just getting a bit wet. It's not pouring. You've got to, make that decision.
Getting a bit heavier though, isn't it?
It is. It's starting to come down. We can certainly see it more.
It's here over the pit lane. You can probably see it on your screens now as Tom comes on board. It's certainly on our pit camera there. So,
however, as what Carlton said, certainly the rain could actually be very good for Audi, because we had Nick Manassian pushing as hard as he could in that Peugeot, going very quickly, but as soon as the rain comes, that's going to level it all out again. So this could be exactly what Audi needs.
While we're watching this change, let's just update you on LMP2. Michael Bleekemolen in the Dutch Porsche Spider. He's in 9th place overall. We predicted last night those cars could get into the top 10. Indeed, John Nielsen is only in 12th place, not that far behind him. In GT1, it's Brabham leading, and they've actually got themselves into the top 13th place now. That is incredible. And it's Mika Salo now on board the Ridley Competizione car. Liz, at this stage of the race, as we see more going back out, are we going to see any more driver changes?
I think it really just depends on the team, to be honest. I think most drivers are probably in for the duration now, one would have thought. I mean, it'd be pretty rare. I mean, we're an hour away from the end. Most of them will be doing a double stint to the end or something along those lines. It's usually in some of the teams where you'll see maybe teams that have had a lot of problems and they've got a team owner or something you'd really like to finish. That's sort of when you see someone say, okay, we'll put someone in and let them finish the race, which is nice, and it's nice when that happens. But all these top guys, certainly, they're in for the duration.
There's our helicopter. They're up in the clouds, and this is great shots from it, and you can see just how wet it is at the moment. When you imagine this camera is pointing down, it's not pointing up at the sky.
And don't forget, another thing is that this circuit has been used for 24 hours heavily. We've got a lot of oil on the circuit, stuff that's going to come back to the surface now that it's dried out and it's becoming wet again, so it's going to make things very slippery.
So I think we're going to see a general stop by everyone else, aren't we, Steve? We've got quite a few cars in now. The Corvette's in there, the 64 car right underneath us. It used to be yellow, that car. It's just absolutely filthy now. This is typical. In fact, in comes the 63 as well. They've called them both in. The 40 Lola goes back out. So here we are on board the Corvettes. This is one of the Peugeots in. That's the 7 Peugeot. It's Grand Panic. They're trolleying it. They're going to put it in the pits.
Oh no! My life, intermediates are not going to do any good. You can't see it on your screen, but it is absolutely stair-rodding at the moment. In the movies, they use fire hydrants so you can just see the rain. So it's not being picked up on our cameras at the moment, but it's going to have to be full wet, surely. Look, intermediates, do you want it? No.
They've got a jack failure, haven't they?
Well, that's as maybe. It's not just that. The fuel hasn't quite finished yet. They came out with the intermediates. They've actually gone back in. Are they going to bring wets out here?
This is a tricky call, and if everyone goes on to wets and that other Audi has already gone out on intermediates and has to pit again, this could be a problem for them. This could be a mess for Audi.
This could be the moment if Audi's gone out on intermediates, and we know where they have, and wow.
This is going to be wets pretty soon, I've got to say. Looking out this window, it's going to be wets. This is getting exciting. Stay with us. We'll be back with you live on Eurosport.
High drama here at Le Mans. The rain is coming down. Everyone's coming back in for full wets. Those who went for intermediates, advantage may well be lost. We've had a Peugeot push behind Mark.
And the number 3 Audi, that's being backed into the garage. You can see it on your screens now. Oh dear, it's all falling apart at the top of the field.
We've had late driver changes, rain specialists wanting to come in, and Peugeot have got their own troubles here as well. That's the 9 car running in 3rd place. It was Montagny was on board. There was all kinds of consternation. Nobody really wanted to take the car out. Sarrazan's on board the 8 car, and well, chaos nearly. Tom Christensen is in the 2 car out there. We're looking at Nick Manassian on board the 7 on his outlap here. Still running out there is Tom Christensen. I'd love to see how he's coping. There's the 7 car on board with Manassian. Hasn't turned on the windscreen wiper just yet, but it really is coming down. You saw that snap out of the back there, Mark.
Sideways through a nage, and slowest corner on the circuit. It's doing it there, Liz. What it must be like for the Porsche curves.
Oh god, yeah, well, our nage is a treacherously slippy corner, I have to say. Even in the dry, it's one of those places everyone goes off, as you know. You brake too late there and you slide right off. So in the wet, it's just, it's horrendous. And then of course the Porsche curves, such fast corners, and in these conditions, an hour from the end of the race, not really somewhere where you want to be taking too many risks.
I think, Liz, it's brightening up, and I think this could just be a passing shower. It's a heavy shower, but it's going to pass for sure. Forecast called for some rain sprinkling, they called it. Sprinkles, they called it on the French meteor.
Certainly fairly heavy sprinkles at the moment. It's added a lot of excitement to this race.
Now, Liz, if you're Tom on those intermediates or hand-cut slicks, how would you be feeling at the moment?
Well, I think Tom Christensen is a very skillful Audi driver, and I think he's going to be able to make the right decisions about what's going on.
It's dry out there. It was dry down at Mulsanne.
Well, this is the thing, is that in these conditions, it can look more dry than it actually is. This is why it's so tricky, is that you can look at the surface and say that's going to be dry. dry. Push too hard and suddenly you're facing the wrong way. So I think with the rain just starting to come down, we don't see the standing water, but it's still slick. Yeah, this is damp.
Spray here now. That striping, you can tell just how wet it is. There's no dry line out there, and talk about going round gingerly. This is Frank Bieler. Now, you don't normally say Frank Bieler and the word gingerly in the same word, in the same phrase at all. Out comes the number 9. Don't know what the problem was. See how slippy and skiddy it is out there. Even rubber soles are not good enough in these conditions. And look at that, just pushing it away on its own jacks, almost like caster jacks, I should say. And, well, we're going to see whether they reboot it. I think they were just tightening everything up. They decided to stay with the rubber that they have chosen. But obviously, we didn't see while we were away what they did. But wow, this is it. Run in, and it's going to be an absolute thriller. 2 minutes and 26 is the gap between Tom Christensen and the Peugeot of Minassian. They're on the same lap, don't forget, 366. That's 2 laps clear of the next cars, which are the number 9 of Montagny and Lucas Law in the 3. Both of those are in and may well tumble down just a little bit. On board our race leader, Liz, talk us through this.
Well, this is really exciting. I mean, we are now less than an hour from the end of the race. We've just had some tipping rain out of nowhere. Tom Christensen is still leading this race. He's been in the car for a long time. They need this win. Alec McNish has been trying to get this win for the last 10 years. Look at how wet this is. The rain has come down so fast. The huge plume of water coming off the back of Tom Christensen's car. This is where we're going to see the really good drivers at work, putting in the right times to bring the cars home, but not to lose any pace.
I'm not aware that they're showing a gap of 2:20. I'm not aware that Minassians are back on the lead lap yet.
Yeah, I believe they are sharing it. The split on the screens is because he hasn't come through the start-finish straight just at the moment, but it's about 2 minutes 20. 2 minutes 20 is all that separates them. Don't forget, we're in the final hour now. 55 minutes to go. 55 minutes and 50 seconds. Unbelievable that it's going to be this close. They were calling for a grandstand. Everyone was saying maybe this will happen, this sort of finish. Well, you never know. And the rain is now ebbing. It's ebbing, and on parts of the circuit it's actually stopped. No rooster tail here. Look how different the spray levels are here than it was on the start-finish straight. It's so difficult to call.
Well, Tom Christensen now making his way down the Mulsanne straight on his way to the first chicane. It's still wet there, though. You may not say there's a plume there, but you can see it's slippery. It's very slippery there, and especially at the speeds that they'll be doing. So he's still going to have to be cautious under braking into that first chicane.
Do you know when the last time this car came in at all, chaps? I'm just wondering whether they've got to make another stop before they go in, or when the next stop, I should say.
They will definitely need to make a stop,
yes.
yeah.
But when it's going to come, within 55 minutes?
Probably within the next 15, I'd have thought.
Yeah,
yes.
quite soon, I think, actually.
Yes, I wonder whether they will allow themselves to drive a change. There is a maximum, don't forget. And,
well, certainly Audi will have calculated every inch of everything to the T, so they will know exactly when Tom needs to get out of the car.
Who's the wet expert in that car as far as you're concerned? Would you go with Alan McNish?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think
me too.
To be honest, I think all 3 drivers are superb in the wet, dry, anything, but Alan is so regular and can just put in a time and do it over and over again, you know, better than almost any driver I've ever seen.
Now,
so.
the problem, of course, for Peugeot is that Audi can change a driver during the fueling with no delay. Peugeot, they can't. Mechanics got to burrow in there, get the belts done up. The drivers can't do it themselves. There's not enough space to do that.
Yeah, that's true.
Difference.
This is going to be a big advantage to them. No roof means that they can get that done quickly.
Just thanks to Cadpig, who in our absence set up a thread saying Le Mans the final stretch. We now have, thanks Cadpig for all your hard work, and great to see that everyone is there. Sheila S, Sheila M, lots of Sheilas going on out there. Airbus A346, I think, been up all the entire night. But we've got an official one just now, and that's where we're going to be getting your vote as the umbrellas go up like colourful mushrooms all around the circuit here. We want to know your thoughts on best car, best performance, best driver, and well, I don't think there's any doubt about the best car just for the time being, but what about these conditions? Will it suit the Audis? Get us your thoughts. If you head to the message boards, it's eurosport.yahoo.co.uk. Go to the message boards, hit motorsports, and we've got a spinner, and it is the 7 car in second place. Minassian having trouble. They're on intermediates. Should they have chosen wets, Liz?
Well, let's just look at the times. We've got the last time of Christensen. He's on a 3:48, which is phenomenal in these conditions. However, Minassian's on a 4 minutes, so obviously really struggling. It's getting wetter. It has not stopped raining, as we can see. So I don't think, you know, on a circuit like Le Mans, it may be more wet in some places and not in others, but truly it's very wet where it is wet here right now.
He tried to turn into the second part of Dunlop, just
couldn't make it happen.
Pull the front end over.
Which is what happens in these conditions. You turn and nothing happens at all. So certainly a very good driver in the wet, but this is getting a bit tricky, and they don't want to be going off in these conditions, not this close to the end.
Absolutely do not want to be going off in these conditions. With a gap of 2 minutes and 39 after 23 hours and 8 minutes, it could so easily be thrown away. We're going to take ourselves a short break. Don't forget that new side. That's what it was. Wow, back in a moment.
Welcome back to Eurosport. We're in the wet here in the closing hour of the Le Mans 24 Hours. Tom Christensen's leading from Nick Manassian, Frank Montani, that is Audi, Peugeot, and at the moment 3 laps covering the top 3 cars.
Well, we're going to be showing you that incident in a moment. It was a real breath holder, and one of the Porsches getting in the way. I say getting in the way, that's unkind. It was, I think, the Lizard's car and Seth Neiman, and you were impressed, weren't you, Liz?
Yeah, I have to say, you know, Seth has had a tough race, and he always tries really hard. He does a great job, but he is the amateur driver in that car, and I have to say he did a phenomenal job to avoid hitting that Peugeot, because it spun about 3 times right in front of him, and he just narrowly missed him. So all credit to Seth. He did a really good job to avoid that.
Well done. Good heads-up driving, and well, we've got Mika Salo here in the 82 car. They are the class leaders, Mark, of GT1. They're having it all their own way. It's going to be a Ferrari party, surely, this.
Yeah, I think class is certainly the right word. This is the classiest team in sports car racing. Rizzi Competizione, Giuseppe Rizzi from Houston. He's the Porsche dealer there. He and Rick Meyer run a really tight team there. Jaime Mello, Mika Salo, and Jimmy Bruni bought in from Virgo for the weekend because he's a factory driver. And Liz, there was a little bit of aggravation about that. Virgo were not happy, were they? Couldn't do much about it, but
I think there was, and obviously even now, probably maybe a little bit more because he's now, you know, in the leading Ferrari. But definitely brilliant for him and a smart decision by Risi, because they've had a very, very strong run, been leading for hours and hours and hours on end. So certainly it was a good decision from Ferrari and from Risi.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, unfortunately Rob Bell and the Virgo crew, they went out on lap 289. That's what, 25 laps ago now, with a blown engine. Very, very unusual for the F430.
And the Porsche Challenge was neutered because the 2 leading cars got into each other and just wrote off what was looking like a Porsche party. It suddenly swung the way of Ferrari, which is what we were predicting before the beginning of the race. We thought the Porsche had essentially just switched that all around. Didn't happen a bit of it. There's the 3 car. It's in. It's Lucas Law, and look at what they're trying to face up to here. The camera, the scroller has actually jammed in the wet. It's not quite as bad as it looks on that onboard picture, I have to tell you. There, a little bit better view of it. Now let's have a brief talk about this. It's our leader in GT1 here, Mark.
Yeah, 333 laps completed by the 009 car. Brab's on board at the moment, and Mags, his long-time rival, Jan Magnussen, second. But yeah, Magnussen's a lap down in the 63 Corvette. We think they're all on intermediates. We've actually seen no one put full wets on yet, have we?
I think we did, yeah, we did a bit earlier. We saw a few full wets go on, yeah, definitely.
And I think they might have to, if this rain just starts to ebb, they might have to come in and swap them back.
I think they might.
It's not raining in front of us now, so...
No, it has definitely moved. The cloud's still looking a bit ominous, but...
gone to the other side of the circuit, that's the problem.
Celine's still out there, plying its trade back in 7th place in class. That's bravery. They'll be just wanting to get into the end here, and this is the 007 crew, yet again, playing the bridesmaid to the sister, 09.
Yeah, we're looking very relaxed there. They're running in 4th place with Frentzen, and his first Le Mans, remember, or first Le Mans in this century. He did come here, didn't he?
It's interesting what Heinz was saying. He approached them, said he loved the car, and his people got in touch with their people, and they got a deal together.
Fantastic.
Perhaps you get one for a year to drive on the road.
Well, it's very nice to see so many of these, you know, amazing old Grand Prix drivers, you know, here to take on the Le Mans 24 Hours. We have just a wealth of them this year, don't we?
Yep, it's been absolutely incredible. I mean, Alex Wirtz returning here after a long and honourable Formula 1 career, but I think Jos Verstappen, that's a big shock. Olivier Panis, guys who've never been to Le Mans, and Verstappen had never ever raced in the night.
In my opinion, Jos Verstappen is the guy out there, because he has put LMP2, the LMP2 car, up there in 9th
place. Ahead of him are 2 petrol cars in LMP1. So he's actually, if he can just get by those 2 cars, it's tall order. He's 8 laps down on the Pescarolo of Trullier, the 17 car. But nonetheless, he's kind of like in a class of his own. He's just out there, or his team are. The 34 car, fabulous. Porsche RS Spiders come here, and that has been such a performance, that has. There's only 2 LMP1 petrol cars ahead of him before he gets into the diesel power cars. That's just great.
There is the Van Merkstein team, and Liz, let's not take anything away from Jeroen Bleekemolen, who's on board the car now. He's done a fabulous job. He has done 24-hour races. He and Mike Hazeman have raced at Spa many times, but he's been very, very quick all weekend.
He's been very impressive in this car, and he's done a lot of driving in it. It's like every time I look, he's in the car again. So he's done a fantastic job, and a big testament to Porsche, as you've said. You know, their first Le Mans 1-2 at the moment. We're not far from the end. It looks like it's going to stay that way. And just remember, it wasn't that many years ago when you could win the LMP2 class and be almost last. This was only like 4 years ago that could be the case. So to be 4 years on in the top 10 is very impressive.
And you want heroic. What about the 11 car down in 34th position? They came out of the box here, and they've been running top 10 mark for such a long time until their troubles.
Yeah, that's the Dome. I've been so impressed with that. I've already said once before, this is my car of the race at the moment. Let us know on the forum who yours is. And Frank Montani is still my favourite driver.
Well, we've got an interview downstairs.
Vous avez décidé de rester en slick sur la voiture numéro 7. C'est un choix vraiment dangereux et très
So, Michel,
différent
you
de vos
decided to stay
concurrents
with slick tyres. That was a bit of a dangerous choice, surely, out there.
Si on ne fait pas ça et si on ne joue pas sur, disons, le soleil qui
revient, we took that decision because if we don't make that call, then we would have to change again. And we're hoping that we can ride it and catch up with the Audis. It's our decision. We've just got to stick with it. Well, you're now about 3 seconds faster than the Audis, so what can you do to bridge the gap? Well, it's going to be very hard anyway, he says. But in Le Mans, a lot of things can happen out there, so we've just got to carry on fighting. What are you going to have to do if you're going to win it? What a question. If he knew, he'd do it. Let's talk about that at 3, he says. Quite right. Yeah.
Great answer there, I think, because the other option was maybe somewhere along the lines of hit Tom Christensen, which probably isn't the best option. So very wisely spoken.
Tom has won it so many times, more than anybody else out there, Mark, and he's in the winning car. He thinks again, but the margin is so narrow you cannot say anything for definite out there.
Yeah, 8th place car. This is Loic Duval, the Japanese-based French driver. He is in the factory Courage. It's the only one that's surviving. And ahead of him, Benoit Trullier, his long-time rival in Japanese Super GT and in Formula Nippon. Benoit, of course, last year's Formula Nippon champion, and Loic was the Super GT vice champion. So very much a battle of the Japanese-based drivers there.
Nigel H saying drama all the way. Just gotta love this race. Dr. Duck riding, I think the Peugeot throwing it away. That's from Diesel 2, another petrol head out there. And in fact, it was Dr. Duck, Diesel 2, presumably agreeing with him. Huge decisions to be made, says Ralph. Varying weather conditions on the track. You're absolutely right, boys. How about boys and girls, indeed? How about your decisions on best driver, best effort out there, and you know, go for the romance as well. Let's not just concentrate on the Peugeots and the Audis, although you can't take it away from any of them. They are just so focused on delivering the job here.
Let's hear it from Amanda Stratton. We heard what Hugh Chamberlain told us earlier, that she did a great job dragging that car back.
Yeah, no, I think that was a really good effort from her. I mean, it's unfortunate she put it off. I mean, I think just some of it is lack of experience. She's not driven this car much. She's not been able to race it before, so it was a lot to take on. But, you know, good on her for getting it back.
That Lamborghini just getting in the way of the gold top number 2 car. The Lamborghini's had its own problems as well. Maybe some of you out there think that the bravery that they have shown in the Russian-sponsored car, the number 55, they've constantly come back, never given up and never say die attitude. Yeah, the Dome has done exceptionally well, says Ralph. Ralph, we agree with you. They have come here, run in the sort of top 10s, and it's been a pleasure to watch them, hasn't it, Liz?
It has, absolutely. And Lee H thinks that Stefan Sarrazin should be the best driver of the race just for his incredible pace and his best time of the entire race, which I can agree with. I think Stefan has really performed amazingly, but there's been a lot of drivers who have put it in. I know Mark's got his favourite.
Yeah, well, I nominate Frank Montani because of what he did during the night. He was banging in, when it was still dry, 3:21s all night long. No one else was within 5 seconds of him. Okay, Stefan Sarrazin has set the fastest lap of the race at the 3:19, but Frank was just doing that time after time after time, and we've seen it in past years. This is such a consistent but fast driver.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I have to say, it's Frank for me. I think he's done a fabulous job, and it was nice to see, you know, every lap within like 0.2 of itself for up to 10 laps. It's an incredible job.
Lead Porsche's in, just getting some new boots out there. I suspect it might be intermediates, but it's anybody's guess. It's probably going to be between an intermediate and a wet, or between an intermediate and a dry, which is the correct choice. Who on earth could possibly call it? There is the gap between Christensen and Minassian. They say the Audis have it when it's wet. And look at that, a moisture check from Michelin, the technician. Well, what about that? They're getting their surface temperature as well. They can measure evaporation rates when they measure the temperature.
From the
That is the 7 car running in second place. Wow, we agree with you, Cadbig, on our message board. He's straight on there, and that shows you were slicks the wise choice. They were taking the ambient temperature of the track to see what the evaporation rates are like.
And that is his second mistake.
Yeah, he's had that spin earlier, narrowly missing that Porsche. He was very lucky there, and then lucky again that he didn't have so much speed on that he could actually get through those tyres.
Oh, back end. Wow, Cadbig saying this is the best. He said it's 1988 all over again. You might be right, Cadbig, and the rest of you on there. You're loving it. So we will be back after this break. Stay with us.
Blew up.
Welcome back. Jacques Villeneuve is there, and well, he's had a great Le Mans. Will he get the chance to equal Graham Hill's record? That's going to be a big ask. Your number 7 Peugeot of Minassian has had its troubles just holding on to the surface here, trying to keep the speeds up. Tom Christensen in the 2 car is our leader, and in 9th place, the leader of the LMP2s is the RS Spider in the hands of Bleekemolen at the moment. As far as GT1s are concerned, the 009 Aston Martin of Brabham has a 1-lap lead over Magnussen's Corvette, the 63 car, and when it comes to the GT2s, it's all about Mika Salo at the moment. He is he's leading by a country mile. He leads by 8 laps ahead of the nearest Ferrari to him. It's Ferrari's filling the top 4 places. The lead Porsche is in 5th spot, Felbermeyer Porsche. It's the boss on board, the number 77 car at the moment. As we were talking about intermediates and how if it does suddenly dry off, they are going to start to get a little bit difficult in the run for home.
Well, yeah, we've just seen one of the Audis come in and swap from wets to intermediate tyres, and I was being asked by Mark if he felt that they could take it to the end on intermediates. A lot of that's going to depend on weather completely. At the moment, looking at the sky and based on the temperature, it's not very warm outside. The sky is not looking very promising. I don't think it's going to get sunny and beautiful any minute now. No. So chances are, in my opinion, the intermediate's going to be absolutely fine to the end. However, if this track dries up significantly, all of a sudden the intermediate tyre will go off, it will grain up because they'll be pushed very, very hard on these, you know, very fast corners on the circuit, and it's going to grain up and it's going to go away. So it's going to be a tough one, really, but I think it's going to be okay.
Well, the Mulsanne Straight has always been a bit of a nosher of cars that get it wrong, and you can see as well the difference in that little rooster tail that was being kicked up. Different parts of the circuit, local yellow, and the car just being rescued there. And is that the red top Audi?
Number 1.
Wow, I think that was a very, very long look at it, a long distance look at it, I should say. We'll wait and see.
Lucas Lewis gone in the gravel.
Wow.
No, he's not in the number 1.
Yes.
No. Oh, so Bieler, Frank Bieler. Oh, dear, oh dear.
Yes, he is there as well. He's being helped out. Now, don't forget, he came in, took some intermediates, and we thought maybe he's going to be pushed out on a test here to see how they go. The answer is not very well.
What an incredible finish. It should be hard for the heart.
Yeah, it's another 40 minutes to go.
Wolfgang Ulrich is with
and it's really thrilling because we think this was not the very end of the interesting weather today. We think that there will be another shower coming, so it will become and stay difficult to the end.
I'm sure you're looking forward. The Peugeot is pushing hard and they have slicks. You are an intermediate tire, so...
Yeah, I hope we have chosen the safe and the right choice for the tires.
Okay, thank you. Do you know the Audi number 1 just stopped on the track? Do you know what's happening, or?
Not yet, no.
Thank you.
There was a man who just did not want to answer questions about tyres and tyre choice, and hardly surprising. He's not going to give anything away. Peugeot will have their people watching this. They don't want to give a moment's advantage, but clearly it's getting difficult out there.
Well, yeah, and you know, we've just seen Frank have a real difficulty there in the first chicane. Same place where Nick Manassian went straight on, Frank had a spin. So this is definitely a tricky part of the circuit. You're coming off the Mulsanne straight very, very quickly, having to brake hard on the really dodgy surface at the moment, to be honest. It's very slippery, very difficult to judge. So, but, you know, we're saying, should he be on intermediates? Well, as far as, is Nick Manassian not on slick still?
We believe he is not now.
He's not good. I was going to say, I don't know how he's doing it otherwise, but certainly I don't think he's on anything above intermediates.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think it was our questioner just got it a little bit leading.
I was thinking that is phenomenal.
And to be honest, the thing was, they were having an interview in English, and you could see the eyebrows of the spokesman for Peugeot just thinking, yes, well, if you want to say we're on slicks, I'm not going to deny it.
I was thinking this was a feat of nature, actually.
No. He knew that they were watching. Mark.
And I've got sunshine, Liz, so it's going to dry up very, very quickly. Cloud is very high now, so this is just going to throw another spanner into all their calculations.
This could get very exciting. Just watching the back end of that Peugeot getting a little excited as he accelerated very hard out of that corner. You can just see how much horsepower these cars have, and in these conditions they will get wheel spin all the way up to 4th gear sometimes, so certainly very tricky.
Amazing. Once you just hit that accelerator, there's the gap, and it's 2:27, and Christensen is holding his own against Manassian. 2:27 with 33, just under 34 minutes remaining of this fantastic 76th running of the Le Mans 24 hours. It's been an absolute pleasure throughout the evening, hasn't it?
It has. This has been an incredible race. Of all the races that I would be stuck not driving in, it's been very exciting to commentate on it. So thanks to Eurosport for bringing me in, because this has been very lively all the way through, hasn't it?
It's a pleasure to have your perspective here, Liz. It's really is useful, especially in these kind of conditions, just to know what the mindset is within the teams, Mark.
Yeah, I think this is what you've got to consider. And I remember Frank Bieler and two of his colleagues have won this race 5 times, and 2 of those are in the wet. So Frank's not an idiot. So when something like that happens, you know just how bad it is. Frank isn't a guy who goes and makes mistakes. The only sad thing for him is that his future of Audi was under threat at the beginning of this year, and he would have just loved this 3rd successive win to consolidate his time at Audi. We may not see Frank here again at Le Mans.
Which I think would really be a shame, because Frank has been such a strong part of Audi for so many years, and he really does a great job, so it would be really, really disappointing to see him not back with Audi at Le Mans again.
James W says he's just loving the coverage. Well, we promised you we go 24 hours, James W, and we have. Titcher enjoying life as well, so are the rest of you. And there it is, the 2 lights on the side of the number 7 car show it's in 2nd place. What you want is to have a solitary 1 there. It looks prettier with 3 on it, but the 1 is what you're after, and that at the moment is what is on board the number 2 car of Tom Christensen. 373 laps completed, 32 stops despite all of the weather, and when you look at the nearest Peugeot to him, it's the 7 car, 372 laps. It'll be on the same lap as they come by in a moment's time, but 2 more stops, and that's the crucial difference between them.
In fact, they've started already as well, because Benoit Trellier has bought the 7th place Pescarolo, best of the petrol cars. He's in, being refueled and refettled. That will be their last stop. There's only 35 minutes to go, so that, I think, Carlton, Liz, is going to start the train of pit stops off. If Pescarolo call that, the rest will be following.
Well, I think we've just heard that the number 7 car is going to come in for a pit, but not change his drivers. So that would be Nick Manassian coming in just for fuel and then carry on to the finish. So I think we've just heard that, so we'll wait and see if that's what's going to happen.
Nervous times for Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich. He's a busy man out there. He has a lot under his on his in tray, I should say, and finally he'll be able to put this one to bed, surely, for the 2 car. And what would it mean to Alan McNish as well? 11 years ago he won it, and he's been desperate to do so again. He thought he got it in the bag last year. I've never seen a man look more disappointed than last year. Well, can he hold on this time? He's got just over half an hour to go, but it's in the hands of someone else. Tom Christensen is the man, and he's doing a great job. He's posted a 3:24.152. Manassian remarkably, and Montagnier just heading towards the 3:20 mark. In fact, 3:20 has just been kissed, and it's gone under by Alexander Wurz at 3:19, 3:94. These speeds are just absolutely unbelievable out there.
Not now, Carlton. That's the best laps.
That's the best. There's no chance they can do that.
Do you know what?
Sorry, Carlton. Not even Superman can do that time in the wet.
I'm just going to go out and quietly shoot myself. I've got a silencer here.
Looking at the wrong column, Carlton.
It's been a very, very long night, and I'm sure everyone will forgive me.
Yeah, but you make for a great show, Carlton.
Back with you soon from Eurosport.
Tell you what, let's have a break. There'll be a small gunshot sound while we're out. We're just going to nip downstairs and talk to Jacques Villeneuve, who will fill us in on his thoughts. I've always got to think about the commentary that's been going on up here. Sorry about my faux pas, looking at the wrong screen.
Jacques, it looks difficult to come back from the end for Hodi. They're quite a little bit front, but it's still possible.
Well, 30 minutes to go, and it's a little bit too late. We would need to be lucky right now, but you never know what might happen. Still, Nicola did a good job there driving with the dry tires on the wet track.
I'm sure you don't really like to finish second, but you will be there next time if it's not possible this time.
Well, we're here to try and win. Second is good for all the guys who worked hard on the car and the team. But frankly, finishing second doesn't do much.
Do you love les 24 Heures du Mans now?
Oh, it's great fun. It's a great experience, but only because we're in a competitive car.
Thank you, Jacques.
Well, Jacques Villeneuve saying, still don't know whether they're pretending that Minassian is on slicks out there. If he is, that is incredibly impressive. Just have a look at the Peugeot number 7 as it plies its trade out there in just a few moments' time. But they're doing a great job. But second is nothing as far as he's concerned. And there is the number 7, and straight onning, and maybe they are on slicks out there because it's clearly having just a little bit of trouble for the time being.
Well, Nick Minassian is not the kind of person to make many mistakes unless he's given sort of a difficult prospect like slick tires in the wet. So it's very possible that he might be. I mean, truly a very good wet driver, so it is possible.
Yes, I've just applied my technical skill to my monitor, which because it does keep jumping. I thought we were on last lap earlier, and we were suddenly on best lap, and yep, there it is. You just give it a smack, and it appears to go to the right screen. So
you keep moving the columns, then, Carlton.
It's almost a career ender, this sort of thing. Anyway, thanks to Choc Monster, who says her award, or his award, not sure which, is to the dedication to duty goes to Epsilon Mechanics, spending 6 hours rebuilding the gearbox on the 21 car.
Yeah. Hi, Emma. How's Darlington? Everything well? And are you baking a cake at the moment for this?
Yeah, sounds like test match special all of a sudden.
She's wonderful.
Look at this, head in hands. That is what Peugeot just... Well, it is head in hands town. You could hear the disappointment in Jacques Villeneuve's voice, couldn't you?
You could, and Jacques was here last year as well, and obviously Audi won last year again, and Peugeot really thought this was going to be their year. They've been here once, they've figured out all the problems, so they thought this was the year they would win in France. So it's really a disappointment for them.
Maybe the good news, though, is if they don't win this, we know they will be back next year.
Oh, absolutely. I think they'd be back anyway. I mean, we've seen what a huge force they are, and the dominance they've had in speed, and the huge following they have here. Obviously, very important to have a French car back at the famous French race. So this is fantastic, and I'm sure we'll see them back many times to come, but certainly a disappointment for them.
The big question mark, of course, is what will Audi be bringing back?
This is the question, yeah. What is Audi going to bring back to challenge them? Because certainly they've not liked playing second fiddle in the dry to these cars.
On board with the number 8 car, that's Alexander Wurz. He's just sub 4 minutes at the moment by 2.5 seconds. We've got Marc Genet to have a word with us right now. Let's cross down.
Sure, you're still fighting for the win, but it looks to be difficult.
Yeah, it's difficult for sure. Half an hour only to go. But the weather seems to be changing a lot. There may even be some rain towards the end, so we may try to do something different, because to win this race we must do something different to our competitors, but we'll give our best.
But I'm sure you happy after your big crash, and you'll be happy to be second anyway.
Yeah, if we finish second, it's still a good result. But we had the car to win. The car was fast, was very fast. We lost the race in the night. Started raining, and I don't know why we lost a lot of pace. But yeah, if we finish second after the accident, it's still a good result for sure.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah, no driver likes to finish second. I'm sure she'll come to realise that one day. But Marc Genet is... well, he has come back from amazing adversity. You've got to say that. And second would be, in anyone's normal terms, would be a good result. Racing drivers aren't interested in that. There are winners, and then there's the rest. Just as the likes of Alan Whitnish, he will mean so much to him. Interesting, though, that they have decided that they have to take a different strategy. That's why they are on slicks, and one of them is coming in right now.
Manassian in the 7 car.
Well, this is pinning off second spot, and there the clock ticking down. 22 minutes and 54 seconds now remaining of this race as I smack the monitor yet again, and it has righted itself. I'm not suggesting that violence is an answer to anything.
All high tech here.
Let's watch the tyres, Liz, see exactly what he's choosing.
Tyres and times, look at that.
22 minutes to go.
Going to be intermediates, I think. That'd be, or it's very hard to tell, unfortunately, on a monitor what tyres they're going to
He's
put
only
on.
got a maximum of 5 laps ahead of him now, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's not got that many, so...
Yeah.
But it's hard to tell because we're not out on the track with him. Well, there you go. We've just heard it. It's wet tyres for version number 7. He's going for the safe option. And he was, in fact, on slicks. We've just seen that.
Wow. Congratulations.
I have a
to
new
him.
favourite driver in this race, and it's Nick Manassian for hammering around this track in the wet on slick tyres.
Well, he hammered off the track a couple of times.
Yeah, but he's awesome.
He did. That was amazing. But Tom Christensen was on intermediates, went around 3 seconds faster last time by, and that told its own story. I think that's the gamble. Will it rain? And if it does, they're in a safer place.
Yeah, Liz, they were refueling anyway, so they made a safety call.
Absolutely.
Full wets just
very
in case.
clever. Yeah, good decision. Not far to go. Not that many laps. It's not going to dry out in 5 laps. And they just said, Nick, you know, we're this close to the end. He's done a brilliant job, but there's absolutely no point in keeping those slicks on.
Yeah. Lee H says Tokai University team for well, just keeping us entertained, I suppose. They did a good job as well. That was a long time ago, wasn't it?
Is nobody agreeing with me out there? Come on, guys, give me some support.
Who was?
I agree with you about the dome. I think
Montagny and Dome.
And I do think Montagny was awesome. I agree. I think that was pretty cool.
But what about this lot?
Mini GP says Sarazan, the fastest driver by far out there. I'm sure the others would disagree.
See Wee Allen there.
Fantastic.
10 years since his famous win for Porsche in 1998 and 1998, and this is such an important day for Alan if he can pull that off again. You know,
this would be huge for Alan, and he's just can almost taste it now. You can tell he's just sitting in the garage, rubbing his hands together, thinking it's on its way.
Sarazan, well, you know, do you know what? He did such a fantastic job in qualifying, and you know, these boys have voted for him. Mini GP thinks that he's the boss, so does Kev Bing, and I'm sure many others of you out there. It's just whether you've got the whole package together. Speed doesn't necessarily come down to it, does it? In the end, you've got to have the fortune as well.
Absolutely. This is sports car racing and 24-hour racing. This is what makes it what it is. You can be the fastest car on circuit. If you don't have the reliability, it's not going to happen, and unfortunately this is where it's come down to.
LMP2, Peter van Merkstein, he owns the Dutch Porsche. That's why they put him in the car. He's not in any danger position from the cars behind. John Nielsen, in fact, is 7 laps down in the Essex Porsche, second in that category. So that is going to be a big day for the weekend driver, amateur Peter van Merkstein.
That would be superb. I think you might see an awful lot more of the RS Spider next year. We're wondering whether Roger Penske will bring his American crew that has so much success in the American Le Mans Series as the 2-car continues to just move through the field here. Still spots of rain around the place, but I have to say on the start-finish straight here, not a sign of it. Everyone's sitting quite happily without their brollies, and the wind just picking up ever so slightly. It's helping with the drying process.
Yeah, I'm just going to pick up, Carlton, what you're saying about Penske Porsche. They will not be coming to Le Mans in LMP2.
No, they may well take a step up though.
The ACO perceive them as a full-on factory team, which of course they are in America. Right. The ACO does not want factory teams running in LMP2. Honda are coming next year year. We know that, the Acuras. It was even announced in the Audi press conference, perhaps inadvertently, that next year, when we are fighting Peugeot and Honda, they actually said that in the conference, didn't they? So they know more than Honda is saying at the moment. So that is going to be LMP1. Will we see Porsche in LMP1?
Honda or Acura, take your prick. We will be back in just around, a few minutes' time. The French are busy talking to Henri Pescarolo. I would have liked to have had a word with him as well. Mark Cole's got a giggle. Apologies for any slip of the tongue out there. But Tom Christensen is our leader, and the Peugeots, they're trying everything they can. They're praying for rain now. I never thought I'd hear myself say that about Peugeot, because Audi always seem to go better when it is wet, but they've taken a gamble. Will it pay off? Back in a moment. Welcome back. Eurosport is live, and what about a live wire? Look at the back end of that car, slewing all over the place. The number 7, it's on wets, don't forget. Doesn't seem to be happy in the dry. Maybe it was the final roll of the dice, and Peugeot are going to have to think of something else. What on earth could they possibly do as we come under the 16 minutes to go mark, and Tom Christensen is out there. Minassian's stop means he's fallen off the lead lap. They're clean with the run for home, we think, but you daren't count your chickens out there. There's something wrong there. I'm just wondering if is it all attached properly, Liz?
It could just be that the tyres are very new and he's just struggling a bit to get the heat into them and everything's sorted out there, because he is on wets now, I believe, and he's on a drier bit of the circuit, so this just could be the problem, that they're sort of struggling to settle in a bit, but it's hard to tell right now, because definitely there's a lot of movement there in the back end.
Taking a look at his hands on the straight, he looked like he was well set, so it just maybe an issue in the corners, as you say, just finding grip. Look at him go. That is snaking all the way into the turn, and that's a gentle turn as well. Let's see the back end now as he comes and gets the power down. So ginger, you saw the back. Oh, look at that!
Really struggling under acceleration.
Poor old Nico, and I have to say the 7 car, look at that.
Number 9's going to go for the same.
Changing the boots, they're going to bring him in just like this. Tom Christensen is still out there and in the lead. Van Merkstein is on board the 34 car, leading LMP2. Brabham is in the Aston, the lead car in GT1, and a lap clear of the Corvette of Magnussen, the 63 car. And as far as GT2 is concerned, it's Mika Salo who is just bringing it in with a lead of 8 laps over the nearest other car.
Well, in comes the 9 car, as we said, just piling in there. Frank Montani bringing it in. He stays on board. Full wets and fuel. They're just going to get that car to the finish. 14 minutes remaining in this race.
Well, Trax Martuk says Dr. Diesel must be turning cartwheels in his grave, that his invention is being highlighted like this. I think it's probably a very, very good point. We're on the final stretch. That is the name of the thread on the message boards. We'll do our best to have a chat with a few of you, perhaps afterwards when things calm down a bit. But we got just under 14 minutes, and here comes the race leader, Tom Christensen. This has got to be slick. Surely it will be. Any mistakes now will be incredibly costly. The pressure is on all of the crew. Who'd be an airjack man right now, Liz?
Yeah, this is definitely a pressure part of this race. I mean, we're right at the end. We're only a lap off each other, you know, place 1 and 2. That's not often that it comes about like that in these races. So this is really exciting. This team is going to have to be absolutely dialed in this pit stop. Any mistake, like you said, could be detrimental to that win.
They carried those wheels so carefully, and look, the 7 cars coming in not happy with whatever.
There is a problem.
I'm just wondering whether it's an inflation problem. What do you think?
There definitely could be. I mean, that's something, yeah, maybe there's something's gone wrong there, or maybe even a problem with the tyres. I mean, that could be an issue. It's hard to say right now. It's very difficult because we aren't sitting with Nick. We're not experiencing what he's experiencing.
He is not going to lose 3rd place at the moment. He's 5 laps ahead of Lucas Lewis, so that's he's got that safety margin, Montani.
It's the 7 car Minassian. They may well swap.
That could happen.
Montani, we will see. It's the 7 car that's actually coming to change his boots. They may well drop to 3rd place. We'll wait and see. But out comes Tom Christensen. Watch those wheels. You can see Jackman and just fingers crossed down there, hoping that everything just stays on board. But Tom Christensen knows that he's got a comfort cushion here, and he's holding up the Aston. I don't know, couldn't see which one it was, but they want to get on with their own race out there.
That was Frentzen, he was just ahead of, So out goes Minassian, and then this is his last stint. Obviously 12 minutes together, and he's going to get at the best 3.5 laps in, 4 laps, aren't they? Now, of course, Liz, when the checker goes out, or when the clock hits 24 hours, those are still on the track still do that last lap, don't they?
Yeah, you absolutely have to, and within a certain amount of time, and you must take that checkered flag.
Just remind people, 6 minutes.
Yeah, 6 minutes from when the lead car goes over, isn't it?
Unless you happen to be called Sebastian Bourdais and you're on board a Peugeot.
And you're a bit special.
Yeah, last year he kind of hung back. They said it was to do a formation lap. Then they changed their mind and said it was for safety issues.
We've got a big story here down the bottom of our screens at the moment. 18th place, the 3rd place car in LMP2 is Saunier Racing, and on board that is Frankie Cheng, the first Chinese ever to start at Le Mans. He's going to get on the podium. Didier Rodriguez is Pierre Riggs is driving that car at the moment with Mathieu Lehay. Frankie Kung Fu Cheng, the first Chinese to start at Le Mans, lives in Oxford, carries the Olympic torch in London. How good is that?
Very cool. I mean, this is awesome for him. It's so exciting. I mean, the first time out to be on the podium, what more could you want, really? I mean, that's just fabulous. And also, this Saunier has just taken on this Pasquarello LMP2 car, so for them to come out here and do such a great job at Le Mans has got to be a real embellisher for the team.
And look at this. Well, the bottles of hair dye are out. They know that the photographs are going to be taken back at Peugeot. How miserable does that look? Anybody dare turn the sides of their mouth up is going to be taken outside and given a talking to. It is serious stuff at Peugeot. This was supposed to be their year, Mark. Yeah. They had the Le Mans series in their mind just wrapped up. When it came to the big one itself, though, well, Audi surely are going to bring it home.
Yeah, we understand the guillotine is being set up now in the plastic Jacobin. So
look at that fella. That is Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, and that's about as happy as he lets himself be, I can tell you. But well, the mood's pacing around. It's tension, but it's not worry. Surely, well, maybe it is. Through the forest yet again, dappled light, grey sky, almost flat light, and that can also hamper your vision of just shadows as soon as they start to blank out ever so slightly. Round he comes yet again. Tom Christensen doing such a great job. 3 laps remaining, Liz.
This is such a stressful time at Le Mans. I mean, it's almost like everyone thinks, oh, it's all wrapped up, it's done, but anything can happen until you've crossed that checkered flag, and it's so stressful because it's almost like you're willing the time to go faster. You know, you just want the car to be across the line, you want it to be finished and all over, but anything can still happen. Anything can go wrong. These cars have been running for 24 hours, so that's why I think everyone's looking nervous in Audi. They feel like it's there, it's in their grasp, but anything could still happen in this race.
I think they've been there before. A little bit of history with the 2 car.
Absolutely.
Wasn't as close as this, but Alan Whitnish will be, well, he's not to be found. We're looking down towards those that pit box, and you just can't see him. Everybody else is watching the monitors and doing whatever it is that they do.
Yeah, and let's not forget Tom Christensen is going to take win number 8. He's already the record holder on 7. This is going to be 8. Jack Eakes second best at 6, and Jack is sitting in the next door commentary box of Eurosport France to us at this moment. I wonder what's going through his mind.
Well, he's seeing his record go further and further away. Solidly in second place. I don't think he's going to get back on board one of these cars. And there's the clock ticking down. 8 minutes and 50 to go and ticking. And the forgotten man of the 2 car, let's not forget him ourselves, Dindo Capello. Absolute Mr. Solid out there. A great ambassador as well. And he's got wins under his belt too, Mark. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, 3 wins already. This will be his 4th in 10 participations. So the dream team. They've never ever won Le Mans together. They've won Sebring together. They've won Petit Le Mans together. They've won American Le Mans Series races. They've won LMS races, but never the 3 of them together at Le Mans.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, another big story that we're going to look at here is that it looks like Darren Turner and I believe David Brabham are going to win for a 2nd year in a row, and Antonio Garcia, who's got his first drive in that works car, is also going to take the win, it looks like. I mean, obviously, like I've said, anything can happen, but it certainly looks like the 009 Aston Martin is going to take the win at Le Mans for the 2nd year in a row, so that's very exciting.
The clock ticks away and 8 minutes is hit now. 8 minutes to go. It's going to break the 380 lap mark. If it had have been dry, we may well have been nudging the 400 up there for the winner in the 24 hours. We're not going to get close this time. I reckon, yeah, 381 by the looks of things is what it's going to be. Tom Christensen is out there, but the cameras are looking at Peugeot. You might well expect that from the blimp. The cameraman's picked up the wrong car. He's clearly been told at the beginning, stick with the Peugeots. They're heading for victory. Unfortunately, the note has not been passed to it that Audi are the ones who are in the driving seat at the moment.
But certainly a very exciting race we've had. I mean, this has been probably the most exciting 24-hour race, if not even, you know, a 12-hour race. It would still be very exciting. It's incredible. I mean, how often do we get things this close right at the end?
Yeah, let's just have a look at the Aston statistics as well. David Brabham, he's going to win for the third time here at Le Mans. The first time he won, 93, is not shown in the record books. He and David Coulthard took that Jaguar XJ220 to victory in GT, but the ACO decided they didn't like the fact they didn't have catalytic converters. Although IMSA were here, said this is legal in America. The ACO said that is not legal here, but the car was running in the IMSA class. I mean, it was crazy. Anyway, just to finish that, Garcia, as you say, what a great job by him. He's going to win, and Darren Turner, it'll be his second win in GT
in a row as well.
Yeah,
he won last year. So
and Brabs,
yeah, him and Brabs 2 in a row, so that's quite exciting.
Wirtz comes in, no hurry to do anything with the number 8 car, running in 5th place, and with 2-lap cushion over Frank Biela in the Audi. Even if he stops now, he's probably going to finish in that spot. There it is, total stops times. Look at that, 33. The 3 pit stop difference is where the time is found.
Absolutely, and we've always been saying this, that pit stops is where it's going to come down to, and just reliability. The less problems you have, the less pit stops. It's all just time in the end, and it's clocked it up nicely for the Audis.
So many stories to tell. This has been one heck of a race. They write a book each year on this. Generally, it sells very well in France. It's a superb tome, but your French has to be up to it. They're going to have so much to say about this year.
Oh,
Mark.
yes. Yeah, it's been absolute non-stop drama from start to finish. I mean, the biggest story of the race probably is how Porsche self-destructed early in the race and just handed it on a plate to Ferrari. We've got Ferrari in the top 4 places. But look at this. The Felbermar car's dragged itself up into 5th, having been 7th all night, and the Lizards car, which was taken out in a very heavy shunt by the IMSA Matmut Porsche, they both went flying off the circuit together. That is going to finish in 7th place, and Seth Neiman will bring that across the line.
He will, which is really exciting for Seth. He's done a good job. He's had some drama in the race, but you know, it's nice for him to have to take that over the line. And also a great story is JMB. They've moved all the way up to 4th place. They've pounded their way through. Ben Alcott, the amateur driver on that team, but has done a phenomenal job driving in this race. After a shunt in practice, he's just gotten past that. He's gotten his head down and done a great job. I don't think that car has had many problems at all.
GT2,
so great to finish in 4th.
It's been a thriller, hasn't it, out there? It's so much mix and matching, but when you look at the top, the record books will read Ferrari 1, 2, 3 and 4.
They will.
Now Tom's going to try and eke out these last laps, isn't he? It's 4:40 to go, and look, he's slowing down already. He's got 6 minutes to do that last lap, and he doesn't want to have to do another lap. So he's, in fact, his last one, 4:05 he's just done. So he knows he'll be told from the pits, Tom, this is your last lap. Just keep it cool, be like that. And when you come round next time, the checkered will be waiting.
It will be 381 laps that's recorded historically here. That's going to be the last time in competition he goes under that Dunlop Bridge. Fantastic. Tom Christensen, what a guy. He's got there's so much that's automatic about him, but he's so much deeper than that as well. He really is a genuine character. The smile can be switched on and off whenever he requires it. That just shows what a pro he is out of the car. And there it is, 258,500 visitors. The beer, well, they've still got plenty left. I don't think they might drink it dry. As for Peugeot, they keep that champagne on ice for another year perhaps. Will they bring it back, or will they just cancel the program? Enough.
Liz, the last lap of this race, you're backing off, everything's now relaxed, but that is probably a really dangerous time, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, the last lap, I mean, I've finished the Spa 24 hours before, and it's a similar sort of thing. Everybody's backing off because it's the end of the race, but I'll say, as a driver, you're still thinking, God, it's got to happen. You just have to get over that line before you've actually settled in. So, yeah, it is. This is so exciting for Audi, and I'm really happy for Alan McNish finally getting that win. He's been begging for it for ages, and
look who's back out.
The dome. The dome is going to take the finish.
Fantastic.
How good is that?
Wow, it's wonderful.
Get on the forum. It's my car.
A big story for them. The dome's going to take the finish right behind Audi, it looks like. What a nice place for them, right alongside.
He's going to keep up, and the reason he's going to keep up, he's not just getting out of, well, actually, I think he's doing the modesty thing. Anyway, let's just get back to Audi. Nervous moments for them. When a driver is told to slow down, all the natural way of going through the corners kind of goes out the window. It's a little bit of a dangerous thing to do. I'm sure that Tom Christensen can more than cope with this.
Tom Christensen going on for breaking his own record in as many races as he's won here. I think he certainly knows what to do in the finish.
And
but
the Danish flags are out in force, and look at that. They're waiting, and it's going to be a huge celebration. And Tom Christensen is used to celebrating, but he'll go for this one just as big as ever before.
Yeah, and Reinhold Just, we just saw there, this will be his 11th Le Mans victory as a team owner, as a team runner. So that's pretty impressive. And I think Norbert Singer at Porsche will be the first to congratulate him. They've been friends for years, those two, but they're still trading wins against each other.
Wow, look at this. He's going so slow. The GT1 cars, GT2 cars are almost keeping up. It's kind of a parade going on already in his head. Tom Christensen is going to come home here. Victory for the Audis. Alan Whitnish, Dindo Capello. What stories will be told by those? And what stories still remain? I wonder if Tom can come back and do it again. It almost seems impertinent to say so.
He will. I think, for me, the overriding story of this year's race is that we've had no lame duck cars. Once the Lucchini had gone, every car out here was within a chance of victory.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, every car pushed hard, and this has certainly been one of the most competitive years we've seen for a long time, and I think that's really cool. That's the way Le Mans should be. There should be people fighting all the way to the finish in every class, and it's great to see that.
Peugeot want to spoil out his party to grab the photo opportunity. He's going to stay right in front of Thomas' last lap. So Peugeot crossed the line ahead of Audi.
I actually thought just for a moment that Minassian was going to come alongside him and they were going to do a sort of a doffing of the cap there, but not a bit of it.
It's raining again.
He roosted tails and away he goes. He's just going to scoot out of it. He's unlapped himself, don't forget, so effectively he's going to finish higher up the numerical order. As far as his position on the track is concerned, that's not going to change.
But he's got to do another lap, Carlton.
He has, but he doesn't care. He doesn't want to be part of this party. This is going to be Audi's day here. Everybody else with a great deal of respect. The 90 car that has his troubles as well is just hugging in there. That's going to finish on the podium in GT2. But this is all going to be about Tom Christensen and Audi in particular. Alan McNish will have got it again. Amazing. Here they come. The lights looking brighter than perhaps they should do as the grey skies fall upon us. 17, 16, 15 before the clock runs out here. The final 10 seconds comes now. Everybody's standing up. The crowds are there. They're going to be bashing the barriers, waving the flags. The clock is going to be out. 2, 1. Now 24 hours have been completed, and this is the winning moment as Tom Christensen and Audi. He comes past the entrance into the pit lane here. He's just got these final curves to do, and he will bring it around here as if it was made of gold. There he goes. He wants every single one of these corners to pass by slower than you could possibly imagine. The line is waiting, and Tom Christensen has done it, breaking his own record, and the Le Mans 24 hours, the 76th running of it. The flags are up. Everybody is loving this, but no more so than Audi. Peugeot have been beaten on a day when everyone thought it would be their party. Audi are the ones celebrating yet again.
Good job, and Tom goes over to the pit wall right underneath all his colleagues there, the crews, and what a great job. The Viking wins with Braveheart and with Dindo, so how good is that? It doesn't get any better, especially for Audi UK. They've been chasing this win ever since they took on Alan McNish.
Alan McNish, Dindo Capello and Tom Christensen.
Brilliant pit stops, teamwork. Thomas here got his crew working really well, and we've done it. We've done it against the odds.
Are waiting to talk to us. Here is Alan McNish.
I'm sure it's just incredible, no words.
Yeah.
You should take a rest in glasses.
I think after last year, Alan, Tom and myself, we thought that it would never happen again, the chance to win. But this year was fantastic because we were not the fastest car at the start, but probably we have been the best during the race, and after last year's result I think we really deserved this victory. The team did a great job. We had no one small problem, no one small mistake from the driver. Everything was perfect as it was last year, and fortunately this year the end was much better.
Well done.
Well done indeed. Almost lost for words, Dindo Capello, and that's a very rare thing. We got the briefest of looks at Alan Manish, I think it was. I wasn't quite on the monitor. Tom Christensen still on board the car. No happier crew than the Audi boys.
Let's not overlook what's happening behind LMP2. Peter van Merkstein brings the Dutch Racing Porsche across the line with Jeroen Bleekemolen and with Jos Verstappen. Jos's first ever Le Mans. What a great job for him. First drive in the night. Go down to GT1.
Well, Porsche 1 and 2 in that P2 class, and GT1, well, the Aston has done it. They have beaten by an entire lap the Corvette Charge, the two factory Corvettes, the 63 and 64 car, finishing in an Aston sandwich, if you like. The 009, Brabham brought it home, and the 007 with Heinz-Harald Frentzen, who makes a great return to Le Mans in 4th spot.
Oh, and Carlton, we just have to say once again, as last year, Aston all terribly sober there with their flags, but in front of us there's the stars and stripes, and they're all over the wall, the Corvette people. They might have come second, but they're going to make a bigger finishing show.
Absolutely. It's America. This is what we do.
Well done. Yeah, congratulations, Luke.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, well, thanks.
On your second place in GT2.
Yeah.
But what about those GT2 boys? And what about Mika Salo in the 82 car?
He and Jamie Mello really backed up Jimmy Bruni. Bruni, I have to say, in GT2, to me, was the driver of the race. He just got that car by the scruff of the neck and he threw it around the circuit all night long. I mean, they didn't quite match Bergmeister's sub-4-minute lap, but he did a super job, so full marks to those three.
And a 7-lap winning margin,
to Giuseppe Rizzi.
Yeah, they had a huge one. They've been leading for hours and hours and hours. I think they've been leading this race as long as the Audi has been, which is quite impressive.
Anyway, they'll be dancing in Houston tonight.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I went there once. I went there once to buy a Stetson.
I've raced there.
You've raced there.
It's rip-roaring fun.
Best
You know,
team.
this hat
That's
shop,
the best maybe victory for you.
We all went there.
Yeah, we have a great team and they did an excellent job. So I'm very proud and happy for all of us.
Well done. Well done.
The briefest of words for a man who will be talking to an awful lot of people, Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich. He's busy with DTM most of the time. He follows, of course, the Le Mans Series. He slips over to the American Le Mans Series, and he's been here for the 24 hours. He's looking good on it.
Absolutely. This is a great win for him. This is huge. Another year of Audi. Everyone said it was going to be Peugeot. Everyone thought they would really have it dialed in this year. But this car, even though it's a bit slower, still reliability and honest, great drivers has won this race.
It's that fuel economy that really paid for them. They took fewer stops, 3 fewer the winning car than that.
And here comes the LMP2 winner.
And Manassian.
And Manassian behind. So this is this is an interesting lineup coming over the checkered flag now.
Well, that tells its own story as well, because the P2s that they may well be LMP2, but the 34 car has beaten a number of LMP1 cars out there as well, and all credit to them. They've come here with the RS, the Porsche Spider, and done such an amazing job. Positions 1 and 2, a real superb result in that class.
And behind the Corvette there is the Dome. He's made it on the final lap, so what a debut for
We've had
Dome
two
here.
big things. The Dome is finished and the Lamborghini, so huge days for both of them. Finally.
Dome will now go to Toyota in Tokyo and say, we can do it.
Fork it out.
Pay us next year, we will win this for you.
Show me the money. Absolutely.
Yep. You would not bet against it. They really had that car hooked up. It was running top 10 for most of this race.
It was.
And just some ill fortune late on. Fortune, well, it favours the brave, and there's none braver than that trio who've come to victory here. And Tom Christensen, there he is, just getting himself looking gorgeous. Here he is.
It's really Audi day to prove reliability and give us a race car, which Alan and me, we can go out and spank and put pressure on Peugeot, and they gave us a fantastic fight. But to come out and winning this one, everyone in Audi, they can be so proud, and thanks for believing in me, Alan and Dindo, for this amazing result. And it pays a lot back for us for last year where we were dominating. But this year, to win with such a strong competition from Peugeot, which had a car which is 3 or 4 seconds a lap faster, but the different conditions and the perfect strategy, our engineer Howden Haynes and all his background of people gave us the right tires before others sometimes could see what we want to do. So with this tricky weather, it was 3 pretty tough hours out there, I can tell you.
You know, you made all the team cry. Dr. Ulrich, Alan, Dindo, everyone is crying.
Alan and Dindo too. This is amazing. Dr. Ulrich, he cries always. But to see these two cry, this is something special. That little Scottish Terrier, he deserved very much a victory at Le Mans. He has been my hardest competitor for many years. And now he has won #2. And I think now for him it can get rolling as long as it's with me. And with Dindo, a charming gentleman. Yeah, he's not as old as he looks, but he did a fantastic job. And they brought me the car in the end where I could finish it off in the difficult conditions. So really, we enjoy driving together, and we enjoy driving for this Audi brand, which, yeah, as we all know, what is aiming? I forgot, but definitely U is united, D is determined, and I is in control. The first, I forgot what it means. I think it means aggressive.
Is it your best one?
Yes, because the best one is always the one you get out of, and the best one is always when you look forward. And just now, I just stopped looking forward for this race, and this is the best moment you can have. And this is great because people said, you cannot win with Alan, and now we proved that. And people say we can't win with a yellow car. And hey, Nicholas, great fight.
Thank you.
Tom Christensen, what a character he is.
That little Scottish Terrier will stay with Alan forever, I think.
And Wolfgang Ulrich apparently always cries, Mark.
I'm very concerned about the spanking. There's been far too much of that.
Well, we now know why the Audi won. It requires spanking, obviously.
Difficult to finish second, but still a good result.
Yeah, I'm a little bit gutted, but you know, I think they all credit to them. It was a great race. They did a great job. We did a great job, but not good enough. That's it.
Thanks, Nico.
Hey, that was great. That was great.
Carlton, something you picked up. Well done. He made sure he finished on the lead lap by just passing Christensen, so that at least they got some sort of bragging right on that.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was a good effort there by Nick Manassian, and truly some amazing driving by him at the end of the race. I mean, what a job on those slick tyres. So, you know, Nick deserves a lot of credit for that.
Well, and you guys deserve a lot of credit as well.
And you, Carlton.
Oh, thanks. You too, Carlton.
It's been a busy one. We've had a big crew for you here on Eurosport, live throughout those 24 hours. Oh, getting a bit cut up myself now.
Choking up.
No, it's been great fun, and thanks to everyone who's been on the forums as well. It's been a pleasure to have your company. I think we've broken just about every forum record at Eurosport as well. So it's credit to you as well. We know you've been loving proceedings here at Le Mans, the 76th running of it. And thanks to Jeremy Shaw as well, Neville Hay, Chris Parsons, and Simon Hill, who've been so much a part of this team here. It's been a pleasure to have your company live throughout the planet on Eurosport, it seems. 24 hours, well, we have every single one of those minutes right here, didn't you?
We're being told 28 million viewers in all, so that's something pretty impressive.
Fantastic.
Yeah. 28 million viewers. If I could buy you all a drink, I probably would, but I'd be a very rich man, and sadly I'm not.
For Carlton, it has been a pleasure. My 26th Le Mans, and have to say, one of the best. And Liz, great to have you with us again.
My fourth and my first one in the box instead of in a car, so it's been very exciting, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Are we going to see you again in the box, or you want to be racing here next year?
Well, you know, I have to be honest, I desperately want to be in a car next year, but if I'm not, then I will 100% come join you, and hopefully in some other races.
This is when they unleash the stands, and everyone gathers out front to meet the winners. Reinhold Jost, all the handshakes going on, and it looks, it's a serious, it's a professional, it's a fantastic crew. Audi are, well, they're what racing at distance is all about. They love Le Mans, they're never going to give up on it. There's lots of theories as to which divisions they'll be racing in the none too distant future. There was also speculation, Mark, that maybe this would be the last time that we see this vehicle, the winning vehicle.
Yeah, I think you'll find at the end of this season Audi will announce a new program. The R10 has done its job. They're the first to say it's a 3-year-old car now, and you know, we need to move on. And Wolfgang even said last year don't necessarily expect us to come back with diesel cars. As I said, petrol is getting more and more efficient, and we have new things in the pipe.
So, well, certainly the big story is Audi, the legend continues.
It certainly does.
I think.
2 steps of the podium are made up by Peugeot, but the one that really matters, the top step.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race going to Peugeot, by the way, Sarrazin, that 3:19. Now, tomorrow morning, the ACO is going to sit down and look at that, and Liz, I think they're going to be very, very concerned that that was set during the race.
Yeah, there's a lot of chat about trying to limit the speed in the race so that the times are a bit closer together in the classes. They're talking about a 3:30, so I think this definitely will be a bit of a topic to discuss.
It's a safety issue. We saw cars getting very, very heavily damaged. The Mazda was one of those. Lola did a great job repairing the tub to get them back out there and racing. Sadly, it wasn't to be a finish for them.
No, this is a shame. I mean, there was a lot of work that went on in the whole race, and a lot of amazing cars we saw this time around. We saw some of the first new coupe cars in this 24-hour race, and we've seen the speed of them and what they can do. Lola especially, we're going to see a lot more from them, I think, and expect Lola well up there on the grid next year.
Yeah, 2 of those coupes also finishing, the Charouz, Lola, Aston Martin and the Dome. As we look at the number 2 car, is that's
the 7 car,
the second place car,
they had lots of congratulations early on. That was in qualification, and at qualifying, well, we thought that Peugeot had got this just about wrapped up. They certainly showed us the way in qualifying. They started this race in fine style, but they ended it trailing the Audis.
Well, it just goes to remind you that speed is not everything in endurance racing. It certainly is for the start of the race and where you'll be on the grid, but certainly by the end it is not the be-all and end-all. It all comes down to reliability and keeping the car going round and round consistently, and Audi's done just that today.
They certainly have. Look at the crowds here, and how many Danish flags can you possibly say? If you're a Danish flag salesperson, I suspect you spend most of your life just following Tom Christensen around the planet.
Let's just look at the 4 class winners: Audi, Porsche, Aston Martin and Ferrari. 4 the most iconic names, not just in racing but in motoring as well, and Aston Martin pulling off a 2nd successive defeat of Corvette. I'm sure Corvette will be back with a vengeance.
And doing it in a beautiful livery as well. The Gulf colours reigning supreme yet again in that GT2 class. LMP2, it was all about the Porsches. Aston beating the Corvettes. It was always going to be that fight again, and so it proved, despite the fact that Aston looked off the pace after qualifying. When it came to GT2, well, Porsche seemed to be the ones that were bossing it, but in the end, as predicted, in fact, the Ferrari F430 GTs, well, they came home with everything.
This will be a bit sad for Porsche. I'm sure they're thrilled to win the LMP2 class on their first outing here, but certainly they would have loved to have had a win in 2 different classes where they really did have the opportunity.
Jeroen Bleekelmolen then leads the Dutch LMP2 winners onto the podium. Jos Verstappen and Peter van Merkstein there. What a great day for him. He owns that car. He bought the car with the sole objective of winning Le Mans, and he's done it first time.
Fantastic. That's how to spend your money wisely, Mark. So we're just waiting now for the podium for the main production class, the one that really sticks in everyone's minds despite the best efforts of all the others, and we saluted all of them one by one, but what it really counts is who is top dog. 381 laps completed by just 2 cars. So unfortunately for Peugeot, they weren't the one that crossed the line when it mattered. After the clock ran out, after a full 24 hours. The 9-car, Mark.
Yep, the 9-car crew. So they're up there on the top of the podium, and on board that 9-car, as you well know by now, you've been following us long enough, Frank Montani, my personal hero of the race, Ricardo Zonta, his first Le Mans, and Christian Klein, rookie as well. So good choice by Peugeot, putting good people in the cars, and they made sure that in no one car was the drivers of the same nationality.
7-car, Jacques Villeneuve, Marc Jenny and Nicolas Minassian. Jacques Villeneuve will have to wait if he wants to equal the record of Graham Hill, winning Formula 1, the Indy 500 and the Le Mans 24 hours.
And Jacques in his trademark very large suit. It looks like it's still the thing he likes to do.
Mr.
Keep it comfortable.
Pants.
And here they are. Here are the winners of the Le Mans 24 Hours 2008. What a day this is for Audi.
Getting on the podium, Alan McNish, Dina Cabello and Tom Christensen yet again. He just can't stop winning at Le Mans. Will anyone be able to stop him? And I don't think it's going to be his last. So the crowds wait, the crowds loving this almost as much as we are, just turning up the sound just to appreciate what's going on down there. And such an atmosphere, and this party's going to rage long. The Danes make pretty good beer as well, Mark.
Well, show me some, I'll try it. But 8 wins, as you say, for Tom Christensen, just goes further and further away from everyone else into the record books. Even Dr. Ulrich behind is now happy, and he's acknowledging Tim's 8 wins. But Alan McNish coming back in glory after winning for Porsche in 1998, now wins for Audi in 2008.
Now, Tom Christensen has just taken out his Rolex. He was almost threatening to throw it to the crowd, and there was a huge surge.
Think of how many of those he has now.
I don't know. Running out of wrists.
Not so many, because Rolex, of course, haven't been associated that long with Le Mans.
Oh, that's true.
Daytona, yes. He's never won one of those, of course.
Fair enough.
Yeah, McNish has, but Tom hasn't.
I presume it's a steel Daytona Cosmograph that they're handing out.
Oh, absolutely.
White being the choice. You have a choice of white or black faces. White, easier to see the dials, apparently, if you're a driver.
Yeah, that is the watch to have. As the same way, if you win Indianapolis, you get the signet ring, don't you?
Yes, exactly, yeah. And you get a lovely watch for Petit Le Mans and Sebring as well.
Right. Can we see your Sebring watch, Liz? You're not
It's not with me, no, sorry, but I do wear it to the racetrack. Whenever I'm racing, I've got the Sebring watch.
Look at the hordes here, guys. This is amazing. It seems that just about everybody, over 250,000 people coming along to see this event. It just gets bigger and bigger, Mark.
It is, along with Indianapolis, the biggest motorsport event of the world. And of course, they always say with the 85,000 Brits here, it's the second biggest motor race in Britain.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is what every sports car driver wants to do. We want to stand on the podium at Le Mans. It is the dream, and I think, well, certainly still my dream. So I think every sports car driver wants to be up there one day.
If on cue, the drizzle has now stopped, everything's drying out, and the crowd can actually go and enjoy it. They'll be drinking and dancing at the campsites long into the night.
There are the trophies. Alan McNish has done it again after an 11-year hiatus. Dindo Capello, Mr. Solid on the car, and Tom Christensen, the broadest grin in the whole of the paddock. Look after those watches, fellas.
The Michelin Award, Bruno van der Rijswijk, the Le Mans public address announcer, famous throughout the world, of course, bringing on the presenters of the trophies. But look at this, that is a huge trophy.
That's enormous. It needs it's the same size as Alan and Dindo. That's why the two of them need to pick it up.
Look at the atmosphere here. This is going to be a big party. There's rock bands and everything in the Le Mans village. If ever you do fancy a visit, you will not be disappointed. Those who came along this year will have been thrilled at what has been an incredibly exciting race. The anthem of our winners team. The German national anthem ringing out. I imagine there'll be a few more, but as it stands, before the remainder get underway, we'd just like to say thanks for your company. Hope you've enjoyed this unrivaled coverage that we've had here. Tremendous. It's been live throughout on Eurosport. I'm Carlton Kirby. Thanks to the rest of the team. With us signing off here, Mark Cole and Liz Halliday. We'll see you next time, eh?
Yes.